want to slow down the round in between that as well.
Yeah?
Whereas Trace on the other side, they're sticking to their tried and true. Every round, I'm telling you, on defense, they're putting 3 players into those rubble fights. I really think that second half is going to come all down to that control.
But on attack, they're playing double smokes with the Sentinel. They have a very slow, controlled comp. They're going to have to look to slow this Raze and ISO down, feel that aggression, and find the gaps off of it.
Yeah, and Sylvan playing on that Omen. This is something that he has done before. Nothing super new. He's just going to slot right back into this roster.
Yeah, at least when you're subbing him back and forth with Carpe, they both play the same roles.
So much pressure on him, though. It is lose and you're gone.
It is indeed. We're all set for map 1, so let's throw this over to your casters. And back by popular demand, me, it's Achilles and Paperthin.
If we have one fan, Yinzu is one of them, I guess. Anyway, thank you very much for that. But hello, Achilles and Paperthin back again to take us through the series. T1 versus Race elimination on the line here, Paperthin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams definitely going to be coming into this with something to prove. Their outings weren't stellar in their openers. No other way to say it. And here today, they've got to turn things around. We know that both of these teams are capable of doing some serious damage. Just going to come down to some of the execution. Of course, this A rubble fight is going to be really challenging for Trace Esports. Like the desk was talking about, you have to find your timings to contest it, because if you get hit by any of that ISO util combo, you're dead.
Seems like Trace may be doing their research here. Expecting there's going to be a heavy stack over towards this A side of the map. Instead, they go ahead and push forward in towards B. Contact coming through. Hey, they able to find the first kill. Cannot get the second. Still some damage dealt. Izu falls down to 52. They want to flood back. Wrap around, get through this connector over towards Stacks, who's very quickly, quietly backpedaling. A little bit deeper into the site, still gonna be out of the open, but nails the first shot.
Spike down.
Позицию дерьма взял.
On to Fung Fung.
Пройти хлеб за стол,
Goes down to 79, but a 3v3 now.
Watching for this push.
Spike planted.
Fung Fung.
Там Метеор
Beat them
промутился.
forward here, try to sell. Kai is out waiting around the corner, but it's gonna be Meteor wrapping in from Water, who now goes ahead and spoils the plan. Kai's still gonna be able to find one. Last pack tossed, Izu now pinching. As Fung Fung knows that he is isolated and alone, is able to find one. Meteor pushes forward and gets shut down. Red Bull Clutch gets Trace the pistol.
Well, and this is something Trace is going to need big time today. Fung Fung was really struggling in their last outing. He just wasn't that player that I'm used to seeing when I watch their VODs in China. He is absolutely electric at times. He's really aggressive. He's going to push space really nicely. And here the whole time, doing a great job locking down the back of the site of C, making sure that T1 can't really get that flank going the way that they want to, and is able to read both those positions very, very nicely. But overall, it's a good game plan from TE from the get-go. Avoid that A rubble fight, work the map, really nice stuff from them.
Out into the open here goes Fung Fung Buzz, however, dance around some of those shots, finds the headshot and puts him down. But not going to be recoverable here for the moment. Oh, the TP forward from looking. Very ill-advised. Immediately, gun scooped up. 2-player advantage here for the side of T1. As they look to win out this eco, something that they were damn good at doing over in kickoff in Pacific.
Meteor still thinks he's playing Sentinel.
Tucked in, waiting for any kind of noise. There's a push for the right click. Finds it, and he gets a transfer on to Kai.
Бля, Трейс, зачем долбоёб или чё?
This round.
Что я за хуйню смотрю? Бля, skip, go next match. Все, skip нахуй. Next match, please.
I mean, Trace just feeling like they can take that fight at long range, and you should be able to, but Fung Fung sung his praises from the previous round. This round with the Bulldog gets one shot to land, and that's it.
Это Оман так тэпнулся? Чё, вообще, ну, умалишённый? Что это? Чё это за хуйня? То есть его рабо заняли, он говорит, мне похуй на эту жизнь, и полетел, да? Боже, что я смотрю? Алло!
Cannot take down Meteor. That shield doing wonders for him. As Buzz mows down 2 more. The pitch, red, Stacks able to go ahead and get the ping out. Goes for the push, gets the headshot. As T1 look for a flaw.
Бля, это что, долбоёбы играют? Что я за хуйню смотрю? Не, реально, что это? Чё просто, блядь?
A rubble control that you're able to generate with the ISO in particular because of the walls and the vulnerables that you're able to send flying through. A lot of times it's hard to deal with that. So they try to TP past it to see
Второй матч будет
confuse them
поплотнее.
enough, but with the double tap available for Meteor, excuse me, it was just a little
Никакой молодежки, вы наказаны.
difficult. Of course, the weaker weaponry not helping anything there. Now you've got mostly even guns, a couple bulldogs for a few players of T1.
В смысле, я на T1? Все прогнозы в телеге.
Aggressive push towards C. Pressure going to be put down onto Izu.
Пока ни одной ошибки не было на этом турнире.
Around the cage, but
Ни одной.
not scouting, and now he's striking. Kai does get taken down, but Fung Fung quick to reply. Brings it back to parity, but now Bianc
Не дай бог Метеор.
into the netherworld as Meteor. Looks to maintain dominance here, but it's going to be
Долбоёб,
snappy.
блядь.
Get the double headshot across, takes him down in the
Бля,
meantime. Fung
просто
Fung does get
нахуй
lost.
бриллиант местный.
3v3, the Guardian shots not quite connecting. Bianc able to safely get the spike planted. T1 for now. Slowing up the action, creeping their way forward. Shock dart, minor little connection going to be found there. On.
Да, чело-ревил разбить не могут, но рук нет. Что это за хуйня? Вдвоем челы стреляют, не могут разбить. Бля, не, я там все ебало. Это просто долбоебы, просто Сильвера играют страхами. Почему я должен смотреть, как Сильвера играют? Челы просто ревил не бил.
Buzz likely feeling like he's going to be committed, wants to try to make this as costly as possible. If he can keep them in the sight, that could be value. It's all three players damn nearby, but Bianc will be able to find a four-piece to tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah, this is just a nice timing hit from Trace Esports. They just say, let's push the tempo a little bit. Let's test Izu. Let's see what he's made of. Not too often we see Meteor losing in those kill contracts. At least over in Pacific, he was really damn good. It was like 17-6 or something like that throughout the entirety of the kickoff stage, and winning that is a huge boon. They're able to keep Bianca alive, and he was their top fragger on this map the last time they played it. So now he's got a Nightfall to boot. T1 still has enough to buy guns. They're gonna maintain this split, but they're gonna shift over really quickly. They're reacting.
Хорошая хаешка. Бля, это вообще долбоебы играют. Что это? Бля, ладно. Видел, как человек хаешку дал? Боже, что я смотрю?
2 for 2 overall. As the Thorns go out, Shock Dart into the corner. Bouncing down even lower. It seemed Bianc gets away with that one unscathed.
Yeah, it was an attempt by T1 to delay this, but the trades were good for both sides.
О, ревил, смотрим.
Fight, spike down. A little bit of util left. Still have the paranoia from Sylvan. Here it goes.
Охуенно паранойя, кстати. По воробьям просто. Все воробьи разлетелись нахуй.
1v2, Kai trying to find it. But he cannot divide and conquer.
Ой, бля.
Defuse will come in, T1 reestablishing a slight lead.
This is just a tempo call here from T1. They're sensing that it worked in the previous round for Trace, so they might just try the same kind of thing again. A pacey hit towards the C site. Let's rotate a few players over a little bit faster. You get Stacks and Meteor over there. You're able to get those trades. You're able to set yourself up for this retake. Cover these angles nicely. Yeah, it was good. Agree. Agree, Stacks. They needed that one. The Nightfall was invested for Trace in that round. You've got a bunch of ults for T1. Got the Showstopper. Got the Hunter's Fury.
5 downs here on the side of Trace. 3 rivals coming through. And okay, Buzz. Gunned down by the classic of all things. Loping able to find that kill. Stacks, however, Hunter's Fury opened up. Hey, they Fung Fung on the floor. 2 quick kills to suddenly just give T1 the advantage. And now that is capitalized upon as Sylvan finds Low King. Bianc cannot steady the spray.
Spike down A.
Meteor cuts him down to size, and now Kai just tucked here, waiting, ready. Just find one. But Widely needs to try to just hold on to this weapon. Still though, is drifting ever closer towards the spike, towards the 2-player stack.
Everybody's a little weak. It's an opportunity here for Kai. That tight angle.
Шатап из гана нахуй, навечно.
Anticipates it, finds the first one. Meteor taken even lower. Suddenly in with a shout. As the wall comes up. Izu out on the flank, however. Needed the headshot there, cannot find it. Izu keeps his teammate alive. Keeps T1 in the lead.
I mean, this is just fast and furious for Trace Esports. There's
fast and furious.
pulling
Fast,
off the
too
gas pedal for
fast.
them.
Fast, too
And he gets the
furious.
reveal there at the door of A. Catches 2 players with it. Huge.
Monstrous.
Huge from Stacks. There's that wall. Makes it difficult to figure out exactly what's going on. Well timed between Meteor and Izu to make sure that they could clean up that kill without any further damage. Timeout for Trace. Gotta rethink this. This is tough. I mean, what I'd like to see Trace do is, frankly, slow the pace down. I mean, that's something that can give T1 problems. They're happy to scrap with you. That's APAC, baby. And I know that, you know, in China it's quite similar, honestly, but that's something that T1 can thrive in, especially on this map. They're so good with the reaction, particularly Meteor, throwing out the vulnerables. You'll see some combos with Stacks with the shock darts even that are just off the cuff, and they're just nailing them. And it's really impressive the way that T1 can function on this map with this comp. It's a very scary thing to try to get breakthrough.
Yeah. 2025 Stacks on Sova, very different from the previous iterations.
Oh, poor Stacks.
No, not poor Stacks. He finally figured it out.
That's true. He has improved a lot on
Learned
solo.
how to play it. But I fully agree with you. When you have that ISO on the opposite side, being able to slow down the pace, avoid these undercuts where you're just storming out in towards rubble, in towards mound, wherever it may be.
Yep.
Suddenly you're vulnerable, then you know that shock dart can tear you apart. That one shot to the chest can really shatter your team.
Or you get hit by a raise nade. There's a bunch of crazy combos that they can pull off with this, and the contingency is a real problem for dealing with rubble control. And then the vulnerables, they have all these great angles because you can send it through the walls, so you're able to catch people out of place where they think they're safe and they're actually not. Looks like it's going to be another attempt at T1 kind of ahead of the curve here.
Oh, showstopper to open things up. That's going to be Buzz and Sylvan both taken down.
А как второй сдох? Вопрос.
It's a trade on to one, but
Два долбоёба
double
или чё?
casualty. Certainly not something that T1 were looking
Ёбаный
for.
рот, блядь.
Where does that land? Buzz was on the box. Sylvan, I thought, was underneath him. Nice shot, though, from Fung Fung.
Must have been enough splash just to be able to take them both down either way. Best opener that Trace has had in a while. It's undercut, forcing Kai back. Meteor pushing forward, instantly finding the headshot, gets the reset here.
Cinema activated.
On the shield. Double tap in play. As the
Боже,
double
ну
swing
ты чё,
comes
вообще
through, Young will
уебище.
be able to take him down.
Он бегает где-то вон.
Izu going to be noted. The depth getting the reveal. Gets the one tap. Done to the middle! What is that
Чего?
transfer?
Что?
That should
Чего,
be outlawed.
блядь? Чел что там
That should
играет?
be illegal.
Чего нахуй?
What is this? I mean, this is such a
Чего,
good round,
блядь?
I thought, from Trace. I love the way they played this. Oh, the showstopper like hits right next to the box. What a shot. And then they do a great job making
Чего?
sure
Да не, я
that
вообще
double
такое не
tap
верю
from
в
Meteor
хуйню.
isn't going to be effective. They're going to line
Чего?
up, make sure they can't do anything about it. And then Izu just does that. It's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever. They're frozen because they're frozen in awe.
Не, понимаешь, даже Донг так не стреляет. Даже Донг так не стреляет.
Unbelievable. And for Trace,
Чего нахуй?
such a kick in the gut.
And there's that combo. Maybe
Как
now
даймлок
Trace,
похоже,
I
я
think,
если
can
что, блядь. Я не
bit of a
прикалываюсь.
pause and then maybe make another attempt at taking a rubble. The problem is that T1 loves to get aggressive off this.
Я
They
говорю,
love
даже
to
Донг
push
так,
deeper,
вот
where
за
they
Донгом,
may
если
take
посмотрите, вы
control
не
and
увидите
really force you to the
как
other
от
side of the
востока.
map.
Что это?
Force you into these combos. I mean, you're going to see Meteor and Stacks playing together a lot on this map. There it is right there. They're going for that vulnerable shock dart combo. Not going to be able to connect. He dodges it.
Sees here on the Izu, Prowler on the chase. The ping reveal though, and Fung Fung going to be dead through the box. Lil King able to push forward into the cage, finds a headshot with the Sheriff. Weapon can be recovered as Sylvan now TPing across the map over towards the CT side. Hawk will show the rest is cleared.
Че, реально похож
He
на
has the
чит.
kill contract. He knows that a lot of them have weaker
Я бы не
weapons.
сказал, что на шар, там крестик прям на головах был, и того, и того.
But for now,
Просто я не видел, чтобы люди вообще в один раз в жизни так быстро переводили.
does have a Vandal in hand, but can he win out the fight? The answer is going to be no. In the meantime, Buzz off camera, able to find Hebe, able to find Kai. And that's T1 finding a 6th round win.
And this is the other layer to this T1 comp, and you're going to
Так,
see it on
это
Haven
пик
as well,
трейсов,
that you
хорошо.
can set up for retake so nicely. You can set up for execute so nicely, because you're going to be feeding alt orbs. You're going to be feeding charges into Meteor as best as you can. And he's going to be able to eliminate a player from the equation. Everybody else can flood in off the back of it. That's a great ping out there.
Все в
Really
телеге
bailed Izu
разогреть,
out
вот
'cause
так
he
вот
looked like
чит.
dead to rights to me. Meteor there. Quick one tap for the win. And Another good reveal from Stacks. So some good Sova utility, really getting some value for the IGL of T1.
T1 норм, Трейс мусор. Ну, пока так и смотрится.
Trace having already committed.
Я буду просто на победу Трейсов, не на 2-0, можно было квартиру хуярить. И потом на вокзале хуярить. Нормально.
The coach to be able to do, but if T1 continues to snowball after this purchase here from Trace, their economy down to the dumps once again, might just have to be the last-ditch effort. Entry coming across here towards Rebel. Sylvan just going to be dropping down. Kai able to find one as Meteor hits the floor. Sylvan swinging out to the corner, still going to be good for one, but then gets traded back by Hebe. Once again, player advantage here for the side of Trace. As rotations have since begun. Buzz for now, tucked in behind the box, spots out a leg, swings out, finds one, but Hebe able to collect Mizu from behind. Ooh. Stacks now, last one standing, but it's an immense amount of damage there.
They should know exactly where he's coming from.
Planted.
Let the dart.
Он ульту 2 в 1 отдает. Бля, это вообще долбоёбы конченые играют. Зачем он ульту отдал на фриде? Вы и так 2 в 1. Бля, не, я не хочу, бля, это пиздец. Бля.
An interesting round because T1 actually saves their util off the rip. They don't go for that aggressive contingency into paranoia, into paint shells combo that we see a lot. They held on to a lot of that util, and Sylvan was able to hit a paranoia, but was in a bad spot off the back of it.
Ну, плюс они знали, где он, да,
out
точно.
on B. Good recognition by Trace Esports. That's something Meteor has been trying to push for his team.
Бля,
able to shut it down that time. Now we're going back to the typical Rebel control. Hebe does get vulnerable. The paint shells are in his face, but able to back off just fine. Now you can see Stacks Meteor
Теперь стоят дрочат. Эх, сейчас в атаке ультфейт. И нам.
Not spotted by the Prowler there.
Долбоёбы.
Now is still going to be standing as they're trying to pressure out Kai. Breaks the shield, but Buzz there with that covering fire. They're locked in from the sheer wall, but nobody else really wants to try to challenge, as you would suspect. But okay, it looks like Bianca is going to be up to task. Swoops in, finds one, but now Sylvan taking space.
Просто с мастера ебаный ТРСП.
Just continues to cycle this spike down to the floor.
Не, ну T1 прикольно делает. Прикольно комбина. Типа сова дронит. Как только кого-то тегает, Айсу жмет щит и бежит с ним хуярится. Поняли? Вообще прикольная комбина, реально, даже для ранкеда.
At A, and then we're going to immediately shift over to B. 3-man push it, use that shield to gain a little bit of an advantage. They got the spot onto Kai with the drone. He had no backup. Stacks knew it.
Ладно, все, есть кто за Трейсов болеет. Признайтесь сами лучше.
Now coming into this round, get that usual combo.
Вообще поспал, блядь,
take a rebel control. Buzz playing pretty far back though. Nade splashes a little bit of damage into Fung. Going for the spray.
Я говорю, мне кажется, я не шучу про эмбот.
But it's a weaker buy. It's a half buy for Trace Esports into this round.
And I like the passivity here from T1. Is that a word? I don't know. Either way.
It is.
Okay, there you go. Nailed it.
Ну тогда я же сказал, что это лучший матч пока, который я видел. T1. Не везде? Не было такого. Мне подкинули. Реально подкинули. Когда со Светой встречался, она на маяк зашла и купила Трейсов классик. Я вообще охуел. Говорю, ну хуя ты это делаешь? Я ж пиздить не буду.
T1 here has completely abandoned the C site. Hebe and Kai are going on a bit of an exploration, looking to see they can find that
спал, что не так много.
Right at the door.
Я уснул, потому что снизу как долбоёб.
Hebe,
меня просто вырубило.
Trying to find the angle to clear it. Does.
Хуёво поспал.
Back in position. Meteor also rotating off of this though. Well, that opens up this A site a little bit more. Still 3 players here. Zach's tucked in behind the connector door. They're gonna break, they're gonna foul. As it immediately gets a catch. Strafes across, Paranoia just gonna be holding it down, but he's close enough to spawn out the outline. Turns back! Gets the 180 onto Low King.
Ace. Долбоёб.
Sylvan will be the finisher in the round as T1 stretch it now by 5. 8-3.
Лучше, Виталий,
Last round of the
лучше.
half coming up.
And this is a huge play by Stax. He does such a great job in the heat of the moment here. Works that paranoia, so the nearsightedness gives him a clear view of who's going to be coming through that wall. He's able to reposition off the back of the Prowler so nicely. Find a huge 4K. Saw a glimpse of the beast on Bind. Are we going to see more from the IGL of T1?
Что значит непроходные?
Classic clutch king that he used to
Сложный
be.
соперник?
Hey, here.
Блядь, я еще в матче с Виталием
Eyes on
устал.
the util, but it's pretty typical for
Просто
T1.
вички на другом уровне.
Throw the vulnerable. Send Meteor back over to B. Stax leaning
А так всех
heavily
остальных
towards
T1
C,
зароют,
really
скорее всего.
thinking that this is going to be where they're going to go. It helps when you have full A rubble control, and you know that they're not putting any pressure in that direction. Cameron's going to be out at Mound this time, so they're going to maybe get a bit of an earlier read on it as well. Gets cleared. We're going to be, yep.
The Hunter's Fury just off the orb contact, and Izu just swings out, finds beyond K.
Как же их кошмарят.
The Hunter's Fury confirms that no one else is pushed forward in towards that smoke at the entryway.
See, hey, babe.
Sylvan, well, he's certainly been spotted, but he just challenges for the fight and wins it.
Нихуя не вырубают.
Stax will get dropped here at B. That being the call to pivot, but looks like it's going to be Kai wrapping back around to try to join in with the rest of the team. They still have this showstopper in play. Last round of the half. No point in not using it, but they dying. They don't have that pit. They never get to invest that ultimate to try to secure a post plant.
Izu hasn't played this position before.
It is a bit of a change up. Double blast pack still available. Showstopper out and over. Can't see a damn thing. And Izu now ready to strike. Transfers once again on to 3.
Какой отец?
The 4K will give T1 a 9-3 half.
This is clinical from T1. Playing the map the way they want to. Then they had their way in this first half.
For Trace, still needing to wake up. Let's see if they can do it. A bit reprieve here. We take a break for the halftime.
Had it with your old
Вы
phone.
чекать для еблам плюс.
We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon. Red Bull gives you wings.
Дранки 10 плюс. Все в телеге. Ладно, я вот так сижу, от кого воняет, не пойму. Можешь сразу признаться? Сэкономим всем время. Не, реально, от кого воняет? Не понимаю.
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into the second half here on Lotus. Desk was highlighting it. This map draft seemingly so good for the side of T1, but maybe Trace will come alive after getting over some of those stage jitters. The coach talking about how nervous the players kind of were getting back onto this international stage.
Надеюсь, навсегда.
It hasn't quite been the case here. Everything that T1 has thrown at them, Trace have really struggled to get a grasp of it.
Absolutely. And, you know, you've got some of the most experienced players ever in VALORANT esports history on the other side across the stage from you. It is very tough. I will say this. This was, in my estimation, Trace's better side of the map. On their defender side, they like to play a lot of flood retake. They do a really good job of intentionally giving up space and setting up to counterpunch you. And I think trying to take a lot of space early, that almost got Fung Fung.
Tucks back, still making plenty of noise as he tucks through those cyber cages. But Izu is going to start to wrap around with the rest of the squad here. Hi, Hebe, the ones asked to try to hold the line here is Thorns.
Бля, что-то я не подумал, хотя там Вайс, Вайпер, Оман. Нет, что-то это...
Might make you think it's there anyway.
Лагает.
Yoru here to make it a little easier to get past some of that Vice utility for the side of T1. So they're going to have to be really diligent, something that G2 was so good at on their attacker side, was identifying the Vice util, baiting it out early, and then working the map a little bit more off the back of that. Still though, Trace had really good reactions. They were really well coordinated as a team. The comms looked good to me on this half when they played G2 on their defender side, so going to need a little bit more of that. Is it just going to be a full retake? I love this from Stacks. You got a little bit of util baited out, and now you can try and go back to that side of the map. Create a little bit of noise, let Meteor lurk, see if you can break through to the C site.
Trying to nail the timing here. If they can get the strike going on C.
Кто-то, блядь, поставил на трейсов, я бля буду. Ну, чувствуется, обосрался.
Absolutely devastating. There goes the paint shell. Contact about to come through. He hears the footsteps and Meteor able to collect it there with the final shot. Through the corner. Buzz does get taken down. Heybe. Cypher just the one kill. Sylvan now cycling this smoke. Run the clock down, but they still get the spike planted here in time. And Nakai swinging out will be able to get Sylvan, but Isu's there from behind to shut him down. Stacks now just swinging around the corner. BNK cannot make it happen. Stacks will will get T1 their first pistol win as they get up to double digits.
Gotta tip my cap to Stacks on this round in a couple different ways. The IGLing so good. His movement there, that micro movement at the end to not give himself up easily to BNK. Really, really good. Meteor coming up huge on the lurk. This is a great round from T1. One of the best I've seen from them on a pistol this year. This is a really smart game plan. They saw some of the things that were working for G2, implemented it here against Trace. Heybe was having a really tough time on that C site. If you can divert attention and just leave Heybe on an island on C as the Viper, he gets beat up, to be honest. And he really struggled against G2.
Vandal in hand, Sylvan with a Guardian. Otherwise, two Ghosts and a Spectre. A site pretty much completely opened up here for them. T1 going to be getting a very fast plant. Is looking for the spray. That's a headshot. And I think he might have caught a glimpse there. Yeah, BNK now desperately backpedaling, trying to get away out towards safety. Keeps himself alive here for the moment. As shock dart into the corner, that is going to be his demise. Stacks claims the first, Buzz gets the second. Swings in, looks for a little bit more, and is rewarded.
Oh, just look at the way they stagger that utility. Buzz finds 3. One left here for Trace, just Kai. Okay.
He'll die, but Buzz, I think he'll be happy to take that. He's got so many charges towards that showstopper. Given the number of rounds that are likely left in this map, and being able to build up a showstopper to potentially close it, that could be the final nail in the coffin.
Absolutely right. This is just great post-plant aggression here. The way that they combo this with the paint shells into the shock dart to make sure that everything behind this wall is going to at least take some damage. And then Buzz is able to swing off of it nicely, find 3 kills. So far, so good for T1. Now you got a big time bonus coming up for Trace. They are going to invest in an Odin. Try to get BNK rolling with this thing. A little bit of damage done to just Stacks, it looks like.
Tiny little bit there. Lets him know. Yep, I'm still here. Still spraying. Sylvan needs a hell of a lot more as he gets whittled away down to 45. Clear on the haunt though. Nothing more to be spotted. Takes a pause, goes for the reload. Ooh, Meteor chipped away at. T1 just
at his wall.
Narrowly dancing around this video. Meteor wall set up. Undercut's gonna be sent through towards tree, but pushes forward. Able to find one. It's not gonna be fast enough to get the punish. Paint shell out. Meteor trying to charge in. Does end up getting taken down, but Izu striking from that flank. Forward into B, opens up the site, and now the spike can be pivoted around. 3v3 with weapons upgraded. Alright, first to arrive here at upper.
They let Buzz to watch the flank.
Shot's gonna be sent. Recon.
Я не знаю, бомбил, но уже проебали вспышку на
there.
Look at Luo King, he's lost. He's trying to figure out where Izu went.
He knows at all. He's just being so passive, so cautious. In the meantime,
может, он сегодня вечером поиграть, нет? Ты же говорил за день отписать.
Finding Kai, Luo King now finally arriving. Gets that one final bullet across to put down T1's IGL, but the time is just not on his side. Paint shells to further delay. And at this point, he has to know the round is basically over. Needs to pull off some absolute heroics, but Izu doesn't skip a beat. Swoops in right when he was needed. That's T1.
А чё мне надо заявки указать?
This is quite an interesting round. I thought Trace playing this pretty nicely. This combo with the Razor Vines in the walls completely bamboozles T1, but only Sylvan pays the price for it. Buzz is quick to react, to get up on top of the box, to provide some cover fire, and then back right off. Take that trade and get out. Stacks here winning a tough fight. Kai, just a little bit off the mark. Seems like Trace fairly rattled. We're going to try one last desperate timeout to see if they can string some rounds together. Again, even if you're not winning this map, it's so crucial to find some round wins, to get yourself back in the game, to get yourself mentally more into things, to get that confidence flowing again that Trace so desperately needs.
And we saw it from that outset.
Just тайм-аут, я не понимаю, нахуя его брать?
Was that flame snuffed as T1
блядь.
pull off an eco round in the second. It
Долбоёбы, бля.
Trace has not been able to recover since then.
Truly. And to be fair, some of the moments have just been straight up hero plays from T1.
Только мой бомбил его или всех в команде?
And you're not having your heroes step up for Trace Esports. Kai's having an okay map, but Fung has been...
так давай сделаем, бля, я думал всех надо.
He's had a few impressive moments, a cool showstopper. Bianca, who was your top fragger against G2, has been widely kept in check. Heibei struggling, Low King in particular, having a real hard time on that Omen. Not something you see very often. Usually Liu King is very consistent.
Yeah.
Какой валик? Про
PUBG
речь.
Я
буду Праги играть в PUBG. Неделя, а потом турик сыграю, все. Праги на стриме будут проходить все, без задержки. Так что, вам интересный контент?
Is this the beginning of the end here on Lotus? 4v5, Spike already planted some players nearby. Bianca able to note one. There's that close right, but now there's a shorty waiting for him, but he won't even get the meat at Sylvan. Takes his head clean off, and there you have it. In the blink of an eye, it all comes down.
Первый есть.
13-3, T1.
That is
off this series in such a huge way.
That is a statement game from T1. Definitely not going out quietly. They have punched back in a big way.
That they do. Trace now needing to recover once again with Haven. T1's map pick on the horizon. We'll see you guys after the break.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again. And come right back.
guys, Jenna and Mika here, and we have Autumn of T1. Now, Autumn, can you give us some insight as to the switch over to Sylvan? What does he bring to the table?
감독님, 오늘 실반 선수가 선발로 뛰게 됐는데요. 특별한 이유가 어떤 걸까요?
사실 뭐 자세한 이야기는 나중에 기회가 되면은 해드릴 수 있을 것 같고, 일단 저희가 할 수 있는 말은 선수들 모두 그리고 T1에 있는 모든 사람들이 이기기 위해서 최선을 다하고 있기 때문에 그런 결정이라고 생각해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Hopefully we get to talk about this and I tell you the real answer later on into the tournament. But for now, what I can say at the moment would be the fact that we're trying everything, our best to make sure that we win and perform very well.
Well, looking forward to that. Congratulations on that first map and best of luck.
It's a great start for T1 in this elimination match. They lead dominantly 1-0. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here once again with Mimi and Ender. It's crazy how dominant that was because I don't even feel like we got to see, we even got into the map properly and T1 all of a sudden won.
Yeah, from the get-go, T1 are feeling absolutely on top of the world. I mean, this is a team that needed some energy to be reinvigorated for them. And you can see in the reaction right here, they're feeling great next to each other. Izu in the server as well was completely dominating round and round.
Yeah, absolutely lights out from him. T1 looked so confident this game. They played the comp that I'm shocked they didn't pick into this map last time they played because they were dominating A lobby every time. They were winning every retake. The rounds they built off the ults, it just all looked excellent from T1.
I'm glad you mentioned Izu because let's take a look at this HyperX reflex moment of the day.
Oh, this is so good.
Yeah, there was a few very, very nice ones, but this in particular, Ender seems to have impressed me.
Yeah, I mean, he drops back into Baby here. It's a 2v3, and Soba's nowhere near in this fight. Gets that first kill, and then dodges the paranoia. Double headshot when they swing like that.
How does he get to?
Читера показывает.
Like, he is full running, lucks his way into the first headshot. And
It's
then
just literally three.
Да не, это пиздец.
it literally was a flick.
Yeah, it was a transfer.
I thought he was moving.
Yeah, no.
That's how fast it was.
He's
It
actually
looked like
just
he was moving.
insane. And
Do you think he
That's
meant that? Did he
ridiculous.
mean that? Was it an accident?
No, that was real.
No, when I watched this, I thought it was an accident. I watched it slow down. I think that was legit.
I mean, look at this guy. 300 ACS on the Cypher. By the way, that wasn't his only multi-frag. He had a
200
4K
дамагов
over
за раунд.
the C-site on defense too.
Охуеть.
It's crazy.
This to me is like T1.
Почти в раунде он полтора чела убивал.
Korean super team conceit showing us rounds like that.
Yeah, and also not just the individuals,
Да, на
but
Cypher.
the team play, the ultimate usage are all great.
Yeah, they have this really interesting comp. We talked about how it helps them fight for a lobby control, but what they also have is a lot of these ultimates that do such a good job of supporting the team from across the map. In this round, the Rebel fight goes wrong. They lose the opening fight, but then Stax is popping his ult, combined with the decay coming in from that Yoru. And there was another cool one here.
The foam from the ISO. But
The decay, thank you.
It's all good. It's all good. But honestly, yeah, and then you have like Meteor pulling players off the site when it comes to retakes. All of those combos just coming into really excellent effect for sure.
This is one of the reasons why you guys were so scared for Trace, right? The map pool just looks so good for T1 because Haven is up next.
Yeah, I mean, and look, T1 are playing a similar comp over on Haven with even more ways to be able to combo ultimates because they've got a Yoru into the mix as well. So that also ends up dominating with the Sobol parent.
Yeah, and that was Trace's map choice. They chose to go into this abyss, or oh my gosh, excuse me, that Lotus is map number 1, and you can't help but feel like that has gone very, very wrong. Losing in such dominant fashion, now going into another stronghold for T1 where they play into these double duelist comps is a real tough spot for China's number 2.
I wonder if they're also just still a little bit nervous, you know? They were playing a very similar way as we saw against G2, but this is the thing about the comp that T1 run. Everyone knows that they do this. Many teams run this comp as well, and there has to be an answer that Trace can pull out for the ISO Yoru stuff.
I think it has to come with
да?
a little bit. Like he was 1 in 5 in opening fights in that last map, right?
Так можно тебе делать?
Deficit nearly every single round. Like if you
Да, блядь, шатапнитесь про этот фильм, никогда в жизни не вспоминайте, все. Ну давай, хочешь поиграем, нихуя?
Hey guys, Mika and Vera here, and we have Destroyer of Trace Esports. So, Destroyer, I wanted to ask about Haven. That's coming up, and it's a map that you have avoided. So
Это нормально будет, как экскурсовод будешь. Бля, вы за сколько сольете вторую карту? За 13.5 или за 13.4? Ну, мы планировали слить пистолетку. Нет, может быть, ладно, мы ее возьмем. Но фулэка мы сольем, конечно же. Он снова сделает ебанутое ТП, блядь. Долбоёбы, блядь.
Well, okay, thank you very much and good luck.
Good luck,
I
реально.
wonder if that specific training has anything to do with maybe moving away from the neon?
Yeah, I don't know. I actually liked the Neon comp when they were running it regionally. I think it is something that is a little off-kilter. It enables some of their players individually, but a lot's viable on Haven right now. You have comps like T1s, you have even like Teo ideas on this map, you have Yoru ideas on this map, and they are a team that's known to cook stuff up.
Yeah, and truthfully, they've had a lot of time, but we haven't seen Trace really making large changes outside of like the one agent here or there over on Abyss when they added in the second smoke. So I'm kind of unsure whether or not they're going to be making larger shifts.
But this is a
уже все full.
position for Trace to be.
Ёбаный рот.
Really took champions by storm, made big upsets there, went on a run to defeat EDG in China, and now with their life on their line, they have something new.
You say something new. This is the oldest comp in the book.
А где Тео?
That's very true. That's very true, and we'll see. I mean, they do love Kai to have him over on the jet for them, so I'd like to see him maybe get a little bit more involved. I think he's gonna have a real tough challenge against him because the Yoru ISO comps are all about isolating the duels, fighting them, especially once we move over to Trace on the defending side.
And we finally get to see Buzz on that Yoru. He hasn't really had an opportunity to play it yet, and for people that haven't seen him play on this map before, it is fantastic.
Yeah, he's incredible. His coordination with Meteor is on point, but this all comes down to Trace. They've only won 14 rounds this tournament. They gotta show us who they are.
They do, and if they want to avoid elimination of Kilios and Paperthin, they have to win out this map right here, right now.
Я понял.
Have to win out this one, have to take this to 30, and then win from there. The odds stacked against them. We'll see, though, if that training that Trace's coach was talking about can be brought to light, if that can be brought to the surface. Or T1 are just going to form their way through a very breezy 2-0.
Yeah, this has been a tough map for Trace Esports, and somewhat tough for T1. They lost to Gen G pretty handily in the lower finals on this map. Should have beaten DRX in the upper finals on it, but were it not for some heroics from Flashback,
проходили 8 раз плей-офф из 9, охуеть. Нормальный результат.
Widely been avoiding this map. They played Billy, lost to them. And of course, you never want to play this map against EDG.
Oh, the spawn out. Meteor puts up the shield, tucks back, stun does come across, but the smoke there to obfuscate. King, however, trying to, but now Buzz pinching in from long, finds one. Spike just going to be swarming its way down through sewer, but King's cut off from the rest of his team.
Алло, у вас Оман в подвале. Похуй на жизнь. Понял. Она у меня придурок играет или что? Ебаю саму продал. Нет, так на Омне могут в спину сейчас челов убить. Как он вообще за кости дал? Что за хуйня? Вот. Как Юрик вообще прибежал на эту сторону?
Meteor off guard, and in this case, Buzz is in prime position to capitalize off of Trace having to try to deal with those players.
Почему чел берет скаута, не аутлоу? Он что, ебла? Почему скаута, не аутлоу? Они даже бомбу не поставили. Я рыбалку очень люблю. Даже скорее не на спинг, а просто. Короче, раньше в детстве у меня в рыбалке, знаете сколько, если мы были бы в стиме, где-то 7К часов. Но я уже очень давно не был, очень давно. Я бы сходил, наверное, с кайфом. Раньше, начиная вот лет с 7, я по КД ходил.
In from behind. Self over towards A lobby. Swung the corner now, out of window. Might just be able to gun them all down.
Какие 20 часов? У меня только в стиме сколько, блядь?
Multiple shots now, starting to ring through, just fishing here with a hip fire. Easy's gonna be able to find a third. King taken down, back-to-back 4Ks.
Big Boss Balance, shut up.
For Izu, 2 rounds for T1.
Yeah, I love this bend but don't break style from T1. They give up some space intentionally. and they make sure that they're not giving those classics the right ranges to really do some right-click damage. Instead, finding those moments to step in with those bulldogs. Sylvan in particular finding a great opener. He looks really sharp to me here today. Obviously, probably has something to prove coming back in for this T1 team. You know, you and I know what Sylvan can be like at his best. He's a very, very good player. Back on those WGS teams where he was a clutch machine. Haven't really seen it at the tier 1 level yet.
Yeah, I'm talking, you know, 3-4 years ago.
Не знаю, попробуй написать. Хули тебе терять-то уже. На что лучше один стрик полить?
But that consistency, that comfort hasn't come through. Seems like he has been chomping at the bit here to get back on stage so far. Rock steady performance in that first map, as well as what little we have seen of Haven so far.
Sylvan tucked around the corner in garage here, setting up for the paranoia. He's got some help from Easy.
Бля, если я так в ранге сяду, меня прошьют 10 из 10. Я вот так в ранге сяду, я вам клянусь, меня 10 из 10 прошьют там.
And Sylvan will be able to find one, looking able to go ahead and take down Meteor Stacks. He's trying to hold his ground and will do so. Not a 4K this time, but another 3-piece for Izu. As T1 convert the bonus.
This just feels like a hard read from T1. Expecting garage pressure. Haven't really felt a lot of it so far in this map. Just thought, well, this is the way that they try to punish on their anti-bonus, and it's just so good. It's great timing, great coordination there. That's something T1 has looked a lot sharper with today. Obviously, the individual skill starting to shine for this Korean squad. Put the one-way up on top of the door.
Да.
Even thought about it. Yeah.
Double tap shield out. Meteor gets the headshot.
И погнал в миду. Ну нет, тут люди может поебать на матч. Ну как в ранге, чел как в ранге бегает, похуй.
Heybe corralled into the corner, the Singer able to find one. The swing out though, and he just doesn't know which way he needs to look. Damn near flawless. T1 continue on their merry way.
And this is one of these things about the ISO that obviously Meteor, a tremendously talented player. We know that. He's won a Masters. We've seen what he can do at his best. But he's so accurate and he's so quick to reset. And against an eco as well. That's a really powerful thing to have, that extra shield. You know, even against the Stingers. Very tricky. There's a wry smile.
Ну, халявный кафик был, да, надо было ловить. Мы же даже вчера с Пахмом говорили. Я просто когда увидел, как T1 с Виталий играет, я понял, что они очень хорошо тоже играют, просто Витки на другом уровне. А так T1 сражались очень достойно. Тихуя спросил, я не настолько шарю. А когда я шарил, уже сколько времени-то прошло? Что за вопросы вообще? Подозрительные.
You're looking at your big stars. You're looking at Fung, you're looking at Kai, especially Kai on that jet, having the opportunity to switch over to Duelist again on an agent he is extremely talented at. I have seen him take over maps. He's very good with the op, he's very good with the Blade Storm. Get into those situations, he can do some real damage. The concern I have here for Trace is you're going up against two difficult that T1 is going to have in their back pocket. You're going to have the neural theft, you're going to have the kill contract. So T1 can play that bend but don't break style again.
Именно сама рыбалка, не сидеть бухать там и так далее. Именно сама рыбалка, это чит. Может, я там научился такому терпению, потом в кустах по 7 часов сидеть Дейзи. Мне кажется, я с детства всегда такой терпеливый был.
Work from there, but Izu 8-0 right now has been absolutely electric on that Cypher, locking down that C site. They're going to make a try at A. This is Buzz territory, and Stacks work really well in coordination with that utility. Kind of keep track of all the movements.
And crash back here onto the A site. Buzz looking for the swing in, gets the headshot onto Kai, but
малыш Buzz, блядь.
Does go ahead, answer one's back. Stacks now just tucked away here at Sewers. Sylvan offering up some smoke to try to stem the flood. Stacks does manage to find one here on the lurk, but Quite a bit of damage.
Хорошо.
That's huge.
33. As here comes the grab. Meteor up beyond here. Double tap shield in play.
Хорошо.
Second shot finds it. Repops the double tap. Spike now planted. The push down stacks. Unaware of this coming his way. Ends up falling. Hebe able to find one. Now it all comes down to Meteor. Coming over into the corner. The shield still at the ready. Forced away by the aftershock. The double tap about to expire.
Ну и чё, без шансов.
So the drop down and can't
Хотя шансы у него были, если бы он навелся.
find it. Trace get themselves online here in round number 5.
That just feels like kind of a call to
Уже
just go
беременна,
away,
ничего не
try to
запомнил.
see if
Заебали
they
с
can
этим
avoid
фильмом, все
a
забудьте
buzz
его.
and stacks over there a little bit overwhelm them, and it just barely works.
После матча, не знаю,
And it's a
подумаю.
good re-clear of space by Low King to come around this backside and catch stacks off guard. That really breaks things open. That reduces the angles that those players on site have to worry about. They know where the last couple are, especially Meteor since he had used that kill contract.
Да, давай Голден в 3 подъезжай. На вокзал в 3 подъезжай. Я взял билет уже.
From Trace Esports in that round. Buzz has an op though.
So does Kai.
Ну да, что-то хуёво поспал.
Buzz has been noted.
They're gonna hold that angle.
Охуеть.
Back over.
А почему так долго? Что, настолько огромное озеро?
Trying to see if he can spot anything, and as he swings out, they can confirm the operator and confirm that Buzz is dead. Great opening kills here for the side of Trace.
See if Meteor can find a timing.
Mm.
Get that shield up and see if he can absorb one of those shots.
Swing into it. Kai puts him down. Operator.
Здорово. Вот так сейчас Савиком распикивает. Третий, да? Здорово.
Stacks just trying to go for the wide swing out, and Kai just a little bit faster than he had anticipated.
Здорово. Вот они китайские шашки начались, блядь.
Trace very well poised to get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, this is just exactly what you needed from Kai. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Trace Esports. Needed that hero to step up. He has answered the call in spades.
30 seconds left.
Gonna get a little info from the cam, but looks like
it's confirming we don't want to go over there.
Yeah, well, they've already grabbed the op, so at this point it should just be a save for the last two members of T1. And I think for T1, let's see what Stacks and company have in order for this next coming round. They've got some time to talk about it, of course, so
yeah,
take a little bit of a timeout. Got to figure out how to deal with that op. Maybe go back to something we saw like early in the pistol round where you're throwing some of that util up into A lobby to try to contest that position. You know, if he wants to come long, that's fine. You know, Izu can use his util to kind of get a better read on the positions as they make their way through. But really, that op battle comes down to that long A fight, being able to control that territory. Just a really nice read from Trace Esports. Get the spot on the Buzz and just lock him out. Buzz never really got the feel that there would be a counter op on the other side of him. So, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Yeah, surprise play working a treat. Trace getting their first back-to-back victories so far of the series. How many more do they have? That's going to be the question. For now, economy still going to be quite strong.
Онежская? Что-то слышал такое. Такая вода как будто есть, не?
Filthy.
Right through the corner. Looks like they will be able to force up another operator here. A bit more in reserve. Still, these ultimates available to them.
Че, играть будем?
They're just going to kind of leave this area open. They'd send a vulnerable to try to just put some pressure. Fake showing a little bit of presence there towards long A. They're not going to challenge it.
Ну чё, матч за 3 месяца всегда как разогрев были. Нормальная тема.
China VALORANT in a nutshell.
Тоже сильные команды. Как считай, третий полуфинал смотришь. Нормальная тема.
Setting up this gate crash. Everybody here from Trace getting set up to attack this A site where, for the moment, it's only Stacks on its lonesome. Reinforcement's going to be a world away, but they're...
А чё там, Фалькон в финале?
Buzz puts the mask on. Dimensional drift now in play. Jumps up over the top, spots out damn near everyone.
Ебануться, бля.
Where does he exit? He's running out of
Они
time.
вроде как будто хуёво играли.
Not a second to spare. As the hit onto the A side gets ready to come to the Kai, up and over, gets revealed, takes a lot of damage. Tail wins over towards Sewer's side. Oh! Pushes forward.
Ебать.
That headshot, that must have been one hell of a flick. There's another play right here in front of him.
Что происходит, блядь?
Sneaks back in with a shorty in hand. will be able to just shut
Понял.
this down. Flawless from T1. Replay right now.
Там Ника в прайме.
What did I just witness?
Тут бас в прайме.
The dimensional drift into the play. There's a vulnerable that comes out. He sends the fake out in front of him. That is a ridiculous shot. He flashed around that angle. Insane stuff from Buzz.
Yeah, okay, with Meteor, I don't care. I need to see Buzz.
Yeah, poor Bianca trying to find Buzz. Buzz sends out another beautiful flash. Tremendous play on that Yoru.
On his feet once again. Started off the series that way. It seems like he wants to end it that way as well. What a round from Buzz.
That's a heartbreaker. Takes the op away from Trace.
Up and over they come. It's Kai to be hunting a target. Sylvan blinded up. TP's in the corner. Ends up getting shut down. Izu trying to find his way out of the corner, and Platt cannot do so. Ends up falling to the aftershock.
Хуёвые размены.
2v3.
Сука.
Stacks and Buzz. Eternal duo. And they pull it off.
Там что успелось?
Right there. Platt now going to be cleared out. Same with the recon. Nothing spotted.
Да ну нахуй, блядь.
Able to find Hebe. Sova showdown. Just drones available on either side. Hunter's Fury as well, which gives Bianca a massive advantage.
Ну долго, у него же ульти есть, бро.
Tap this, trying to at least bait some of the util out as he sees the drone. I'll give him all the info that he needs, and I think Stax is now assessing whether or not it's worth trying to play this one out. Could just double back, go for the operator, but will at least get a
Душил
confirmation
ебано.
as the Hunter's Fury comes through. He wants the kill, he wants to try to take everything from them. He will be able to do so. Gets the elimination, gets rid of the ultimate, but cannot get the win. Trace.
Астраль совел этот камбэк.
Not much that Stax can do in that situation.
Пиздец, блядь.
No
Ну
opportunity.
вчера, по-моему, да, там?
Really push that space. Great diligence by Bianca.
Как люди такое дали.
Drone first to get the spot, to get the info.
Там все, наверное, уже бабки читали, блядь.
Things are falling apart really quickly. Good aftershock again. Very impressed with Hebe on this breach. He's had a couple really nice moments, especially with those aftershocks. Do some damage in these rounds. Sylvan though, is left on.
Как будто если учила на Лангену, ты не прав, бро. Так вот, мы даже в ранке недавно, я что так чела наебал. Типа ты с ультой специально идешь куда-то в упор, понял? Или в спину. Потому что типа чел видит, что у тебя ульта, ты вот типа этим наебываешь. Так часто наебывают. Так что то, что он чекал гараж, это вполне нормально. Охуенно. Первый фраг его такой, иди нахуй.
Phenomenal from him.
Def now getting the ping out. Identifying that Stax widely alone. This Meteor sets up the shield. Drone comes out. Still getting pinged. Meteor gonna just try to fight his way out of this position here. It's the grab, wall falls, gets the headshot, looking to be taken down, double tap, refreshed. Everybody else disconnected now, away from this B site. The defuse getting started, the ping revealing. I'm not sure if they've noticed this, but Kai's still able to find one. Bianca finding another. The defuse, however, is just being
Хорошо.
It gets away from him, Trace. Start running it back.
Я вот тоже не получил, он добавил, ну, не дал бы им поставить.
Sticks to it. Gets T1 a 6th round win.
That is such a gut punch for Trace. They play this round really, really nicely.
Че, вы доставляли кто-то на кого-то, ребят? После первой карты.
Feng then starts lurking all over the map. It looks like they have a great opportunity, but in the midst of the kill contract, chaos ensues. And somehow, some way, T1's able to just get onto the spike and stick it. The Hunter's Fury probably creating some space there, sure. Not exactly.
He got it to half, got off, and then got back on it.
Not sure what
Фору не знаю.
Getting lost in all of the confusion and all of the chaos.
Ну, Тиван уверенно очень смотрится.
It feels like Trace should have been just one round away.
That corner he's in. That is such an annoying position.
He's tucked in with a Vandal drone. However, will identify rolling that are now going to be crashing through. Actually, yeah, TP's into it, and Kai just massacres the rest. Stax and Meteor could not get out. Kai just tears them apart. Buzz at the ready, sending the flash, dropping down, catches them on a timing, but not much more to be done here, it would seem, as Izu now in a 1v4.
Кай, да.
Kai ready to greet just around the corner. Spots the first, finds it. Izu. 3 swings in, and this time will not be allowed to perform miracles. Trace continue to rally back. Keep it contentious. 2 rounds separating now, with 2 more to be played.
That really looked like to me that T1 had a read on the Rolling Thunder. Just a spacing mishap. Oh, the catch and the updraft onto the box. Bianche's util caught him as they were trying to escape. Insane coordination there from Trace Esports. That's basically round over. It's going to be a timeout from T1 now. Try to stabilize. They've already got 6 on this defender's side. Would love to eke out a few more. Some ults to talk about, another dimensional drift from Buzz, but I mean, this is just coming down to who can catch who off guard, who's got that better read on that round. A couple combos of the util, knock a few players out, and it seems like that's the round over for one side or the other.
First timeout call of the series so far here from T1. Haven't had much need or want to have to intervene, but clearly Autumn not enjoying how some of these rounds have both gotten away from them and how they've gotten some of those rounds, because a hero stick, not necessarily something you want to be relying on.
Somehow we've seen quite a few of those.
Yeah.
This event.
Yeah, DRX pulling off quite a many few of them.
I think Leaf had one on Pearl. It's
yeah.
It has been one of those events, but now you're on a weaker bye for the first time here as T1. Finally running dry as 4 out of the last 6 have gone to Trace Esports. Pretty curious what they want to do. You know, you can see some of the ideas for both sides coming to fruition. Some good change-ups, good map awareness. Buzz is going to try to get way ahead of this push.
Да, сильно. Ну, ценя большая, в последнее время закатали тоже берут. Но я думаю, в данном матче T1 должны выебать в атаке. Ну, у них, понимаешь, 2 дулика, тем более. Сейчас будут носиться под собой, под паранойю. А так, в последнее время тут команда часа, кто тоже много берут. Вообще, ну, по дефу крутая карта. Говорю, в данном матче как раз T1 будут ебать в атаке, я думаю. Даже если сейчас 6-6 будет, поебать вообще.
Kai goes up and over the top. Izu is at the ready, but does get recon pinged out. Now Liu Kang TPing into the back of sight. He can find the headshot, finds himself a second. His stacks will fall. You're forced away, forced to reroute. Now so very low, just 20 HP remaining as Sylvan will also get dropped. Buzz now clearing out the trip. They're well aware of this position. With the high-low. Seems near impossible for him. Pot shots. Goes for a little bit of a wide swing out. Planted. Finds that kill. Meteor now, last one to fall. Timeout call here from T1. Not going to be delivering an eco win. Trace.
Это камбэк стучится. Но я не стал открывать, сказал один нахуй отсюда. Это камбэк стучался. Я сказал один нахуй отсюда. А что значит реклама? Я не, ну... Я как бы рекламлю, но чисто от себя. Потому что есть у чела реально прикольные ковры. Почему бы мне не сказать?
From Trace Esports. Taking a page out of Mako's book from what we've seen in this event there. TP up on the box, TP back. Use that Sova drone to give you that info. It's going to be another op for Buzz. This final round has a dimensional drift as well. This time though, I mean, Izu in garage. And they're just leaving the C site to the Cypher util.
2 HP.
Fast, and they catch both trips.
Yep. Clear it out. Cam getting a tag on a 1. Cyber Cage is now popped. Izu just kind of dancing around, re-peeks it. Meteor, however, going to be taken down. Izu now striking, finding 1. Looking noted there, back flat.
Хорошо.
Still alive, however.
Нехорошо.
As Buzz sends out the dimensional drift. The plane getting ready to come through. 1 player going to be spotted out. Stacks pinging, noting them both. Oh, goes for such a close timing and is able to find it. Moments before looking to get his weapon drawn back out. Buzz now holding the corner of Kai, able to find the headshot. The knife is absolutely instant. Woo! Red Bull clutch from Kai gets us tied up 6-6 and a half.
А что ты нет пишешь, блядь? Больные люди. GDFil заказываю.
Absolutely has. Was present there on Lotus where the rest of the team is not.
Да нет никакого фона, я next матч жду. Мне и так спать хочется, а еще скучная хуйня. Да даже то, что 6-6 поебали, еще в атаку перейдут, просто выебут их.
Red Bull gives you wings.
И чё? Связь тоже не мой кол, блядь.
Far cry from what we were witnessing on that first map. We are now tied up 6-6 at the half. Trace rallying back, coming alive. Can they start this half off right? Can they get that pistol and take us over to that final map?
It's going to be tough. This is generally the better side of the map for T1. With this comp, they went 8-4 against Talon, 7-5 against DRX, 5-7 against Gen G, but then they went 0-6 on their defender side, so it didn't go so good there, but this is generally where they're going to be doing their damage, where they're going to be finding those combos, where they're going to be able to TP into sight, hit you with a bunch of util, hit you with some timings that make things really, really challenging. Obviously with that double tap leading the way, sometimes makes it so hard for opponents to know when they can challenge a fight and when they can't. Things like that really come into play here, but for Trace Esports, they started to come alive. A lot of it is on the back of Kai, who once he gets that off in those blades,
Шапистик без шансов для T1. Эко, бонус. 10-6. Смотрим.
Sheriff in hand isn't going to challenge the long A angle. Instead, going to try to push his way through short. Meanwhile, it's a B hit for T1.
Smoke into that C connector, double peek over towards A, but Punk going for a timing, he's able to find one.
Ну что на базе, приколист? Да фона нет. Зарезать. Ты чё, вообще? Блядь, долбоёб.
That would have been devastating to the mental state had he missed that one, but now forward, dash forward I should say, Kai able to find one, but
фона нет, пацаны, я вам сказал. Пошел дальше спать.
Mo's down 2. T1 get themselves a third pistol win in the series.
Tremendous patience from Stax. Maybe a little too much there at the end, but it worked. It's fine. It's still a great idea. The way he plays that off the rip. Eats the stun, sticks in the smoke.
Фора карт 1,5, значит что, 2-0, да. Значит, что они выйдут 2-0. Даже.
Don't call anybody out. Didn't quite get that bad. But for a second, there was some scares.
Какие 7-7, блядь, забудь.
Trading immediately off the first kill and then being a bit of a bait.
Исхуял ты.
We're on the other side of the site.
Я говорю, 10-6 будет счет.
Gonna make a quick push in towards C. B though has a camera to check for this push out.
Пришлось не открыть.
Towards the ramp.
Да,
It's gonna be a
попиздите.
fallback here for Trace Esports. See if they try to push the tempo a bit.
Issue is one player that has a weapon that can do a little bit of damage. That Marshall. As Kai's still going to be working his way across the map. Buzz does get taken down. Maybe just strafing forward into the smoke. Gets himself a third as someone runs out of bullets. Recovered Vandal. As now Stax is dead.
Что происходит, блядь?
Coming up with 3 and Kai.
Как сейчас вандалом
Still
оказался?
hasn't even arrived. The spike
Алло,
is
ёбки.
Izu swooping around will know. Should know. This just leaves the garage.
Получила вандал, блядь. Кто нафидел, сука?
Just the sheriff in hand. Odds certainly stacked against him as tries to jump up into the window, but it's gonna
Долбоёбы, блядь.
Getting himself a 4-piece as Trace doing to T1 what T1 did to them at the start of Lotus.
Absolutely, this is kind of Trace Esports calling card. They're really good in ecos. They have been for a long time. And not just against EDG, who is notorious for throwing against ecos, but they're very, very good in these scenarios. And it's the timing that they use here to push through to the site. And they catch T1 a bit off guard. T1's pushing into smokes when they really shouldn't be. You know that they're going to have close range utility there, or at the, you know, they're right-clicking with classics. They just kind of walk into those smokes and pay the price. Great stuff by TE, though, to get ahead of that plant, to never even let it come through. It's a couple sheriffs and a guardian. The only buy-ups for T1 on this round. Meanwhile, even Outlaw for Kai. Right here. Assault rifles the rest of the way through. Bit of a, yeah, I was gonna say, Stax is in trouble. Meteor.
Flushed out Meteor.
Давай исправляй ситуацию.
Double tap.
Дёргбан.
Available, forced away there by the fault line. Buzz making some noise. Paranoia gonna be sent his way. Jumps across the opposite side. King spawning up with these players. Dodges the Paranoia, steadies the aim. Find one, but Buzz with that sheriff puts him down.
Бля, там бас Метеор живы. Этот ёбнутый на сайфере. Бля, вообще даже забирать хватит. Сильные челы остались.
Fantastic coordination though. Again, Sylvan leading the charge. Buzz able to tuck into the other side.
Two players with just basically no HP here. Stiff breeze would knock Buzz and Meteor down to the floor.
They got those upgrades.
Here on this flank is there's a swoop in the headshot going to be found. Meteor tucks back around the corner, sends out the wall, rushes, sees one on the right, swoop in Kai. That second shot able to connect. You know Buzz's position, but Izu's gotten rid of Hebe. The jump in, the shorty will get the connection, but the time is just not really there. Kai, he'll just play for the kill, but he's not going to have it. Thrifty coming through from T1 off the back of getting thriftied. I feel like I'm casting Genji from last year.
This is just a wild back and forth on this map. You can sense
Как будто я бы на Кая в другой бы команде посмотрел.
In a way. I mean, this map hasn't been horrible for T1, but it hasn't been great. It has been widely avoided by Trace Esports. It's just some great teamwork that gets him over the line. It's some really good individual play. Meteor there, getting the kill and then backing off immediately. Izu found a great time. Step in, find a kill. But it's that pick they find early to get a rifle into hand. And being able to carry those into that site.
But Kai on a bit of a walkabout trying to find somebody caught unawares, but T1 right now are dialed in. King looking like he's going to try to do the same, but Sylvan has his sights turned back over towards the garage. He fully anticipates it, reads it beautifully. The kill comes in, the shock dart not deep enough. Meteor pushes up into smoke, finds beyond K. Now position is confirmed. Swing out, and that's going to be a flawless here for T1. Once again, separating themselves away from Trace. Up by 2 rounds, looking to hit double digits.
Great anticipation here. Expecting Kai to get aggressive. Meteor's right there, ready and waiting. Double tap available. They're just doing a great job pushing and pulling together here. Sylvan watching the
доливку, да? Я уже все, что поставил, сходил.
For T1, sometimes it's just the fundamental things that they really need to do well to kind of beat their opponent. There's so much talent, there's so much firepower on this squad. If they're just generally it's going well. A lot of what they do isn't necessarily based on big set executes or things like that. Sure, they've got that on Lotus to control that space, but it's like the combo plays, the two-player plays that really set T1 apart. That's something they've been doing pretty well here, especially on this map so far. It's been a lot of the coordination that's been getting them some of these rounds. You know, Trace has punched back as best they can. Kai has been heating up, but still, T1 is resilient. They're hanging in there.
Now, one away from hitting that double-digit figure. You mentioned it. deadly this attacker side can be for T1. I mean, at a glance, makes a hell of a lot of sense. You look at the two people at the top of the boards. It's double duelist. This is where they're going to thrive.
Exactly. And now you've got a kill contract. So now you can kind of take your time, work out the map a little bit, see if you can find that target, isolate that player on C is kind of generally what T1 likes to do with this kill contract. They want to isolate whoever's anchoring that site, and then just try to get the free plant and get the long distance post plant set up.
Thought that you got it, but camera didn't take, so has to just improvise a little bit. Sends him backpedaling, giving up quite a bit of space here on the site. And put it out. Feels not to be 30 seconds here. Grab on Ball's falling. Fung wins it out.
Хорош мидер, долбоёб.
Hasn't been the cleanest map for him so far, but that kill is huge, as are those.
Хорош мидер, хорош.
He can now spike planted, but stacks now. Look here in the site as Izu tries to lurk forward. Smoke dissipating, catches a glimpse, but Fung arrives from garage and absolutely dominates the round, start to finish.
Such an important win there in that kill contract. Completely changes the dynamic of that. And Bianca finds 2 on the backside.
Посмотрим.
Nice work with that Phantom.
Вот так чел убивает. Охуенно. Охуенно, вот так чел убивает. Ну да, не читал.
I mean, this is just a brawl.
Yeah.
It's who can outdo who.
Yes, this should do.
You know, Trace Esports has kind of just said, let's just go at them. Let's just throw them everything we've got. Our tournament life is on the line. Let's go out with a bang if we're going to go out.
Да нет у меня фон никого.
Straight on both sides. Dimensional drift now coming through. Buzz just chasing forward. Just a glimpse of one. Wants to make sure that that sewer is going to be cleared here. Drone now coming out. Oh, he's just going to jump out right.
Бля, обожаю то, что так делает, когда сама дронит. В него входишь просто и все.
By now arriving. Updrafts over top of the trip. Camera here in sewer. Should be able to catch a glimpse, provided that Izu's actually toggling it, but now Buzz is finding another one. I'm going to be taken down. Side to side here with the camera. There's the ping reveal. Stacks. Not a lot of time to try to react to it. Kai comes away with that elimination. Meteor going to be taken down off screen as well as being able to find one. Paranoia going to be sent through. So the Hell tucks back, but Buzz is taking over. Not going to be rewarded with an ace.
Долбоёбы.
Tries to bail it out, but he doesn't know Izu's position. No one had caught a glimpse. And he is there to save T1 in this round.
Arigato.
Once again, up by 2.
Naruto.
It's just the little things there for Trace Esports. That early pick on the Bianca, thought he was safe, thought he was far enough back that he could drone. The whole time they're playing to give up sight and play for retake. And you can see their retake is good, the timing, the coordination there. Kai is just a step ahead of where T1 expects him to be when they check that cam. And Stax is already too far down the ramp where he's in a bad spot. He gets caught out. Back over to Kai, who's got knocked out. They're gonna be able to check it with the drone. Good piece of work there. Buzz has to TP out.
He's just gonna let Meteor refill that space. The aggression is catching them off guard. Skate Crash now coming through into the back, the Paranoia there. Buzz takes the TP forward, Hunter's Fury gets the ping reveal.
Если тебе отправили это видео, значит ты скоро забеременеешь. Поздравляю тебя. Дай Бог, дай Аллах, чтобы в твоей жизни произошла эта долгожданная беременность. Если ты готова это принять, пиши аминь. Да будет.
Долбоёбы. Ну не дай бог.
To get them this round win. Both players full HP, full shields. He's down to 46.
Сова хуёво стоит.
The whole way through. Has some isolated fights.
Он не успеет Сайфер разменять.
But Izu
Ладно.
has just been on the money here today.
That one, I really thought Bianca was gonna have a shot with T1 giving him the isolated fights like you mentioned. Literally what I was just thinking, what a creative play there to use the TP to bait for Meteor. You can just walk in, the double tap activated. And Buzz holding the back line there. Even though he goes down to Bianca. This one right here, ooh, that's good. Ooh, that's good. But set up positions, yeah, Sai could feel the pressure mounting for Trace.
That's kind of the problem, is that this map here, so many of these rounds, including the previous two, close but no cigar, just can't quite get through that last player or two. Dimensional Drift already online here for Buzz. Spotting out a hell of a lot here now, just keeping in behind over at Hell. Kai up.
Buzz же только недавно улетел, нет?
Shut him down, stems the bleeding. Keeps him in with a shout. The jump peak.
Buzz же только недавно улетел.
Paranoid out.
Micro movement here, so good from Kai.
Okay, able to find that one. Needs to flick here on a Meteor. Meteor able to find two. MK still alive, still dancing around the box, but Meteor and Izu keep them.
Бля, я такой отец ставок, я не знаю.
God, that would have been such a good round for Trace. You feel confident with Kai. Blades in hand.
Ancient, да хуй знает.
Great TP there.
Может
Great
быть
reaction
чуть-чуть.
from Kai. Then I love the movement to move around that smoke, to dodge the entry from T1. They even get a kill off the back of it, but then he can't find Meteor. And Meteor just starts breaking him apart. 3K for him. Izu there to clean up. Great aggression off the back of that dimensional.
А вы говорили, я же говорю, в атаку перейдут, выебут, а вы не верили, блядь. Очевидно.
Buzz leading the charge. The kill contract about to come through. It's going to be a grab here on the BNK. It's the weapon.
Я не играл трейн PS2, хотя хотел бы, наверное. Знаете, на чем он похож? На самый первый тренд, который был в CSGO. Не знаю, я король ставок. Хули вам сказать?
T1 persevere. They send Trace home. They send them packing. It's been 1,174 days since the duo of Stacks and Buzz missed out on a playoff when they got eliminated in the group stage, and they say it will not be happening again on this day.
Unbelievable stuff today from T1. The coordination, the execution,
Карту валик самый любимый, даже, блядь, честно сложно сказать.
And Trace really did put up a much better fight on Haven. Obviously, Lotus was all T1 the whole way. And for Trace here, a big round of applause, well-deserved. A team that can do damage. T1, though, this team that was put together to win championships, to win trophies, trying to find their form, trying to find their footing, and this could be the first step towards something even greater.
Oh, I wonder what the sign says.
I don't know. Is it going to be?
What could it be?
Is it going to be?
Oh, Stacks just lost his
bonus. We'll never know now.
Короче, сейчас придумал.
Stacks is Let's just bow. I want to celebrate.
Красавчики, чувак.
We've got to get the bundle. Get the bundle. There it is.
Okay, okay.
I'm shocked.
Who could have guessed?
Yeah.
So save it for the photo op. Let's get the bow in front of the fans first. But they managed to sort themselves out. Fortunately for T1, the coordination in-game was a lot better than it was trying to get the banner. But for the fans here, quite a bit of relief. Neither of these teams today wanted to come into the tournament and walk away winless. Unfortunately for Trace, that is the circumstance. Commiserations to them for their performances. This was a lot better of a rally back compared to what we had seen. They did have at least a contentious map as well in that first series versus G2. But we know that this is not their level. We know that they can play above what they have put on display. And I, for one, am hoping to see Trace back at Toronto, where they can really take that tournament by storm.
Really, I mean, I don't think this is the Trace that we'll be seeing in the future. I think Feng in particular just did not have a good tournament, and that's unusual for him. He's usually a really solid player, was so good in China and kickoff, just can never find his form. And Kai had his moment here on the Jet, but widely on the Vice, he was struggling at times, so still feels like with some of the new meta and the new adaptations that are going on globally, that's something that Trace Esports is going to have to look to going into stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But for T1, a second lease on life of the road, it doesn't really get any easier from here. Gonna have to play another series if they want to be able to qualify, and of course they have to sit back and wait to see who their opponent's going to be.
Yeah. No, it's going to be really difficult for T1, but this was a great confidence builder. This was definitely a moment where they could say, these are our maps. This was our draft. We should be winning this, and you did it rather handily.
Yes, absolutely. The question is, are they going to be given this dream scenario again? I think unlikely. So we need to continue to see some iteration and some development on those other maps, because this was a bit of a gift here for them.
Just Meteor on ISO every map. Just send it. Who cares?
Honestly,
just let it go.
The Abyss comes through. I think you probably just want to play it out and maybe just keep Buzz on Yoru like we're seeing from Hyunmin over on DRX.
Exactly.
Either way, though, we're going to send it down for our Verizon post-match interview and hear some words from the IGL himself, Stacks.
Oh. ขอบคุณมากๆนะครับผม What an amazing crowd ตอนนี้นะครับผมก็มาอยู่กับ Stacks นะครับผมซึ่งผมก็มีคำถามอยู่เหมือนเดิมนะครับ2คำถามเริ่มจากคำถามแรกเลยนั่นก็คือว่าผมเนี่ยสงสัยเหลือเกินว่าทำไมถึงต้องเลือก Haven เนื่องจากว่าประสบการณ์ในการที่เขาเล่น Haven มาเนี่ยอาจจะมีความโครงเคลงอยู่บ้างนะครับแต่ว่าวันนี้เขาดูมั่นใจมากขึ้นและอยากรู้ว่าไปทำอะไรกันมา Alright, Stacks, first of all, congratulations. I would love to start with the first question. And yeah, the first question is pretty much about the second map. I really want to know, and I think a lot of the players did not expect you guys to, pick Haven as well, given the recent performances. Yeah, could you run me through what was going on through the decision making for picking Haven?
승리 축하드리고요. 사실 많은 사람들 그리고 상대 선수들이 T1이 헤이븐을 픽할 거라고 예상하지 못했던 것 같아요. 최근에 약간 흔들리는 모습을 헤이븐에서 보여주기도 했었잖아요. 그래서 헤이븐 픽의 이유가 궁금합니다.
저희의 이제 퍼스트 맵은 이제 항상 헤이븐이라고 생각을 했어서 상대방이 이제 열어준 거에 너무 감사하게 저희가 픽을 당연히 했고요. 저희는 이미 준비가 돼 있었고 그리고 저희는 왜 그렇게 대중들이 생각할지 모르겠지만 저희의 첫 번째 맵은 헤이븐이라고 생각합니다.
제일 강한 게 Haven?
네.
We actually think the Haven is our strongest map. I don't know why people would take that as a surprise. I mean, I do really think and believe in our Haven. And yeah, and also for the first map, we thank Trace for picking it too, because it's one of our strongest maps too.
Oh, alright. ก็สำหรับคำตอบนะครับบอกว่าก็งงเหมือนกันครับว่าทำไมบางคนถึงสงสัยว่าเราถึงเลือก Haven นะเพราะเนื่องจากว่าเรามั่นใจ Haven มากที่สุดแล้วเนาะเช่นเดียวกับแมปแรกเหมือนกันก็งงว่าทำไม Trace ถึงเลือกเป็นแมปที่เลือกไปนะครับเนื่องจากว่าเราก็มั่นใจในแมปนั้นเหมือนกันว่าง่ายๆก็คือมั่นใจหมดนั่นแหละถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียวมาถึงคำถามที่2นะครับผมนั่นก็คือตัวของเขาเองนะสำหรับ Stacks เองเนี่ยรู้สึกว่าเจอทีมจีนทีไรแล้วมาทุกทีเลยอยากรู้ว่าวันนี้เข้ามาแล้วมันส่งผลหรือเปล่ากับการเจอทีมจีนของเขาถึงเพอร์ฟอร์มได้ดีขนาดนี้นะครับผม Leading to the second question, you have always been known to do very, very well against the team from China. So I really wanted to know, in this case, does facing Trace Esports today, does that have any impact on you?
섹스 선수 중국팀한테 안 지잖아요. 오늘 트레이스 e스포츠를 상대할 때 그런 자신감이 좀 많이 도움이 됐을까요?
그렇게 생각해 본 적 없는데 그렇게 얘기를 해서 일단은 처음 알았고요. 그리고 아마도 이제 저를 알고 이제 저희가 스크림에서 많은 이제 이펙트를 많이 줬기 때문에 중국팀 상대로 아마도 거기에서 조금 저희 아우라가 나오는 게 아닐까 생각합니다.
I never actually gave it much thought, but now that I think about it, it comes more from screaming a lot of Chinese teams and us leaving a lot of impact on them. So maybe they're intimidated by us. So that's why I do well against Chinese teams.
Amazing. ก็บอกเลยว่าเอาจริงๆก็เพิ่งรู้เหมือนกันนะว่าแบบมีส่งผลอะไรอย่างนี้ต่อทีมจีนด้วยเหมือนกันแต่ในขณะเดียวกันก็มานั่งคิดดูเขามีการสกรีมหรือการซ้อมกับทีมจีนเนี่ยเยอะมากๆอยู่แล้วนะครับเลยอาจจะฝังลึกลงไปในเหมือนทีมของฝ่ายฝั่งนั้นด้วยเหมือนกันว่าฝั่งเราเนี่ยค่อนข้างน่ากลัว And that would be it for now. Thank you so much, Stacks. Congratulations on the next round. Thank you, Jen, for the translation. And guys, we'll pass it back. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And that is it from the stage.
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
our second elimination match. It's Team Liquid taking on Sentinels. Both teams bounce back in their kickoff runs, but only one will have the opportunity to do it here. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Mimi and Ender. Welcome back, you guys. That first elimination match was a little bit one-sided, but we're expecting things to be a little bit closer in this one.
I'm not gonna lie, production is feeding into the Twitter fan cam girlies with the edit on these arrivals.
That's crazy.
The slow-mo, the jump QT slow-mo.
It was a wild first game, though. Incredibly dominant match coming out from T1. Good to see them bounce back.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think it's sad to see Trace go, right? They had so much more hype coming in and to falter at the end.
I mean, it is sad. We're going to have to send one more team home now. It is going to be even more sad, I feel like. It could be Team Liquid after the way we saw them play against EDG. So talk me through some of the things that you guys saw that you don't want to see again today.
There was some vintage Liquid rounds in this game. There was also a lot of rounds with potential, but I think we got to talk about the stuff that was rough, that ended up losing them this game. Start off on this round, which starts really good idea. They're fighting really heavy towards heaven and then going back into the retake, and then they just miss the suck onto Chichu. Camo's TPing away. He can't run back. I'm thinking of a different round. This is the one where he TPs away and can't fight back in. And then this, I think, is that other one as well.
Yeah, there were so many of these, like, just crazy rounds. I mean, Chichu putting up a fest on him there. But yeah, that's the pull just right on top of the start. It's unfortunate, too, because I thought TL ran a super cool round in that one where they just sent the Yoru in to plant the spike. They're fighting through their Astral up in heaven with a super late flank, and it's just a misplaced star that tosses the round. So it's not like it was just a mess. There was a lot of cool ideas, and sometimes the execution made it slip away.
Yeah, it was the same with Pearl, though, right? Like, they had so many good moments that match, and then they get in the second half, they make a questionable decision to force buy with 3 pistols, and then they lose the chance to close it out.
Well, let's hear what Nats had to say to Mika Fabs ahead of this match.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Nats, the IGL of Team Liquid. Now, Nats, Team Liquid has defied expectations before, like you guys did it at the EMEA kickoff. I'm wondering, where does this resiliency come from within the team, and what enables you guys to just pull through such, unexpected matches and like defy all expectations?
I think we were just making a good decision after the losses, but overall the rest of the boys like when with people is not expecting us to win, but I think they just enjoy around that, but we're just trying our best.
Underdogs can be an advantage, right? Sometimes. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, you heard it from Nats. That's the mentality they had back at kickoff in EMEA as well. And they ended up making a final. The good news is the rookies, Kiko and Camo, had a great debut on this stage against EDG.
Absolutely fantastic, and especially in that first map where they're pushing EDG into multiple overtimes, right? We've seen how good EDG are, so to have these guys come out on the stage, play up against some of Valorant's finest, and absolutely pop off is a great sign for this team.
For Kiko especially, it's great to see him thrive on this stage. Won Ascension 2 years ago, played a whole season with Liquid in 24 that didn't go their way, but I feel like he's really found his own on this roster in 2025, and with Camo also stepping up big time, it made you think that they could have won this game, and they very much could have. It was a close OT. It was a split that was only a few rounds away. If they hadn't lost those key rounds we showed earlier, this could have been a scenario where Team Liquid was off in the 1-0 games, going la-di-da towards the playoffs, but now instead they have to lock in for this lower bracket.
We have seen this before. This is how they managed to make a final back in EMEA. I think it bodes well for them that the rookies were not nervous. The rookies didn't feel the pressure on stage, especially considering for Kiko, and this is his home crowd. He is the only Thai representation. I'm going to put a sock in that because we have a very special content segment we're bringing you guys here because Mimi was joined by Narrate and Kiko for a Thai food taste test. Take a look at this.
Hey there, welcome. I'm Mimi, and I'm here with Sense Narrate and Team Liquid's Kiko, and we're going to be trying out some Thai food today. Got a couple dishes queued up, and pretty excited for this one. I know you were talking about being super excited for your first global event, getting to come to Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be here. I think that, I really like the weather, because in Germany right now, it's snowing. Here's really warm. And I've got family coming to watch me, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, you're half Thai, right? So your mom's going to be here, your family's going to come out and get to do that?
Yeah, and my mom's going to be here for the first game, my grandma and her 3 brothers, my mom's 3 brothers, so it's going to be a lot of people coming to watch me.
All right, we'll keep talking, but I want to dive right into the food. So we're going to give the first one to you guys. This is a stir-fried chicken dish, which I believe is this one for each of you. You gotten to eat much food here yet? No?
Yeah, I can't remember what we had. I think it was like pad kaprao.
Actually?
But
yeah, dive in.
We've eaten like a little bit of Thai food, but we have a habit of just going to get like Japanese food or something, always for no reason.
To be honest, the Japanese food here is really good too. But that one should be a little spicy, good, kind of basic stir fry.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I think that when we first landed here, I was like telling my family, like, the first thing we can eat, I know we're going to eat like some fried chicken. That's not Thai at all. And that's the first thing we did. We went to this Korean place called Bonchon, and we ate like just fried chicken. Everyone wants to eat fried chicken for some reason. No one wants to eat Thai food. I was like, right, whatever.
Nare, for you, this is your kind of second year coming to global events in Valorant. Last year, you were playing against this guy in EMEA. Now you're in NA with Sentinels. You guys get second place for a Sever event. How's it been? What's different playing in NA, playing with Sen versus your year last year with KC?
Well, I mean, obviously the biggest difference is location. Berlin is a very cold city, especially like in the winter. It's very just
dark,
desolate.
Sunset at 4 p.m.
Yeah, it's very dark always. NA and LA is just 70 degrees, all year round. It's just perfect weather for no reason. Like, it's actually annoying like how perfect the weather is there. But like in terms of like teams and stuff, when I went to EMEA, I didn't know a lot of the players. I just kind of was playing. Whereas in NA, I know all the players. I know how they play. I know like their tendencies, and even just like I'm fans of them too.
Sure.
So that's the biggest difference is I'm just playing people I know versus people I didn't.
I want to grab the next dish here. We have a spicier one. This one is a yellow curry dish. If you want to just grab it, you can go ahead and dig it. I'll let you guys finish the other dish after. Let's take a peek at that. It looks pretty good.
Oh, actually, looks good, man.
Do you eat a lot of Thai food at home?
Yeah, my mom's a chef.
Your mom's Thai. Does she cook a lot?
Yeah, she's a chef, so she makes a lot of Thai food, a lot of like Asian sort of cuisines. So yeah, I'm pretty used to all the flavors. Like this one, it's like medium spicy, and I don't feel like it's spicy at all. So I hope this one's a bit spicy.
No.
No? Okay. Maybe it'll be a little harder this one.
I don't even know how to eat this. Like I've never eaten something like this, so.
No?
Well, it's like shrimp. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's like prawns in the curry.
Okay.
Oh no.
I don't even know how I buy this.
A bit of a struggle to get through.
No, yeah, I mean.
All right, we got a spicy dish.
Closer.
I want to ask you, Nare, you've been known to be a little bit of a trash talker on occasion. Do you have any spicy takes, anything for this event?
Everyone is horrible.
Everyone is horrible.
Yes,
yeah,
including us.
You think he's horrible?
Including us.
Yeah,
I mean, this guy's nice. He's too nice with the rock, but everyone is horrible. We're horrible. I mean, to be honest, all the teams are very new.
Sure.
So, like, the quality of games like this tournament will definitely be a lot lower than later in the year. Just
sure,
because
it's kind of always how it goes. New teams, new meta, big changes to the maps.
And definitely this tournament, there's not a lot of teams that have been, together for a very long time other than like G2 and EDG. So we'll definitely see a lot of like improvement mid-tournament. Like teams will like play their first match and then people get a lot better after.
Most overrated team of the tournament?
Overrated team? I'd say EDG.
EDG?
Yeah.
You think they fell off from champs last year?
I think they had a really good run in champs. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do the same. We'll see. Maybe I jinxed it, but whatever.
We'll see. We'll see. Some spicy stuff for you guys.
We'll see.
Hope you enjoyed the food, and thanks so much for joining me for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you.
I hope you really enjoyed the food as well, Mimi.
Yes, and that EDG take aged like fine wine.
Yeah,
for Team
they
Liquid.
seem to be very overrated right now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of some things that haven't aged super well, Sentinels, their opening game, what did you guys make of that against the
I mean, they got absolutely rocked. This was a shock compared to expectations for both of these teams, but DRX came out with some really good comp changes, and they just rolled Sen. Their attack side on this Lotus, the Yoru was hitting the C site every round, and Sen could not find a solve.
Yeah, and definitely DRX should have been the favored team heading into that matchup, but I think people had a lot more faith in Sentinels to put up a strong fight, potentially have some upset fire there. But for me, I sort of felt like Zekken was absent. The form of Zekken that you'd expect to see from him, especially in that first map, didn't see much. And I feel like he's got to be a player that has to turn it around if this team's going to have a chance.
Yeah, underperformances from him, from Zelsis, from the guys that were so big for them.
And truthfully, it's the whole team, right, that like wasn't really stepping up. But really, usually when it is, who's going to be that guy, it's usually Zekken.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And then on top of that, there was just synergy issues across the game, players not swinging together. It was the Sentinels that looked completely completely out of sort in that game.
Yeah, but Bang had a banger. He was pretty consistent. He looked good. And I mean, you talk about players having to step up. I feel like he already did in that game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is Bang one of the new additions onto this roster, right? Massive shoes to step into with Tens formerly in that team. I think Bang's a phenomenal player. Like, this is one of the
You're
best.
his #1 fan.
I'm actually Bang's #1 fan. Like, I think his sight anchoring is elite, and he'll do it on his own so consistently. Like, he doesn't need assistance coming in. You don't have fast rotates or util to help him out. He can just do it all on his own. So it was great to see, even in the loss, that form is still shining through. For the first time, he's stepping onto an international stage in a Sentinels jersey.
But he had to step up because of how much the rest of the team was struggling. You think of the Lotus, he was put in a position where he's like solo retaking late towards C when his teammates is dead. He was in so many clutch situations. He's a great player, but you can't just rely on him to be winning games. And it was clear with how hard they got shellacked by DRX in that opener.
They lost the game.
Well, for now, let's check in with the Vibe Merchant and hear what Zelsus had to say after the loss to DRX in this Omen player moment.
Hey guys, I am Zelsus. Losing to DRX in the way we did, I mean, it was just an embarrassing loss, to be honest. I felt like they just kind of walked all over us and we didn't really play well, considering DRX in the past, they kind of just stuck to everything they did and everything they know. So they learned how to adapt, which is good for them. It's a very strong thing to do, especially in such a short time. Switching 2 comps like they did on 2 maps is not an easy task, especially considering the schedule that they've probably had in the last couple days. So kudos to them. I mean, second map was a lot closer than first map, thankfully. We didn't just get swept. I mean, we usually start slow in our tournaments and in our series with map 1s, so it's not like a surprise to me.
Towards the back, going to be cleared out by Bang. Zelsus far forward, and Bang is absolutely ready for it. Gets the shutdown coming on the floor, shots into the smoke.
Like, there's so many scenarios that could happen, you just have to take it each day. But when you're in an environment like this, I think everything comes down to team play and comms, so that's a very important thing for me to help the team focus on, in my opinion. Whoever we play, I mean, you're in the same boat as us, you're 0-1, we're 0-1, so if you doubt us, just know you're just the same team that we are.
Tell us how you really feel, Zelsus. Tell us how you really feel. But they will be going up against Team Liquid in this scenario, of course, in the elimination. But let's take a look at this comp that Liquid were playing back in EMEA. This was their permaban until it got to the best of 5s, where they kind of had to show this. Do you guys think that this is something they could bring out again today?
No, I know I was like hyping up like some solo queue comps and agents working on this map, but the Reyna is one step too far. For me personally.
I agree. I think that in the club, it was a gimmick comp that didn't really pay off at the time. If they do want to show Lotus, I expect them to have something prepped. Sen got owned on that map, but they're not a bad Lotus team. Hey,
it worked against Heretics. They looked very good the first time they played
everything worked against Heretics, to be fair.
Oh, that's sad. That's sad. But now, let's get into this elimination match even. Send it down to the stage and bring out your teams. It's Team Liquid and Sentinels.
Sentinels พบกับ Team Liquid.
Team Liquid and Sentinels, they are no strangers to the pressure of elimination, but only one of them can survive today. It comes down to the teams, one of them that won the first global tournament of the year back in 2024 in Madrid, and the other one that had to answer to every single person doubting them in this community. It is the ultimate do or die.
Both these teams had very mirrored paths in their respective kickoffs. Rough starts, going down to the lower bracket, but they both recovered, went on massive runs to make it to their respective finals, and now they both have that same task here, but only one can continue.
Sometimes that pressure, you can just use that as fuel to just go on a run to make a serious dent in a tournament. And right now, both these teams can be gearing up for the most important match of this tournament for themselves.
Yeah, and very important map veto as well. The reason we showed you guys that Lotus comp is because Liquid, it was their permaban, but in some situations, they banned the Pearl, they let the Lotus float, and this is one of those situations that I can see that happening because I wouldn't want to play against Sentinel's Pearl.
Yeah, it's pretty classic too, right? EMEA teams banning the Pearl away against America's
We
team.
have never beaten America's on Pearl, never.
You don't want to match up there, so it wouldn't be a big surprise if you see
here
it.
we go.
Team Liquid take Pearl out of the pool. Sentinels want to start off on Lotus.
So I think Lotus has to be a new comp for Team Liquid. I will be shocked if they are going back into a Clove Reyna double duelist comp here at a global tournament.
I think this is a trap. I think Liquid want Sentinels to pick Lotus. I think they baited them into this. And again, the last time they did this to a team, albeit maybe you didn't like the comp, but they did perform really well and they were prepped.
Absolutely. And for Sentinels here, my one kind of difference to that is that I think this will be the map that was under the most scrutiny for them in these last 2 days after getting cooked by DRX here.
Yes.
To go back, figure out what went wrong, and make improvements.
And that's the thing, right? Coach Kaplan loves to get zero sleep at international events and watch
I don't know
those
if he
bombs
loves
on
it,
blue.
but they make him do it every event.
He has to do it. He has to suffer through that. But truthfully, what it means for this team is they learn so much in the losses.
Opa!
This first map is going to be really, really exciting, especially depending on what Team Liquid are going to run here.
Here we go. This is so interesting. What do you make of this?
Yeah, thankfully they've made a change and they are playing a very good composition. You're up against Sen.
Ну, Liquid хороший, как мне нравится.
You basically have to be locking in that Yoru for camo, and you're pairing that with the Breach Teo. It's just a good, honest comp.
Yeah, here's the thing though, in terms of the agents themselves, Nat is the only person here that really has reps of playing Cypher on this map. Paddy has never played Breach on
Я
Lotus,
just
Pico has never
повалялся
played
так.
Omen on Lotus, Kamek of course never played Teo here either.
Yeah, and to be fair, there is a little bit of a learning curve, but at the same time,
Кто со мной на Liquid
usually this
поставил?
map is going to come down to big team fights around Rebel space, around C space, so surely they put in the work to know how to fight together with these new agents.
Sen, though, lost to a very similar comp for DRX, so they're going to be prepping for a very similar comp to this one. I imagine they expected at least that Yoru to come out from TL.
And in Americas, they played against basically the same thing in G2 on this map, except it's a Viper instead of the Cypher, so very similar ideas when it comes to those brawls.
I'm looking to see how Sentinels changes the way they're anchoring C. Zelsis got kind of exposed by DRX. C executes consistently on that one. So I want to see how they're changing up, how they're solving that side of the map coming back into this.
Yeah, and also for Kamek, I know there was a lot of question marks. He looked a bit shaky, but his Tejo in EMEA is one of the best. He's very, very good, very reactive. I just want to see him play with a little bit more confidence.
Absolutely, and the other guy I'm looking at is Camo.
Ты еще и 2-0 взял, блин, 2-0 рисково, конечно. Может зайти тоже, но уже рисково прям
I
сильно.
love him on the Yoru.
Yeah, the Yoru is looking so sick. And again, you've got so many ideas to combo with your teammates when you've got the ultimate going down with the Breach, all these different ideas. The fast rotates as well to sort of help out your opposite sides, your weak sides of the map. This is going to be a very new look for Team Liquid coming into the match today, but I think they've got some serious chances even on this open.
Я тоже пропустил.
This is what I talk about when I said preparation, because even
Привет,
though they were
Аязик.
planning this map, they were all telling us, you know, talking about how they
Какой
actually
распик по
cooked,
картам?
you know, they knew what they were doing, they just didn't want to play it. But
О,
for
спасибо.
Sentinels, how do you react to this? How do you react to some of the changes that we just seen?
I think this is likely what
О,
they
Liquid
expected,
неплохо
or
Айбис
at very
играет.
least the comp they're familiar playing against. So I almost turn more towards like individual player confidence. I'm looking at Zekin. He is a big game player for this team. He was one of the biggest reasons they won in Madrid. They went on their run in America's kickoff this year. He's got to be better than their first game.
Yeah, he's got to be an elite duelist for this team to make a dent here in this tournament, go for a deep run. It's also interesting that we just haven't seen him take the Yoru yet at this event, right? He's played the Jet. This is going to be his second game on the Raze too. It's a map where it makes sense for the agent, but I've got to see more from this guy.
And I also want to see the vibes, you know, a little bit better, because against DRX, when we saw them on stage, it was a little bit muted. There wasn't a lot of screaming, a lot of BM. I want to see more of that from Sentinels.
Чё ж мы их...
I heard it from Coach Kaplan in the interview after losing that map 1 to DRX. He felt like the team's entire vibe was up, players weren't clicking. It was something that really went wrong on every
Бля, у кого-то есть Нивея побриться?
wins games for Sentinels. You gotta look at Zelsis to bring that up.
And of course, John QT versus Nats. This is such an interesting IGL head-to-head.
It's the ultimate old versus new. Nat's such a classic player, but IGLing still a new role for him, having to prove himself here at Masters.
Yeah, and speaking of old versus new, I'm so sorry. Let's send it over to your caster. It's the completely unbiased duo of Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, absolutely. Contractually obligated to cast Sentinels, by the way. But yeah, let's get into it, man. It's do or die for both of these teams here at Masters Bangkok. Situations that both of these teams have been in before, actually. Lower bracket runs is something that they've got frequently at the back of their minds, that they know that they've got experience doing it. Liquid have done it. Sentinels have done it. But here, on the global stage, a different ask entirely.
Connected.
Team Liquid have basically copied
Channel
DRX's
switched.
homework to try to shore up their map pool here. One of their weakest maps, Lotus. Remember, they stole the homework of Sentinels to shore up Pearl. And so can Sen fend off the copycat comp?
We got to see learnings from Sen. Off the back of that defeat, I mean, it was brutal when they played against DRX. Everything was going wrong for them.
Pretty much the same pistol round. And here's that TP.
And here it is, an adjustment already. John dominates the angle and the smoke on top of it. The anchoring is tested.
Какая тупая Томна, нет? Он так сильно заранее смог дал, и так, ну... Очевидно, что он может так смог зайти и просто стоять не будет. Тупой пестик.
You know that Sen have looked at that in the VOD review and gone, well, we're never going to let that happen to us again.
Liquid going back to the old walkabouts, but Nats is cleaned up momentarily, and it leaves it just a Paddy Tech in a 1v4. An open side over towards A, might be able to get a plan, but
possibly
past that point.
Seen magic from him before at international events on this map, pulling out low HP, insane clutches. This one though, I think, is stretched too far. As soon as the door opens as well, they even have a flash to try to slow him down. It's going to be difficult for Paddy to do anything other than just get the plan here and get some extra money for the team.
I think he's going for it. He's trying to force the fight nice and early here, and Zeka does want to square up, takes his head clean.
Так, блядь.
Sentinels have a strong beginning here. Pistol round win on Lotus. We're already seeing adjustments from the last time they played Lotus against DRX. Exact same comps as you already mentioned as well.
Yeah, and the idea here is that you go for the teleport and then use the stun to be able to TP into the back corner. Mako did it twice, actually. Once on the bonus and once later on in a rifle round as well. Sen super ready for it this time. I'll give credit at least to Team Liquid. At least they didn't do it on a bonus. They did it on a pistol. They tried to make it slightly different. But you're going to have to wake up a little earlier than that to catch Sen.
All missiles away. Good chance to set the tone, I think, for Lotus.
Ну, Liquid лучше пик, они должны переехать, не знаю.
All grouped up though, pack mentality from Team Liquid.
Если нормально раунд будет, попроще делать, без таких топ.
John catches that contact, bullet to the head too, but too much damage.
Bam.
Hold on, they're just swarming themselves in as well and out and through potentially. Taking control of Order's extremities and the lanes here. Paddy wants to try and take a fight. Tango up top, but no snakebite pushing them back, and a little bit of unawareness there. John getting caught lacking. Lance down. Sentinels are going to try and do this one with a bit of discipline. Cleanly at that. Damage is done to a variety of them, but that's just taking back and control of Heaven, perched up, and he's now got the Bulldog in their hands along with that Outlaw. Difficult spot though still for Team Liquid themselves. They need kills. They're leaving it just to Nats in a 1v2. That's a safe defuse from the rate. He knows he's got that.
Нормально, хорошая эко. Мы на Ликвидов поставили, ну, много кто. Хотя я не знаю, думаю, Sentinels тоже кто-то взял.
But Sen only managed to keep an Outlaw and a Bulldog going forwards. It's not going to be the best bonus in the world. They were pushed there, and one of the reasons they were pushed is because Zelsis either forgot or didn't get the comm to pop the Thorns as they were going through into B. Normally you want that Thorns to be popped and that should shut down basically an eco rush like that. I mean, look at how bad this bonus is.
Yeah, just Sheriffs and a Ghost, right?
200k баксов.
Fight nice and early. See it now. Sees out through the back. Longest snake bite. They just shoved absolutely everything into the fray, and the salvos. Well, they just clean up Zekken like that. Smoked through as well. A bit of spam alongside it. Team Liquid happy to oblige and partake in the bloodbath.
Я тоже миллиардик зарядил на Liquid.
He's got to try and make a play here, but what can you do against the rifles? Not too much. Folds with ease. Leaving it just down as Zelsis here. It's inevitable at this point for Team Liquid.
Sen couldn't really put up too much resistance.
there was a chance if the Season 8 had caught perfectly onto Kiko, maybe they could have snowballed it forwards. Zelsis not able to land the shot there onto a player that would have gone down in a single bullet. But you don't want to keep the Outlaw either.
No. Down. He spotted out. So flawless here from Liquid.
That's the closest to ult though. So you're not at a danger necessarily of a large ult snowball forming off the back of that bad bonus.
Не, я же тоже на лиге поставил, если не надо.
Now, if you think about how DRX played this composition that Team Liquid have stolen, they actually didn't opt into rubble fights very often. It was Hyunmin that went over there with his teleport, with his gate crash, to try to bait out trap plays and then escape. It looks like Liquid are opting more into it. I wouldn't have said, honestly, that this would be too successful. You see that gate crash going all the way over the door.
Second just trying to use the cover of his own smoke as well. Gate crash, as you mentioned as well. So Hammer's making sure to cut up all the available angles. And happy to concede up the space over towards A Rubble. Meanwhile, Nats, peekaboo. No player's going to be meeting eye to eye with him. Still, doors opened wide, and that does apply a bit of pressure now to Sentinels.
Paranoia already used as well. Bang was often trying to hold on to that one to re-clear through tree, but this time invested it in the rubble fight.
А я помню, а я сейчас 4 на 3 или Full HD играет? Он раньше 4 на 3 играл, потом Full HD траил, а сейчас я хуй знает. Я не играю ранки тоже давно в доте.
Narrowly dodged and juked as well. Meanwhile, fight taken, but Johnny's got way too much to overcome into that spot and full evacuation.
Ну, я думаю, какой-нибудь Титан бы я его без боя обкнул.
Holding their ground for now, but now again, okay. So proactivity from Sentinels.
Почему?
Nats could find the timing on the lurk. He's realized there's no thorns here, obviously no wall as well. No vice wall, I suppose I should say. And he's taken deep information. Sen know that this is a possibility.
Я сегодня ночью тут стримил.
Nats being quite this deep.
Being very cautious.
Да, что-то голосок подсел, блядь, за последний день.
Sure that they can hold all the angles, adjusting to the side of the smoke, and bang, sniffs that something's up. Can tell that there's something odd about this situation. They know that heaven's not going to be cleared out. Send themselves grouping up now for the retake. Now, it's explosive at that. Team Liquid looking to try and dominate this one angle up through heaven as well. If they can take away this space, it makes it that much harder for Sentinels. Just paving a way across the site. They've managed to get themselves access to it, and Kiko just dropped onto 10 HP in a dream, yet still, dreams might be made manifest, not quite.
Охуенно.
Falls in the end there, so Sentinels
Охуенно.
showcasing much better discipline this time around.
And crucially winning important duels. That's another thing that was going wrong for them in the game against DRX. DRX were on fire. Individuals, like Hyunmin, for example, who we've already talked about, were sparking Sen out. In this round, Narrate hits 2 big kills. Managed to take down Camo, then Kamek, and even that fight that we were watching up in heaven, even though Bang got pressured,
я помню, я против Ебашки на сцене играл.
So important duels going the way of Sen to put them on the board in a retake over a big. Here's another rubble contest from Team Liquid. Currently not playing the composition, apart from the pistol round, in the same way that we saw from DRX.
All eyes. There won't be any contestation though from Sentinels. Happy to give it up. Fawns with a reveal. That's a bit of spam through the wall on top of it. Bang with the Guardian in hand.
Gate crash broken as well, Brent. So Camo doesn't have an ability to go deep into tree.
В цирке, блядь.
And Bang saved the Paranoia this time, so they've saved quite a bit of util to go for maybe a re-clear over at Rubble, but the personnel isn't necessarily there.
Там было вот так, я пикал героев.
Very much so. Trying to lead the charge.
Мы отлетели по экранам, там очень близко было. Короче, я пикал героев и сказал чуву вот так. Я пошел в туалет, подожди, пока, если будет распик героев, не пикай. Прихожу, он уже все напикал, я говорю, ты ебанутый? А он такую хуйню взял, и мы пососали хуйню.
Just lit up, and now rolling thunder right into spawn. Try and hold your ground down, but stunned up once more. Camo is taking liberties and taking names.
Liquid
Это в МКСе было в Москве. Не помню, что за турик.
We're not seeing Sentinels be able to win rubble duels against them. We're not seeing Sentinels be able to go for re-clears. They're playing passive.
Я же затрачил в доту. Короче, когда 1.6 умерла, а Go еще вообще в помине не было. А потом, когда появился, она была дерьмом, я играл все это время в доту. Чак Норрис великий, да блять.
Throughout this map, and the previous one played by Sen against DRX, I just haven't been a fan of Sen's ideas on the defense. This is new though, this is an idea.
And it's very all in, but already you've seen a dimensional drift and maybe getting a bit of value indeed. It's a fault line. Just playing, pop the targets, pop the heads if you can with the rifles.
Бля, ну ульт Йорик на эко тратить, хуй знает, такой сильный ульт. Сейчас окошко открою.
61 health, though, we'll have to concede a bit of this space here. Team Liquid, full access onto the site. Man down on top of it. A real weaponry for Sentinels to work with. Maybe if they get a pick, they could think about offloading Zelsis' ults, but...
Да не, на инвокере я никогда не играл. Я ебал на нем кнопки нажимать.
In a couple seconds, Kiko with the smoke. They already have a trip down. He's not going to go for it, actually. He just wants to keep rifle out.
Sentinels have walked up most of the way here.
Of course he does.
Я в сложный стоял или на керри играл? Тогда еще дефолтно играли 1-1-3. Ну, в триплу ходили, один керрит сложный, один миду.
This is not the same dominant Sentinels that we saw at the start of last year. The one that won kickoff, came into Madrid, storming forwards. They've actually, if we're being real, I think Sen have only played 2 great matches all year.
Ты какие годики два ты играешь?
Loss actually in the grand finals to G2. They were playing some really good Valorant. Before that, they weren't happy with their performance, even though they were winning quite a bit. And after that, at this event, they haven't been happy with their performances either. And it's a rough beginning here. I know the score is tied at 3-3, but that's because Sen countered the specific set play that they had seen
Леха, это ты рисовал, так честно? Да, я.
That's 2 out of 3 of the rounds that they've won.
Ну, я же давно играл в Dot. Я в Старладере играл, вся хуйня. Даже про серии играл.
They're just playing too passively. They're giving Team Liquid full mount control or full rubble control, whatever they want to go towards, and they're not mixing in enough punishes for that. It's okay to give your opponents rubble if you're going to occasionally mix in some massive re-clear strategy where you catch them with a paranoia and you jump on top of their heads and there's a bit of a wipeout. But it's easier to do that actually with Liquid's comp. Like when the sides swap, you'll see Liquid do a ton of that kind of stuff.
Бля, а чё, раньше Старладер прикольные турики были, что по КС, что по Доте. Не, без шуток. Мне очень нравилась Старладер система. То есть есть аматорская лига, это новички могут зарегаться, кто хочет. Дальше шла семи-про лига. Дальше про и последняя стар. Вообще охуенно, ну мне нравилось наоборот. Прикольно было.
They've stopped Team Liquid taking rubble control, and now Sen can kind of sit back. This is the spot where you're happier playing a bit more passively.
Банки, да хуй знает.
Onto Team Liquid to make the moves here. Nats is calling.
Не, в Доту именно вот Праки играл еще очень бородатый времена. Вы, наверное, таки не застали.
Fake pressure from Team Liquid over towards C, the exact same time. There's no recipients from Sen.
О, 11-12 год. Даже 11-13 я просто так сказал.
Over towards B, pinged out his location, and they're thinking it'll be easier to exec C if the site anchor isn't there. It's possible that John could be here. Sometimes they do have the Viper anchoring. We're going to see a double die.
Yeah, okay. TP up onto the box on top of it. Kamek. Hold up. Wall. Double jump over. So full committal now. By Liquid.
Диагональ.
Nats is going walkabout. This guy.
Призовых, да, я толком ничего не выиграл в Доте. Может, какие-то фан-турики, я уже не помню.
That's masterful calling from Nats.
And this is what they do best. Team Liquid putting a squeeze onto you now as well. So many unknowns circulating around Sentinel's minds. The plan's down. Still, no one's ready for the Heaven Peak himself. Bang! Straight back at you. Now disadvantage to Team Liquid.
Tapster. Вот если бы ты родился 10 лет назад, то сколько тебе бы сейчас было?
What a hero Bang is there. Gets the 2 kills that open up the round completely and allows him to get the timing and finish the round. But it's Bang put in a tough spot, delivering exactly when his team needs it to put Sentinels ahead. That round, from a macro perspective, was all Team Liquid. I guess apart from the rubble fight at the beginning, because that really was Zekken being able to.
Ну, кстати, в доте тоже интересно колить было. Мне нравилось, прикольно. Реально прикольно, мне нравилось. Мне нравилось, что надо еще пики было продумывать. Понимать, что тебе надо забанить, что взять. И колить очень интересно, реально. Вот в доте пиздец интересно колить.
Saving him for a rainy day, apparently.
Might be raining right about now.
Yeah, it's a lot of presents. Team Liquid grouped up here. No pushback, not
с призовых? Именно с призовых или если ЗП тоже брать? С призовых не так много.
Who's going to be playing off of this? That's my question. Nightfall coming through as well. There's a drone in the face, though. You're suppressed up. It's still Decay. Maybe kick it in on top of it. It's a showstopper. Where the hell are you sending that one to? The moon? Paddy, he's got two. And Tip Top of the rifles. Kiko Kamek making sure work of these Sentinels players. Celsius 1v3. He's had a difficult time of things recently. Trying to anchor, play this vice position and roll. In terms of his performance, but now he's left to do it all. Discipline, name of the game here for Liquid. Look at him. Not going to give him absolutely anything here. Paranoias. He's going to ult. There's a steel guard and committed, but a salvers in your face. There's a flash in your face. Kitchen Sink's going to be coming next. Best of luck to you. No open fight, Team Liquid. There's no mistakes here with the way that they're playing. Double face up into heaven.
He's throwing good money after bad there. That ultimate towards the end is almost never going to get you the win in the 1v3. They've just got perfect control over the site. They still have util to be able to use. And when you combine that with Zekken's ultimate, which, as you said, went into orbit, when he was trying to punish the player, he sees that a little flare towards the back. He's trying to get a back rubble, but it looks very silly, doesn't it? And there's the war chest expended.
Призовые у нас делились, но у меня редко тренер был. Так что на пятерых, и, ну и Арга забирал, да. Ну и какой ответ, ну? Какая-то хуйня, блин, много чего подходит. А, мягкий вздакнут? Блять. Полная хуйня.
Oh, this is wild. Is he looking to try to get a timing on John? Is he just trying to pull players towards him?
Кидали, не вплачивали крупные призовые? Да, бывало.
They're going to try to pinch by the look of things. Kiko's calling the rest of his team back over to this pit. They still have drone to work with. They have drone.
Дебил.
Дебил, shut up. Bivol champion, you know?
Ты где ходишь, же?
Я проснулся только недавно.
Опять курским мужчинам дрочил?
Конечно.
Подзаработал хоть?
Да.
А я вот так заработал. Ну так тыкаешь на 2-0 T1 и живешь.
Ага, кто тебе такую ставку вчера сказал?
Кто?
Кто?
Открывай скрин, открывай.
Понятно. Ты мне сказал, блядь, зайдет, тебя миллион скинет. Понятно.
Здорово. Что-то какие-то проблемки включаются.
So that they can stun the Viper when he breaks it, and then they have Kiko on the flank.
Я не понимаю, как люди постоянно с позиции убивают. Например, все знают. По КД там сидит Омен. По КД Омен там сидит, сука.
What is going on in Liquid's comms there? I think that is a hit the red button.
Па. Ты в каком году родился?
96-м.
Не, реально.
Ну реально.
96-м. Сейчас 25-й. А если ты родился 10 лет назад, то сколько тебе сейчас было?
Я родился 10 лет назад, от какого года? От 25-го?
Ну да.
Лёх, у меня было в 10, прикинь.
Что так думаешь, Фак?
Да я просто думал, сейчас будет это сосал, не сосал.
Да-да-да.
Was gunning with that one, the poor man's Odin, to try to keep Sen's head above water.
shaky game from both sides.
But it's expected to be shaky from Liquid because this is the very bottom.
Био выиграл вчера, ставочка зашла сегодня, вообще нормально. Опять у меня в пабге будет один нуб руинить игры, я знаю его. У них еще Лёшка ебашер, там что-то.
Бля, ну сегодня не факт, что мы праги будем играть пак. Завтра точно, сегодня факт. Потому что там слоты все забили на праг.
Ну ладно, сегодня отдыхаем.
Ну мы можем просто поиграть, кажется.
А может сегодня в эту хуйню пойти ради там туда, или что там?
Чего? Туда, блядь. Ты всегда ради туда, пах.
Praying that they walk straight into this one, but it's just Camo as well, trying to absorb a bit of it. Thorns are down to it, reveals the hands, that the setup has moved around, drifted. 5 players grouped up, Team Liquid don't really have any...
You ready or not die today?
Я надеюсь, что Liquid ready побеждать.
Ты ставишь там, блядь, по копейке. Это как мужчина ставит.
Нихуя себе, пах, как ты заговорил, блядь. Это поскольку?
Ну поскольку ты там раньше ставил. Кредит, короче, чехлел, хуйнул.
Да, это в прошлом такие было. Я остепенился, пах.
Да? То есть все, теперь большие суммы не ставишь, скоро жену найдешь, правильно? Бандуру выселишь. Хуйня какая-то, по-моему. Не верю.
Не, ну если у меня на карте лямов 5 будет, я буду по 100к ставить, пох.
Это нормально. Я сам имба понял, себе баланс просто на турнир выделяешь какой-то.
Ну или так, да.
Например, 100к, и вот там по 20 ставишь, по 30. Спроебал, то все уже, без адеп.
Нихуя себе. Да, блядь, с женой надо умом выбирать, понимаешь? Я не хочу жениться, потом разводиться, в такую хуйню я точно не хочу страдать. Охуя не фейковая жена.
Вот здесь в чате слишком много этих кандидаток.
Нормально, пах.
Кто главный, ладно? Такой вопрос с подвохом.
Пах. Ты интервью подберешь? А чё, многоженство разрешено кое-где?
He trips the trap. This is perfect information for the rest of Liquid. They can start accelerating over towards A. They're going to know that the Vice setup is over here, and they've already interacted with it in the prior round. So there goes the clone trying to bait out the wall.
Do just that. Just be triggering it. Up and away we go. Hold on, that cage. Probably not intended for the top of that one.
Not where that was supposed to go.
Блядь, нет, то, что бандуры нам фул серьезно въебали, сам смотрел связь, я в ахуе. Просто сам включил, а потом ко мне еще подходит и говорит: Норкинчик. Ну и как мне после этого жить в челом? Норм Кинчик говорит. Я в ахуе. Да я вообще присмотрел одну жену, пах. Она вот в Балашке живет, у нее ник такой, знаешь, как, типа как время. Что думаешь?
Вроде неплохо. Ну там, как говорится, удачи, Лех. Я думаю, там ты точно без денег останешься.
Там ты мне можешь не рассказывать.
И причем инста. О, Квинс, что тебе дарить подписку?
Да игровой аукцион сложно, пацаны, блять. Ну сколько я буду в игру играть? Это как-то не знаю. Тогда мы ограничим так, что я в эту игру играю, не знаю, там 5 часов условно. Знаешь, есть игры, которые можно пройти за, блядь, 40 минут, а есть, которых будешь играть 3 недели.
Положи еще.
Бля, Пак, что-то плохие дела. А ты ставил на Liquid?
Не.
Бля, понятно, а я не уважаешь, да?
Тут надо по картам. Надо ключик сейчас найти. Sentinels поймать какой-нибудь. Может, они пестик ебут. За счет реально Лёх, сделай аук игровой на игру.
Да хуй знает.
Прикольная тема. Я вот солод видел.
Да нет, тема-то прикольно, паха. Сколько мне в игру-то играть?
Блять, пока не пройдешь.
Нихуя себе. Есть такие игры, которые пиздец. А на легкой сложности мне честь не позволит играть.
Ну, если заебешь, сильно дропнешь. Как будто ты правил не знаешь первый раз на Твиче.
Делайте, найду худшее. Ну за что, блядь? Вот чё ты до меня доебался, не пойму. Я такая жертва, как и ты, блядь. Кто-то выиграл. А мы сегодня гоняем или, блядь, болтаем, Женек? Или ты
Потом Спанч Боб игра вышла, я видел, надо пройти, короче. Сегодня будет.
Или ты последний раз как бы не удел оказался и все сдулся?
Чел, ты вообще, блядь, запускаешь в 4 часа этот стрим, говоришь, ебать, свой любимый фильм сегодня будем смотреть, друзья, беременный. Я открываю стрим, я в ахуе, думаю, ебать, чел. Нормально все?
Зайнх, лучше ничего не говори. 2 больных кидали на него.
Ну, а ники назови, чтобы я знал.
Гана и Кири. Просто они знаешь, как кидали? А его так по 150 рублей кинули, потом еще по 100 оба, потом еще по 200, потом еще там, блядь, по 200.
Либо сада статья.
Овка сегодня? Ну во сколько овка? Ты офник какой-то, Женек, что ли? Давай я в правой лапе буду, подстрахую.
Там клипчик.
Паха, да. Паха, кука, бля, не, одни фрики вокруг, один связь любит. Другой говорит, я на куке плакал.
Ну, за язык тебя никто не тянул, как бы.
Не, Паха.
Мой любимый фильм спорим.
Так чё 8 часов это хуйня, Женёк? Чё там было 3? И все, потом расход, или если там условно вы всосете, вы пойдете разбирать там и так далее.
Если тебе отправили это видео, значит ты скоро забеременеешь. Поздравляю тебя. Дай Бог, дай Аллах, чтобы в твоей жизни произошла эта долгожданная беременность. Если ты готова это принять, пиши аминь. Да будет
Смера, все сразу сегодня.
Да, Рэдди вернул все, вон Миркл в центре сдался.
This might just be to find the lurker though, because Zelsis was alone at the outside of B. They might be just looking for whoever's alone, and that is Narrate, but they've missed the timing.
Бля, ну пистолетку, может, я лифт возьму за кота.
Пестик нужен, да.
Sentinels что-то...
Возможно, такое, что первую Sentinel заберут, а остальные ликвиды. Ну хотя вот спорный пик на самом деле. Почему Абис против Sentinel? Потому что Sentinels неплохо его играют. Спокойно сплит даже лучше взять. Он не баня.
Good trading, good teamwork from Sen, and the Thorns are very difficult to get through.
The jump spotting here, Sen have got full control over towards Heaven. Essentially the entirety of the site. Fault line's a good connection though. Hold on. Paddy swinging. Wow, he's found his own.
Браво!
Камбук.
What is that from Nats? He's sat inside the Thorns. Bang swings around the corner and goes through a right click. Rough.
And if you send, you can't be losing that.
Паха любит секс с мужчинами.
The utility was great though from Team
Это
Liquid.
пиздешь?
Ты сам говорил.
In the sense that it's a 3v4.
Ты с мужчиной живешь. Это. Что скрываешь? Чем вы занимаетесь?
Никто не скрывает.
Почему? Я также обычно тоже ставлю.
I was all ready to say Sentinels might end up winning this map off the back of double pistol, but here we go. Got a very serious game. Team Liquid again with another kind of trap setup.
Пах, в флотауте не есть?
Не.
Заебешь, Пах, эвакуатор нужен. Да, да, с классиками, да. Го пройдем.
О.
Чё вы выиграете мажор в составе М5, блядь? Лучше хотя бы в составе Голливуд написали, вот это могло бы стать правдой. В одной из вселенных. В М5 бы шансов было.
A low amount of weaponry. I think that's going to be pretty similar here again. Just an outlaw and a bulldog save. So decent shots from Sen. And Team Liquid again going to go for another trap. They're kind of just picking an area of the map and making it impossible for Sentinels to go there.
Да, чатик, я вас тоже поздравлю с праздником. Он через 2 недели буквально у вас. Ну, плюс-минус там несколько дней.
Fact, as we can see, Team Liquid stacked almost everybody C-mount.
Mount controller from Team Liquid with the drone and the push through. There's a lot of info, and you can see Camo's like, okay, well, I'm going to be.
Да нет, сегодня точно нет, в принципе. Мне надо просто обдумать это, обкашить в голове, как это будет выглядеть. Да, если честно, все эти праздники как будто у меня в школьные времена остались и все. Как будто тогда это весело было, а сейчас как будто похуй. Не знаю, все это кринж праздники для меня, блин. Масленица, хуясница. Ну, короче, все эти праздники. Как будто вот есть Новый год, ДР. Ну там ладно, День Победы какой-нибудь, окей. А остальные праздники как будто хуй знает. А, масленица может еще нормально. А в целом, как будто все остальное просто придумано. Конечно, отправляют. И бабушка.
Бля, Бандурка, кстати, вообще крысы, блин, не готовит. Правда.
По блинам от Кмахи, чат. За блины из базар пошел.
Ну, масленица вообще имбаб.
Бля, Пах.
Блины готовятся.
Я не особо делюсь, так сказал. Бля, может ты море воров скачаешь, Пах, поиграем?
Сегодня?
Вот ты его сейчас успеешь, пока матч идет.
Кого он стоит?
Душе
за Шрек-фест вернут бабки в стиме?
А ты подал заявку на то, кстати, сделать?
Ну, там, если меньше 2 часов сыграно, то, по-моему, можно спокойно подавать.
Бля, такие крысы. У тебя еще жены нет, там добавляется день знакомства, годовщина свадьбы, день рождения жены, 14 лет. Удачи. Да, блядь, ну просто у меня такое отношение, сука, ко всем этим праздникам, не знаю.
То есть у тебя рыночные отношения, правильно?
Да, вот такие. Говорю, в школе весело было, тут 8 марта, 23 февраля. Хорошо. Тварь. Ну, зачем лево забирать? Бля, Аязик, можешь выебать? Аяз. Он Омана не спалил.
Save from Kamek by the look of things. He doesn't want to go for the 1v3, doesn't want to charge
Бля, денег нету.
Huge double kill
from the fearless player of
Sentinels.
But
also, from a team strategy perspective, this is the first round where we've seen Liquid set up.
Бля, ну как
как она называется? Игра-то называется. Да, это хорош.
Да, понимаешь, Пах, там по какому-то научную победу просто на 1,5 можно было поставить, не знаю, все бабки мира. А чё ты условно ставишь лям, бля, 500 тысяч туда, нихуя себе?
Да. Thieves of Thieves?
Чего сказал?
Ну как называется?
Thieves of Thieves?
Есть Thieves of Thieves, это не то, да.
Sea of Thieves. А, только тут подсказывать ее нет в русском стиле. Ну, ключ можно на плоти купить, пах, или где-нибудь.
The small details make all the difference with comps at this kind of level. And you also just need match reps.
User joined your
Россия,
Россия.
В этом слове огонь и сила. Здорово.
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 Сколько она стоит, я хуй знает. Хуя, мне кажется. Леха, что-то у тебя фон сзади не подобающий. Надо поменять.
А чё у тебя какая-то колонка обсидиком стоит просто, блядь? Ты что, шлюшка такая или моя личная, что ли?
Чего, блядь?
Мне кажется, Бандура приходит, просто понял, свет включает музычку, и Леха начинает там это.
Садится на нее и светится как елка.
Это тоже может быть.
Бля, уебан с одного сайта так не привезли колонку мне до сих пор. И чел мне всегда одно и то же отвечает. Вот-вот
с одного
уже.
сайта. Это сайт так называется?
Вот-вот-вот. Уже отправляем, блядь. Проверяй нахуй.
А сайт DX Racer называется?
Да, с Нового года уже едет.
С Новым годом, Лёх.
Бля, ну чё, ну бег вообще что-то.
То есть с праздником. А, ну вы все равно не служили, вы не мужчина, блядь.
Ну, я служил.
Дед служил, блядь.
Чё, у меня фотки с армии есть, я вчера на стриме показывал.
Что понял.
Серьезно тебе говорю. Показать?
Сейчас Сафир всех спину убьет.
Так это колонка не которая, но...
John's just wrangling that rifle around to make sure that there is no funny business occurring.
Liquid are trying to fight at the start of the rounds instead of working this A-Rubble as a re-clear setup. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're not having as much success with it. Of course, this was an eco as well. I think if they try to bait Sentinels in a little further before triggering off all the...
Ну что, либо сейчас беремся, либо нахуй идем. Что смотрю, чепуха, блядь. Народ-то ебаная. А что там, дохуя не стоит? Сколько не стоит? Они раньше вообще 5000 стоили. Давно, предзаказ, когда я покупал.
Реально?
Да. Только знаешь, я как забузил, пах? Короче, я ёбнул предзаказ. И мне из-за этого дали, по-моему, коллекцию какую-то очень рарную. Она вообще пиздец дорогая. Ну, считается, что дохуище стоит. Потому что ее никак больше нельзя купить. А потом, как эта хуйня произошла, они цену сбросили, и я написал в саппорт, типа, что за хуйня? А я за 5к покупал, верните деньги. И мне какой-то чел позвонил, чтобы ты понял, он мне позвонил. Ну, какой-то америкос из саппорта. И говорит, йоу, бро, блядь, вообще так нельзя делать. Ну, я, типа, все равно увольняюсь, верну тебе бабки, понял? И он мне бабки реально вернул, так. А еще, и он мне вот так сказал. Я верну тебе бабки, но шмотки оставлю тебе на аккаунте, типа, наслаждайся. Я такой, нихуя, спасибо. Потом просто игру купил дешевле, и все. И шмотки у меня остались. Я серьезно говорю. Только вот я не помню, где он меня набрал. Не помню, реально. Я помню, что он мне точно позвонил, что я с ним базарил. Я не помню где, может вот сами, я не помню реально где. Да я не помню реально. Да не, не вайбери точно. Хуйня!
A little bit too slow when it was that far away, and Pitts even just being used to try and secure this round, but Kamik's all the way up into their faces. Decay damage kicking in, but he needs to isolate these fights, and he just can't get it done.
Да, 7 волт смотреть реально.
Sen get to 11. The back of what was a very scrappy brawl.
Бля, вот не помню, где он мне позвонил реально. Но я сейчас не лень искать.
Catching a glimpse for a moment of party tech there.
Блять, на Steam даже DZ есть, прикинь, Лёх.
Реально? Так надо залетать с нами, пах. Да есть такая, пах. Тебя пару раз там ёбнут, ты с берега побегаешь, заносишь и выйдешь.
Да я играл раньше, то есть прикольно было.
Ну, а трайхард, ты понимаешь, да, Пах?
Мы там сутками вообще сидели, я помню, в жилет с типами.
А, так вот там вот таскал фрисер, слышишь?
Когда я в Дейс чел играл, ты еще, блядь. Ты в 1.6 играл.
Чел, я в Дейс еще играл на армии 2, блядь. У меня пизда сколько часов, наверное. В сумме.
Да, я помню такие шнырей лут на стиле постоянно.
Я тоже, у него еще ник был.
Мы еще постоянно хотели сходить типа на ТИС, а нахуя, когда мы типа по пути идем и убиваем бичей, которые идут с ТИС.
Ну да, которые просто курьеры. 5 звезд мы хуярим приложение.
Рюкзаками там в руках.
Так, а помнишь, мы на каком сервере играли, там киллфит был, и чела был ник бред, диджей, что-то такое. 100%. Он еще фул залутанный шел. Типа мы еще по пяткам стреляли специально, чтобы попал не в голову. И он так бегал в сторону, куе нажимал что-то, блядь, как фрик.
Было, испугался.
Что-то мы по пяткам, да, хуяри, а потом лопаты забили. Ну, в Дейзи. Мы про Дейзи говорим. Бля, нет, Дейзи такая имба, сука.
Bad weapon of some description, Bulldog Guardian, something like that in the hands of Team Liquid. In fact, I mean, we can
Да, из второй армии чит-код, это нереальный чит-код, блядь. Я тогда первый раз в жизни сидел за компом 27 часов, что ли. Короче, я в сутки играл в Дейс, без каких-либо допингов, без стрима, без всего. Просто потому что нам лут не давали засейвить, и мне приходилось, блядь, играть нахуй. Мы еще в скайпе тогда сидели, реально, я помню. Бля, жалко я тогда не стримил. Вот жалко я тогда не стримил. Вообще не знал, что такое стримы там. Бля, мне очень жалко, реально. Там столько контента было, я клянусь. Или как мы поехали на военку топовую. Ну там вот эти большие ангары были в армии 2 в Дейзи. И когда муж с женой кемпили, почему-то муж с женой, сидя в одной квартире, разговаривали в игре. Вообще больные. А вы все слышали, что они пиздят? Бля, давай, ждем их тут, бля. Такие ебланы. Они просто, вот представьте, мы сидели в ангаре с фулл хорошим лутом, а они нас спасли на выходе с ангара, с леса сидели, смотрели. Бегали за ангаром там, мы сидели, вот нам было интересно, сколько они будут сидеть. Мы сидели 2 часа в ангаре, они сидели 2 часа снаружи. А потом мы вышли, сразу дали им пизды, блядь. Да откуда я знаю, как она выглядит? Я только голос слышу. Пиздато. Дейзи как другой движок, ну в этом, видишь, своя атмосфера Дейзи еще. Какой Дейзи без багов, правильно? Ну теперь, скорее всего, на ВК я буду всегда стримить. То есть раньше у меня на Твиче есть Люкетский, вот второй канал. Но я так подумал, нахуя мне на Твиче стримить, если можно, если я уж иду стримить куда-то еще, кроме тут, как тут. Лучше уж пойти на ВК, и можно и запретки хуярить, и что хочешь.
Какие?
А чё нахуй ВК? Какая разница вам, где смотреть? Плеер открыли, все, блядь, вам не поебать, блядь. Лагучий очень. Нет, Трова вообще мусорка, мне не нравится по форме. Кик прикольно по форме. Трова это вообще мусорка ебаная, клянусь. У них даже вот ты хочешь категорию игры поставить. Блядь, вообще 3 игры, блядь, на сайте. Да ну это, блядь, забейте. Бред, диджей, бред, диджей, бред. Алло, бред тут?
Shut up, Леонид.
Бред делает хедшот. Но он закрывается уже, реально. Сколько у Пашка часов в папке? Да, это ботня. Сколько здесь часов, Пах?
Скажу.
Растяныч, сколько?
911.
Что рассказал, осуждаю.
Что?
Осуждаю. Фростя! Голдейс, ты Голден и Скидич, и стрим запускаешь.
Правильно.
И стрим запускай.
Как нехуй. Меня через час забанят нахуй за запретки.
Бля, я посмотрел, реально, пиздец легендарно. Ну так, для начала вам надо собраться вовремя в одном тисвике, понимаете, да?
Им нужно стакнуться, нужно ли как-то собрать дейт, чтобы эти два человека встретились и услышались.
Ну
Я
как,
говорю, о, брат?
Не, по поводу услышались, это вообще большой вопрос. Даже будь они в одном тисвике.
Да ладно, да. Они чего в поисках, я забыл.
Бля, ну я посмотрел в эту хуйню, реально. Сейчас приду. Надеюсь, лиги соберутся, блядь. Не будут мой винстрик руинить по ставкам.
Как будто 2-0 Леончик может быть, потому что Sentinel неплохо играет. Абис. У меня я папа последний запуск был, хуй знает когда.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Kaplan of Sentinels. Now, just curious, what are your thoughts going into the next map? Team Liquid's pick of Abyss.
Feeling comfortable, nice half to start on. It's usually very aggressive, and we're having some fun today. We're trying to be loose, and I think it's going well so far.
And is Cubert okay?
You know, he puts the job first, and everyone had a lot of frustration they had to let out, and he's a real one, and team first for Cubert. Not that he has any choice, but, you know.
Okay, holler if you need help, Cubert. Anyway, thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
I think Cubert, alongside all of the other Sentinels fans, had a great time on map 1. I'm back here with Mimi and Enda. This is the Sentinels I think we expected coming into this tournament. It's good to see them win a map.
That it is, and a massive bounce back from how poorly this very same map went yesterday against DRX.
Yeah, straight up. Honestly, I was happy to see what Sentinels were able to do, especially when they were put in a lot of uncomfortable situations. You had multiple different people stepping up. Obviously, in the last series, it was Bang doing it, but we had Celsius, everyone coming into the play. Now, I wanted to look at this round because Team Liquid were doing some pretty impressive stuff macro-wise. Look at this lurk coming in from Nats right here, right as the team is execing into B, and then they choose to like walk back into Waterfall, get this pick while Celsius's attention is turned. And there were a few rounds here where Team Liquid had fantastic macro, but Sentinels just stole rounds away. A 3v4 here, they go for this swing right as the spike is planted and just pull that right out of Team Liquid's hands.
And this is another one where it's a similar situation. 20 seconds into the round, they go for this re-clear on a rubble. Nats gets the opener onto Bang. They trade out onto Zeltis as well, and it puts them into a pretty favorable 3 versus 3, where they're gonna send the Omen out, the classic Angel TP back towards spawn, which puts John Cutesy on a complete island inside of this pit. And you see the util they're using to clear. Missiles going in. They're even trying to spam this corner, but they miss out on the spam, run into the pit, and the Team Liquid players all fall down, and Sentinel steals that round back.
It's crazy because I genuinely think Team Liquid could have run away with that first half had it not been for the individual rogues of those players you saw, and Zekin especially stepping up so massively compared to the first series. He's here to play in Bangkok now.
Yeah, the second half for Zekin was just unreal. He was lights out throughout this one. definitely the guy that Sentinels needed to be contending yet again.
And the vibes are good, right? We wanted to see them smile a bit more and get into it, and we did see that energy on stage. And that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. This goes to Team Liquid on round 5. It wasn't a bad start to this map.
No, not at all. I love this exec look. The important one, Kiko with the Omen ult. So as they speed up into this site, first teleport gets broken over into tree, but then Team Liquid, as they go for the second phase of the hit, absolutely bully bang in backside. This is a thing of beauty here as a drone comes in, the smoke, and now that ultimate. So there's going to be an ultimate up on top, then the second teleport with the Yoru. This poor guy, he's stunned, he's blinded, there's nothing Bang can do.
Yeah, it was really beautiful from Team Liquid. I think it's important to put this map one in context for Team Liquid. This map has historically been their permaban. It was their first time playing a new comp, and despite that, their attack side macro looked absolutely on point in this game. The issue came in that second half, and then crumbling there. But there's a lot of series left to be played, and already I think that this is a Team Liquid that, yeah, little silly there.
Dunk QT out of the air.
Yeah, I mean, they had to pick their poison, right? There's a reason why they didn't want to go to the Pearl. It might have been a similar result if they did end up going to the Pearl. But Abyss is up next, and I'm going to show a bit of my EMEA bias, but I do not see a world where Liquid loses on Abyss. They never had before, and it's not just the fact that they never lost on this map. Every time they play this map, they look like the best Abyss team in EMEA.
They're just so honest on this map. They
User
play a pretty
disconnected
old
from your channel.
competition, but they just play it well. It's great coordination between the players, so definitely a good opportunity for them to reply this series.
Yeah, and I wonder what Coach Lohan had to say ahead of map 2.
We're here right now with Lohan of Team Liquid. I just wanted to get your overall thoughts on that map. Why did you think the momentum slipped away, especially on that second
DJ Brad in the house.
I mean, I think we don't have enough reps on the map. I mean, we didn't have enough time to prepare. I think we had a good plan going to the map, but unfortunately, we lost a bit of the control on the city side. And I mean, it's up to them. They played better, to be honest.
And you're finally in a jersey. What's the occasion?
Или может на этот фласик пятерочку не хочешь?
Нихуя не вспомнил.
So I had to go with the jersey today.
Стой, а тот чел сам не играл? Лохан, блядь.
He's always been the suit guy, you know?
He's the most dapper coach in VALORANT.
Yeah, he looks great in it as well.
Ты скинул скрин?
Вытирать войс? Что у нас сбрило?
Я посмотрю, что там.
On Abyss, then it's going to be really, really dire for them.
Yeah, obviously Abyss, a very comfortable territory for them, but I think the really interesting thing heading into Agent Select for me is that both of these teams are jet players on this map, where basically every other top team in the world has transitioned over into the Yoru. It's been a couple weeks since we've seen the map, but I'm curious to see if that sticks.
I have a funny feeling they probably will stick.
Неплохая. Поставим, ага. А что ты только так ставишь, кстати? Вообще надо смотреть, кто за КТ сколько возьмет. А, кто за КТ у нас?
Бля, Ликвид еще с защиты начинают.
Да.
Я ебал.
Надо цепляться.
Я ебал, пах. Ой,
Тяжело. Будет.
А чё, на прак можно орать? Похуй. Я по КТ буду орать, а не поебать. Ну все, ты зря ящик Пандоры открываешь. Чё, пах, корабли поплаваем? Сколько они стоят в итоге?
800 рублей вроде.
А, ну, блядь, это не так много. Не 2К условно.
Ну да.
Certainly is here between both of these teams. Now Sentinels have got that buffer of the first map win, but you got to think and imagine, as the desk has been talking about, as we have been talking about, this Abyss map is going to be a bit of a comfort zone now.
Да, это понятно.
I was talking about the fact that they had a lack of reps on Lotus with that particular comp. You can imagine.
Блядь, капитан даже праг забить не может. Понимаем, да? Цел беременный смотрит, потом, блядь.
So you flash, you recon, you smoke bottom mid as well. And the idea is that Camo should be able to get kills through the smoke onto Sen. Zekan can try to counter this by getting into the smoke as quickly as possible. And I said that they were going to do that. Actually, they're contacting down mid.
Set up, man, and blood is going to be poured.
Куда ты вперед дальше, чепуха?
Sen.
Ой, бля.
So slightly just stopping it, but still, Patek is hard committed into the corner. And look at that, head on a swivel. There is that defense in order.
Хорошо. Опять гол 5 на 5 мидл нахуй, как на Руси раньше.
Different setup, slower setup as well, but it also probably made Sentinels feel like that space was safe for them to walk into. If there's going to be mid aggression, 4 players, 5 players in there, you'd expect it to be off the rip, not 6.
А чё, по идее прикольно, пах, если это А, они идут в спину просто, если бы это самое.
He's someone that did not get online at all in map 1.
Неплохой.
He got destroyed. In terms of first duels, he was 1 and 4 as well. I think part of that is just going to be not as comfortable playing Lotus, being asked to do a lot.
Not being set up properly.
Поехал, дракан.
As they mentioned, don't have a lot of reps on the comp, right?
You're expecting him to look a lot better here in the head-to-head against Second.
Медовая побольше.
For Sentinels, though, it's all in towards the A site. They'd love a plant as well to keep the money flowing at least. And they've got open access to the side at least on that. So John will commit and stick the plan, but they don't have guns. Don't have the player advantage either. Chance might be taken, but yeah, I mean, Narrate just not quite ready for that one, is he? Swinging around here, both players locked in towards the back of the side.
Хорошо, только одного потеряли.
Quick to crumble. But it was an eco.
This is the first time that we've seen the follow-up round after the pistol, though, be clean for either of these two teams. So they're going to have an opportunity to do something potentially aggressive on their bonus round. Try to catch Sentinels off guard. And there's plenty of places that you can do it. You can do A main aggression, you can do B main aggression like we saw from Kong Kong in the finals of Champions.
Скажи, что мы в PUBG за БТ играем.
Play that I was talking about that I thought they were going to run the pistol. Tons of different places.
Нереально олдскулы. Засада на мосту, наша коронка.
А прикинь, реально мы какую-нибудь засаду на мосту сделаем, и там будут, ну, люди же ехать, думать, ну, не, ну, никакие же долбоебы на мосту не сядут. Тут вот они.
Так я так и хочу, пахнуть, знаешь, фулл кринж хуйни делал, чтобы челы такие, блять, уебали, знаешь, чтобы их прям пригорело с нас. И знаешь, как пах еще, чтобы на колени поставили какого-нибудь чела из хорошей команды, и сразу его загрызли, похуй в него, даже если бы все умрел, заулынцев его, чтобы он сдох. На прак нельзя мозг.
Ебать, а что мы-то тренировать будем?
Реально?
Нахуй нам праки-то вообще, Лех?
В смысле, такое правило, не крысить на мосту, блядь? В смысле, давайте в доме не крысить тогда. Что за хуйня, блядь? Где хочу, там закрысил. Чё это за хуйня, первый раз слышу? А, ладно, что еще такого есть, что нельзя делать? Ну, по поводу зоны, там, я это помню.
Гранатомета нельзя стрелять, Лех.
Мне похуй, я всех хуярить буду.
Anti-flash positions played.
It's really nice positioning actually from Celsius. You're anticipating them going aggressive through that smoke. And so he's trying to tuck them close to
А мы закроем на турике.
If they're ready for what Team Liquid are throwing at them on this map, this might really change the feel of what we're expecting on Abyss, because I got to admit, I'm coming into this one expecting dominance from Liquid. But credit to Sentinels, they have been able to get wins on Abyss. I was surprised at their success against G2 when they played it domestically in Americas.
With all of that being the case, Camo now managed to pick up the big boomstick. Enough money for it. Not a lot of options for Sentinels to deal with now.
Now that they're running the Taeho rather than the Sova.
Yeah, normally you'd have that Sova.
Ну да, ну в самой зоне, да.
Looking to try to clear places out, maybe break a trip as well. Nats has also showcased in some of the regional games on Abyss an idea of running a deep cam, kind of where Camo is currently playing. So
охуенно, 1 килл на, блядь. А он из Савер на Б. Че это за хуйня? Че это за хуйня, Сатап? Я что, в ранкеде? А, адреналинчик грамотный. Точно в ранкеде, ревил не бил, да, пах?
Да, что он соло вылетел, остальные сидят. Я вчера так ревил давал с 9, знаешь, уже это дело, а просто ко мне в 9 дошелось. Бывает, заебись.
Нет страха в глазах, пах.
А у меня типа бэксайд стоят и нихуя не делают.
Challenge going to be incoming potentially any time now, and there it is.
What
to do? Stun, good connection, slowing these players down to a crawl. Cloudburst can't save you there. Locked out of the site, Narrate close quarters.
Чё все боком выходят актеры?
Two heads taken clean away. Kiko.
Просто люди дефолтную гонят.
Sen look very prepared against Team Liquid's retake style on this map. We already saw in the prior round Zelsis tucking close to a smoke, anticipating a flash through. This time John with stun out, just ready completely to counter Camo as he was trying to get through the back in spawn there. I like that. Good positioning from Zelsis in both rounds, tucking up somewhere aggressive. And another factor to all of this that's been present all day today, Narrate is the X factor right now. He's the player that's turning up bigger and better than what he's been able to demonstrate.
Бах, ты корабли качаешь или нет?
He's really struggled
кораблями.
even when the team has found success, he's had, you know, when we listen to the comms at various times, Narrator sounded frustrated. On the defense side, his job is to pick up this weird mid gap that he really struggles with occasionally. But today, top of the scoreboard, 6-3.
Чё по пику? Ну, Тео мне больше нравится, чем сама, а так-то пик зеркалка.
When it comes to mechanical skill, Narrate, he's got it in spades. The only thing that really goes amiss for him sometimes is, you know, that paper mache mental, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be upfront about it. It's no secret, and you can tell just by listening to the replays themselves. But when he's turning up, when he's firing, it's a difference maker for Sentinels. It's forced Team Liquid onto the back foot. Immediate timeout. This is round 5 because
ранкет побегать. Ну а так они бомбилы, вы видите, что у нас 20 игр в ранке, ничего. Сильная разница? Мы можем ранкет поиграть.
Ideas haven't really been finding success either. Of course, the walk down mid on the pistol round was the exception to that rule.
Кто за 5 минут умирает? Мы последний раз вон. Ты что, не видел стрим? Мы с бомбила пошли, топ-1 взяли сразу.
So that might
Я причем сиял там.
During this tag timeout about not playing so much of a retake heavy setup, maybe giving up mid a little bit more, playing with Nats, Cam or trips towards mid and trying to hard anchor sight perhaps. Get Kiko or Camo in those kind of positions to either fight extremities or play inside smokes on sight. We won't see the adjustment for this round, but keep all of that in mind as we go towards round 6.
Kiko for Team Liquid here. It's weaker money across the board, but he does have the hero rifle. Might be getting what he wished for, honestly. A lot of players running towards him.
That teleport from Narrate is a really good counter to the flash and dash recon strat that I was talking about earlier. So if they had gone for that in this round, Narrate's already up, teleporting in inside the smoke with a flash. That's not intentional, but it doesn't matter. Zekken will do it. There's no danger.
Натуре, реплей кидаем бомбила.
I'm not too sure. I think he missed it. I'll give him the credit though. Yeah, he was faking it.
Yes, of course.
Great fake.
That's with control up towards heaven. That flash in your face. Got to respect that one. Backing away. So Sentinel's just hoping they can poke and prod. Find a few stray pieces.
Никуда не дефнут, блядь.
Grouping up for the fight and back. He's lucky to be alive there. 5 HP, but as long as he stays alive, a lot of danger is going to be removed from this round.
Zekken's got to make sure he doesn't fall.
Spike planted.
Oh, he's
into the spawn.
I don't know if he knows, but he's found the perfect time in there past those players. But
in the net.
They've also passed him.
Oh my goodness. And it's so quiet. There's no sound cues to try and signal. This one still grouped up, lined up, and Zelsis mowing them down. Camodo responds, but he wasn't expecting that word, eh? Stabbed in the back. Zekken in the spot. John QT to finish.
And into the next round, really key rifle round. This one coming up is what Lohan took the tactical timeout for. Team Liquid need to stabilize here after 3 in a row from Sentinels. And the problem is, Sen have got the ults. They can just decide to charge forward here with some kind of null command setup. Armageddon for post plan. This is really difficult for Liquid to hold on. What's the adjustment look like? Not really. They're not playing for mid, but they're not also putting the cam in mid. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap there potentially. But it's more heavy anchoring kind of setup from Camo and Patatek on B at least.
Нет, не ответил.
Salvos him flying. The purpose of that is just to break the doors.
And also, Nats in spawn, the purpose of that to avoid the null command for Zelsis, but he's basically out of the round, isn't he, until this KOL gets used.
Так я и хочу кого-нибудь заруинить, я это пиздец как хочу сделать. Это моя цель топ-1. Я говорю, если я где-то какого-то профика уроню, я просто беру азик, чеку выдираю с гранаты, себе в карман кладу и еду в него. Мне похуй. Я говорю, это моя цель топ-1. Это моя цель топ-1. Заруинить кому-нибудь игру, блядь. Просто представляю, как чел гореть будет.
What a perfect play coming out of the tactical timeout. Instead of playing that retake style, they flood in, they get aggressive, and Kiko, even though he wasn't able to use his smokes, he plays around the opponent's cloudburst, tucks in,
perfect position,
isolates the angles, and Zelsis, he thought he was clear, he's wandering in with util in his hand.
And that's what we wanted to see from Liquid. Straight back to it though.
За что меня забанят? Как хочу, так и играю, мне похуй.
Prone to lead the way up top. Blade storm in hand. Zekken slices and dices, but finally gets his target. Drops him down. 70 HP left. Paranoia connects, but a lot to deal with here. Wait a second. Still the open box with a cloudburst into the back. That signifies absolutely everything. Return of the fire. Paddy's there. Equivalent exchange, but still with that player disadvantage for Liquid. John with the plan. He's alone onto the site here, giving it up almost entirely. Just the Sentinels playing off. John's got to be a bit of bait for them. Maybe if he can pull out some of that util from Liquid. It's a good anchor smoke as well for him to play around, but Nats is fully aware of this one with the shorty. Yep, skipping a hop. Straight into his face. Still, only 2 players left alive now, and Team Liquid have got a lot to do. They're up left again. Revealing positions, but everybody dropping. And speaking of dropping, Nats with a perfect line.
Сюда, сука, Аязик, блядь! Съебались, блядь.
Так вот.
What a beast! What an absolute beast Nats is! He saves his team. His calling's been spectacular on the attack sides, and all year this year he has been pulling out multi-frag rounds just
Red Bull clutch.
He hits him with the Red Bull clutch in a spot.
I
mean, the double kill. Yeah. Out of the back of the smoke dissipating is pure vintage Nats Phantom Spray control with 2 targets lined up. I think he was anticipating the trade coming earlier on. Eventually takes down Narrate. That's
Нет никакого допинг контроля.
Yeah, that's beautiful work. Right when they needed it too.
Да, не было потерянное сразу. All good, блядь. Конечно, all good, что 2 пробейте домой.
It's interesting as well, just if you think about how these 2 teams have been formed. John used to be a Sentinel IGL.
Бля, пока дела хорошо у наших мальчиков. ЗКТ 4-3. Not bad, not bad. DJ, блядь, in the house. Пах, ты затрахаешь, бля, в корабли играем, нет?
Мы ж Васька играем, заебал.
Какой Васька?
Стави, короче, лишь. Нормально.
Там даже обузы теперь с онлайном нет.
Убрали уже, да?
Да.
But you only have to look across the stage to see an example of somebody doing it superbly.
Yeah, and that's he does do it all quite well. Haven't seen too many examples of it in this series.
Ну или вообще в PUBG надо идти реально. Из бомбил говорит, что нам прайки могут за этого не дать.
От того, что мы 1 день ранкет поиграем, ебать, это пиздец изменит. Тем более ранкет в PUBG это такая хуйня.
Почему хуйня?
Потому что там вот это лутаешь, сидишь.
Почему сидишь?
To a multitude of targets, Team Liquid. It's all been slowed. Wasn't a bit of concern for them still. It's a flash that doesn't really quite connect to the refight.
Хорошо, блядь! Мясорубка называется.
По 5-0 без паузы. Интересно.
Чё, в Дейс не играю? Ну, бля, пока не до Дейс, я поиграл с удовольствием. Дейс это надолго, понимаете?
То есть тоже правильно.
100%. Кому нахуй нужна жена, когда есть Дейс? Я вот это не понимаю. Это Люкс реально в башке придумал. Особо не заворачивайся, да, люди не обучат, ну на ланах ничего обучат. Просто кайфуют.
Round 9, and this is different from Sentinels walking forwards.
Я вчера видел его с Адреном обсуждали эту хуйню.
The downside to running a Teo. He could commit a salvo for it, but
Из Великого Гэтсби, кстати, охуенный фильм, реально. Ой, Ди Каприо такой отец, сука. Он в любую роль вживается.
Didn't give up the kill and now putting the squeeze onto these B
players.
But as I said, it's individualistic and a little bit uncertain from Sentinels. Paranoia sweeps forwards, nade. It's going to be rebounding. All popped off, but well, the gun just wasn't out. Couldn't have anything to play around here, and Camo, he's on a bit of an island. Doesn't really know where these players might be. Still damage done. The rate from the side. That's a bullet to the temple of Camo.
Kamek's on the flank though. He's coming around deep from B main. I don't think they're thinking about it yet.
They made the call though to flip the site entirely, so they might not even have to worry about this one. They can try and force that fight out, and now they're going to be aware of it. Paid the price in blood with Bang going down, jumping through, and again, well, Utah was just pulled out there, so it's an instant trade-off. The rate wins his.
Выгнал бы он дуэль. Вызвал ускориться, а потом вернул. Вот так я продолжу нахуй сюда. Мразь ебаная на роте, блядь. Бля, ну 2 в 1 были.
He's been so good today. It really makes all the difference for Sentinels having him come online. We were looking at a Smokes v Smokes matchup here, thinking, well, Kiko, he's been on fire. He's been a top 5 player, arguably, heading into this event. But it's all narrated right now in terms of the Smokes' impact on Abyss. Not that Kiko's having a bad game either, by the way.
Они уже 5 взяли, хорошо. По ощущениям, вот один точно берут еще. А 6 это уже очень хорошо.
All going to be utilized here, and Armageddon's going to be forcing Camo out of the fight here. Salvo's up through heaven as well. There will be no swing occurring.
Чё, блядь? Чё, блядь?
Опа.
Чё нахуй? Повтор. Повтор! Ну не проебай такой, мужики. Чё это за хуйня? Долбоёбы, блядь. Oh, see, can you see? Полетели мы вниз. Это Америка, Америка. Это синего всегда. Абсолют синема. У камеры разочка есть, оп. И камера чпуньк. Да, блять. Ну все, я сказал с камер, что он под КТ поставил. Кто там? Диджей Бред?
Тихо.
Меня зовут Паша, я Паша ебала. Продолжи, Пах. Проверка на олдскула, Пах, резкая. Бля.
Вычисли любого. О,
ёбаный рот.
Кидалу.
А чел засмеялся сначала, видели? А чел на вебке засмеялся, а потом такой, ой, типа загрустил. Смотрите. Ой, ой, камера снимает, ой. Смотрите, сначала поугарать хотел, а потом, ой, камеру включили. Ой, бля, я в телте.
Last buy. Last buy.
Бля, понимаешь, они могут за этот раунд фул проебать, Пах.
Чего просто надо за эту карту цепляться.
Бля, бинт. Что, по-моему, Ликвид нормально бинт играет. А, там же этот Перси, Кейка, да?
Ну вот в этом-то и проблема.
Какая проблема, блядь?
Ну, потому что челу нужно также перформансить.
Он каждый бинт ебал, как нельзя, Пах.
Да.
Хорошо, блядь.
Хорошо.
Хорошо, блядь. Растоптать, нахуй. Ебальники в пол. Это ФСБ, ебальники в пол.
That's brilliant identification from Nats. As Sentinels ran basically the exact same round. A couple of
Frostya!
ended up in that B split. Nats identified that this round was exactly the same as soon as they broke his trip. I mean, he's taking this timing around
шлюха.
super quick.
Он ливнул.
And calling for the full rotate of
Да?
everybody into the
Да,
B
он сказал,
split.
с вами общаться я
This is
не
what the
хочу.
difference looks like when you know this kind of hit is coming.
Как я зажал каш ебаный.
There's rapid once more here. There's no slowing down. Last round of this first half of Abyss. The send hit. Really brought to a crawl. It's a dart up into their face as well. A dash. Oh, he's just trying to
Бангала 14 вообще постоянно вот так. И на этой карте.
Блять. Ну такому закупу всосут. Блять, застакали, угадали, что всосали.
Teleport from the rate deep onto default, getting himself into a position to use the judge. They've salvaged this.
They have certainly still. Ray hasn't found a rifle into the process here. He's got a judge out back. Heaven's not watched for. Yeah, he has to just jump out wide. No one was watching his back.
Нормальное решение вот так жаром побежать.
А что им делать?
Тебя не сливают.
Smoke in his face, he's got that safety here. Right clicks with a classic, but Arm's been hurt by Buller's leg. Bang!
Бля, кик, ну сука.
He had to deliver. And he certainly did when his team needed it most.
What a sick way to end the half there for Sentinels. They managed to recover this round with bad weaponry, and it all looked like it was going wrong up until the end. Bang, what a demon.
Similar scenes to that first map that we've seen, 7-5, but listen, can Team Liquid drag it back to stay alive in Bangkok?
Паш, ты что там в зале делаешь?
Дебил. Это Садак вообще-то.
А, поебать, 7-5 тоже очень хорошо, не?
Ну да, 7 за КТ много.
Just shy of 2 rounds here. Liquid are going to be holding on to that lead. They're going to hope to just stretch it that much further as well. Onto their comfort pick of Abyss. Sentinels, despite the blunders, the missteps, they've made it competitive.
They certainly have, and credit to them for that. On map 1, though, we saw a pretty similar occurrence. It was 7-5 at the half, and then Sen ran away with things.
Ладно, в чате прямо сейчас есть красивая девочка?
Only 2 in their pocket.
Кто в Дейзи будет со мной всю жизнь в кустах 7 часов. Пора жениться, Миркл там миллион. Давай, сколько девочек, кайф.
And a lot of that was just how clean their executes are on their attack side. If they find a weakness, they are gonna hammer one of the sites over and over and over again. And right now on the pistol, there's nobody B at all.
Inside here, not through mid. Around, no noise made. Maybe an attempt to catch Nats here with a trip going down. It actually does signify quite a lot, and they want to double face it.
Мы зашли на базу тоже замен. Блин, реакшн. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. Паха, паха. Паха, паха. Паха, паха, паха. Бля, тварь прицел вела своим дэшем.
Nice in the micro. Sen getting a bit of a move on. 2 left to stand. Kamek, Kiko. What can you do from this spot? Finding your ones. Tapping away with a ghost in hand. This is it. Discipline and aim at its core. But it leaves it down to that 1v1. John QT. Just 10 HP to work with. Kiko.
Спасибо. Еще.
As well. It's an impossibility.
Отец нахуй.
Somehow just finds that light at the end of the tunnel for Liquid.
That's a monstrous clutch. The two players doing so much. That's the kind of Kiko that you've been seeing all year in EMEA's kickoff. I love the strategy from Sentinel. Hardcore punishing the normal Cypher default that a lot of the time Nats is going to be doing on the attack side. But, I mean, Liquid, this is individualism towards the end. Nice team play as well, covering angles for each other, but mostly just shots hit.
Call is made. Eco round strats for Sentinels. Team Liquid will be pretty quickly realizing that this is going to be an open A site.
It's the wildebeests crossing the Serengeti here. They are stomping through the spawn.
Прочитанный, блядь, Sentinels.
It's going to put a little bit of pressure on
Паштет!
Nats.
Алло, утиный.
It's going to be broken here, but yeah, awareness from Liquid, and they make a call, a reaction of their own. They want to flip the site. The trouble is, plant is not really there for them. It's plant for main and heaven.
But also Sentinels have anticipated
Пускай
the
если
reaction,
ПКД
and now
тест
they're going
делают.
up towards heaven.
Странно, да, Дансан Кинг? Зачем-то они
They
тест
might end
делают.
up just trying to
Никто
dive the
ничего
spike
не
here.
знает. Хуйней какой-то занимаются.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow round.
Listen, at that point though, just throw yourself.
Зачем эти тесты, блядь? Странно.
Not wasting our time.
Quite. But I mean, they're waiting for Zelsis to try to play some exits at the moment.
See if they can get at least the one. Not quite. Okay.
Imagine dying to the spike on Abyss. Like, why?
I know.
Go base jumping.
Dragging it out.
Maybe they're scarred from accidentally throwing themselves off the map earlier.
Yeah.
They don't want to relive the same thing. Second and narrator like, I am never going down there again.
Don't blame them.
Headshot.
Okay. Clean round by Liquid. Essentially handed to them, and yeah. But the spam one to the body. It's getting a bit personal potentially here. Reminder, it is do or die for Liquid though. Strong start to Abyss. They've kept it going.
A-split, super fast here actually.
It's going to be applying quite a bit of pressure now onto the Sentinels players. If they can push them back, it was a knife thrown back and doesn't really deny the drone from sweeping through. Liquid have got that space, but it's an anchor smoke. And how do you get through this one? Nats, he wants to leap right in! Bang! Bang!
Охуенно, блядь.
It's a three-piece. Can't quite manage the fourth, but honestly,
Пиздато.
it's a miracle in itself. And it leaves it just down to Kamek. 1v3 scenario. Plant stuck. At least wants the money for his troubles. The drone's going to be spotting him way out there. And he's removed from the picture.
Пиздато.
If Sentinels somehow win here on Abyss, they'll have Bang to thank, I think.
Павел.
The 2 rounds that Bang has given them have been massively important. Got them round 12 to make the half doable, and then has stopped the bonus round in its tracks there. Nats makes a call to jump into the smoke together. I think Camo was
Павел!
late, but I think he also got caught by a flash. And the timing just didn't work there. It was a nice call to double up in the smoke. But slightly delayed spacing, and Bang tears him to pieces.
So even footing, round 16. Guns in everybody's hands.
I'm wondering if at some point here Team Liquid are going to call a bit of a slower round, because one of the biggest problems that I was seeing with Sentinel's defense in America's kickoff was this gap over towards mid.
Да, я
They don't
спятил.
have the Sentinel, so there's no trip, there's no
Бля,
grab.
Чатик, ты что сегодня делаем?
But also,
После матча.
just leaving Narrate to just kind of hold it as he is in this round. And if you pressure Narrate,
Допустим,
out,
если
it
у нас не
creates a
получается
lot
пранки
of
играть.
timing gaps. Sen was struggling with that, and I feel like Nats is the perfect player to either call.
У нас такой вариант. PUBG, не, молодежки, вы наказаны. Вас благодарить Кирию и Гану, двоих козлов. Больше ее не будет. Ну, просто так точно не будет, если выиграть навык когда-то там. Да, да, понравился. Ранкед папка. Не, я мог поехать. Да, ну что мне там делать? Я мог еще вчера к ним поехать туда. К Фандеру. Ну нахуя мне? Хорошо, мне сейчас не очень интересно. Че, люди забыли, как играть? Смотрите, у нас такой расклад. PUBG, гонки или море воров. Ну, можно вот так сделать, поиграть папка, а вечером, например, в флотаут забуриться.
Every time there was a kill, though, immediately traded. Like, for example, here, they barely spot a glimpse of each other, but Nats manages to get that one out. The double kill from John as well, though.
Так что, я-то ready был. Не собрал народу, просто мало был.
Bad money now. This map has not really played out how I was expecting. I seriously expected Team Liquid.
Или сегодня можем с чатиком сыграть. Хотите Best of 3? Мы с Пахой 2 капитана, берем 8 чуваков в чата и играем.
Now they've got a chance to make a serious game out of it. Tie things up.
Exactly. Liquid, there's no slow spread of players here. It's very much all in over towards the A site. All grouped up and they've been slowed down once more by the knife. They've got a lot of players and a lot of bodies ready to receive this one. Open arms into the fight that is taking place. And the flash into the face of Camo still.
Хорошо.
It's going to carve and cleave its way into the site, but Narray hears that TP. It's going to be calling that there could be a playmaker inside that smoke, and almost adjust the aim in time. Spam was necessary, and Zelsis able to clean this one up. Paddy, rifle picked up into the upgrade, but so much to do, and not enough resources at his disposal. This is Sentinels now, essentially in full control.
The last two rounds, Sentinels have had a 3-player stack on the site that Team Liquid has gone for. They're getting the right read on where the exec is going to end. And they're also rotating very quickly to reinforce these positions. I think Team Liquid need to get Nats activated on the lurk. He's following them in the midst of the site execs. You see him here, entering. He's got to be lurking. Nice, let's go! I think that's got to be the way that you punish the fact that Sentinels are stacking the correct area, over-rotating, don't have the Sentinel utility in mid. Honestly, Nats find that value, and at the moment, they're just playing things fairly straight up, fairly standard, and it's not throwing Sen off.
No, it's all in from Liquid, praying that the execs will at least pave a way to success in some of these rounds here, but either the util's been disjointed, or like you mentioned, I mean, Sentinels have just been able to stack bodies and defend it. Necessitates the timeout here from Team Liquid because they've been losing a string of rounds at this point. Got to try and get something back on your side of things here. Momentum is on the side of Sentinels. And it's elimination. There's no second chances. Might have the lead for now, but it's been slipping away.
And if Sen win this one 2-0, they're going to be feeling primed to go forwards. Feeling great for their chances to be able to make it through the playoffs.
Early days yet into this round, but just from the glimpse of it, Kiko hold on to the paranoia. Not going to be able to use that anytime soon.
How many caught there? 2, 3? I don't think Paddy Tag got seen, so maybe only Kiko.
Я бы поиграл, на меня выебут.
They're expecting something through mid. I mean, they are thinking ahead already that out of the tactical timeout, Nats is going to try to.
Да похуй, кто играет, на самом деле, но на ранге тоже поебать. Может, что на корову играем?
Here it is, TP's off and around to the side here. Bang! There's the challenge flashing up and over. There's a dart on top of it. It's too much to overcome here. Players weren't in position, as you mentioned. Sentinels were anticipating a mid-play.
Чё, ну хуйня какая-то, блядь.
Second with the operator in hands. It's going to be awkward to try and play this retake. Unless he's gifted one, which he is. The deep peek by Kiko does not come up with anything at all. Team Liquid, it's an aggro hold out towards the back.
Здорово. Так, будем по одному стоять. Бля, ладно, долбоёбы налипнут. Ну просто люди по одному вот так пикают. Ебанутый нахуй. Охуеть, блядь. Ебанутый, сука.
Multi-frag rounds coming out from Team Liquid. Nats earlier on and Kamek now.
Охуеть, это жестко было.
Find the opportunities to do this kind of stuff.
That is what they needed.
It felt like the operator had found its value. The trade from Zelsis late. John with a bit of a whiff and Narrate was not in position. Both trade timings too slow. I mean, look at the frustration building over there. And that's only from one round being lost, by the way. Sen, other than that, still
Там лаз
pretty much in
деньги.
control of the
И у
half.
тех лаз деньги. Пиздец, это раунд за игру сейчас. Ну, для Sentinels точно. То, что они проебывают, они 12 отдают. Ну, типа будет 11-8, не хэка. Бля, и хули без смоков теперь делать? Хороший размен. Хороший разменчик. Вот это размены нахуй, вот это я понимаю.
Surely, then there's nobody looking. He is not looking this direction.
Первый же не может на широко быть, остальные за ними.
Good adjustment with the spray, but now he's revealed his hand in the position at
Это
that
я
rate.
понимаю.
Backing himself around here to pull and a flash. Spike is in no man's land. So many things that have to go right, and it's just not happening. Not tonight.
Ой, бля.
The side's completely flipped there. It's Team Liquid that come out with a really good set play. Their macro ideas, brilliant to be able to open that up and create the gap in mid. And individualism, the multi-frag round. On the side of Sentinels instead. Narrate, the player that's been, in my opinion, performing the best for Sen so far today. Streaking out ahead with a really important round. Just as he was looking frustrated coming off the previous one too.
Yeah.
Not allowing his emotions to affect his game, or at least negatively affect his game. Powered by rage. Yeah.
Slow going by Team Liquid here.
Может, сейчас гейка раскрутится.
Tired of and over. This signals that the hit's going to be coming through. Oh my god, Tekken, he just couldn't quite survive there. Put the dash out to the fight, but Camo locked on. Player potentially spotted here. There's Bladestorm still, and he's hopping, skipping up and around, and the rate finds himself another one. Paranoid.
Бля, вот чел вообще не ждет эту позицию. Это самый дефолт, что чел там с коробкой крысит. Я не понимаю, люди идиоты, блядь, или что?
From that position, it's a 3 versus 4. The gun advantage for Sentinels, but that might not matter at all. Team Liquid hitting these shots. Hard committed, up onto the side. Team Liquid already one step ahead, trying to play around the Cosmic Divide. TP up and away. Paditek, he's got walkabout. He's running straight into the Amazon Rivers. A Biden moment potentially, but listen, Sen are all over this site. He's grabbed right behind him, and the Classic cannot get it done.
Sentinels navigate the chaos to draw us level at 10-10. A difficult round.
Ну,
Team
все по одному
Liquid
играют,
made
блядь,
them
который раз на
sweat.
бомбе.
But as the rifles come back on board, I feel like this map has been constantly both teams making adjustments to what the other is running and trying to anticipate what the adjustment is going to be before they even go for it. We already saw the round where they took the tactical timeout, Team Liquid, and Nats went for the lurk. That was caught by Sentinels.
We're doing it, let's go.
Bit of self-belief. Nats is in mid again.
No emphasis placed though by Team Liquid to try and get alert going. Slow going for the first 10 seconds. Drone once more. Knife on the back, and it does tag.
3 players ready to fight this. Team Liquid keep going into the stacked site. They have really struggled to find the weak one.
Spots it. Can't forget the damage in, but okay. Well, dashing forwards into the smoke. Can't really survive that one. Too much spam occurring. Hunter's Fury. Kamek, he's desperate for the connection, desperate for a kill to potentially help his team out. Okay, flash up and over. Bang trying to play off it, but we'll be going straight to the grave as a response.
Spike planted.
Zelsis peppering away. Opening and get a few of these tags onto these players.
To Cliff, and the salvos are going to connect.
And here it is, pushing them out wide into the open still. A lot to account for, a lot to contest with. Sentinels leaves it down to second. And with the tap, fades away. Smoke in the face of Palitech, not to be denied that kill. It's just these players in this server, man, they're taking time, taking their own turns to turn up.
Yeah, that's a massive 4K for Palitech. He had 6 kills before the start of this round. He almost doubles them here, playing in a really difficult situation too.
Ты сам сделал, да, вот тут.
They had a flash there for
Я 16 так вышел.
and then they knife to see if anybody's Cliff, and because they are, they double salvo. That puts Team Liquid in bad positions. But Patty still delivers. Gets the 4K by tucking around behind the salvos. And Liquid take one more step further towards sending us to bind.
Praying for it. Bit of spam second. Dash to get the hell out of there, and a speed up called for Team Liquid.
У вас бабки, по сути.
Want to hit the go button.
This is the weak site finally. Nats has discovered it. They're not
through.
А чем ретейкать хотел Sentinel? Понял. У них какой идет?
Tracking the money, is lucky enough to do that damage as well. He's found himself, his team, an advantage.
You'd expect Team Liquid to go for some kind of post-plant aggression here. They've been doing it every time they're down players. Does anyone follow the drone? Oh, they're all just playing off-site apart from Kiko. I mean, he has got to be the hero here for Liquid.
Knife tags one. Knife tags one. That was Kiko. Fed up onto the site. Immediately dealt with. 3 players left to stand here. Liquid.
А что там на поспан нихуя ничего не съебали?
Util already expended, and this is it.
На поспан нихуя нет.
Full control, up and over it, bang, sticking onto the defuse now, Dart. It's barely even a warrior to the back of their minds, and the bullets need to rain down and find that connection.
Охуенный постплан, мужики!
Sen just raising
Вас
up
просто мы
all
зашли,
from Team
отпиздили,
Liquid.
охуенно. Не, блядь.
And look at that string of rounds and
Что они
time
делают,
like that.
нахуй?
Sea of green for Sentinels on that defense.
God, the opening kill onto Camo is brutal. Team Liquid needed more ideas in the post-plant. They just ended up falling back, and Senna super happy to play retakes in those situations if you give them all the time and all the space. 11-11.
Put the Nikes on.
Very chill, very cool there.
Глаз радуется.
That's
Я вот
Paddy
нихуя.
got classics, Sheriff to be able to work with, and they're finally doing something through mid. Team Liquid have not done very many of these slow, defaulty kind of rounds. Not exactly sure why.
Bang.
Because it's working.
It's caught in transition there. He's hoping to retreat back over towards Heaven, so open and pick for the way of Team Liquid drone. Paranoid up! You're taking a peek and a wonder. Narrate very much alone.
Хорошо.
I mean, this is going to be a thrifty here.
I mean, it definitely is. Zelsis now is entirely isolated. He's going to be squeezed at a moment's notice. They picked apart the defense.
This was too easy. As soon as Team Liquid put a couple of bodies in mid and tried to split, they've destroyed Sentinels. Stop doing the execs, guys.
Almost comes back to, maybe you should just play mid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
It brings them to 12. Weird map of Valorant just in terms of where the momentum's lied. It's felt like Sen just had it in full control, even though Team Liquid were bringing it ahead by a few rounds, thanks to the pistol rounds they managed to pick up. But this,
we were actually thinking, if you want to take things back to what we were discussing on Lotus, we said a lot of Sentinels need to be good here. They need to have a clear air between the two of them because it's their map pick. I think the same could be said here. The fact that Team Liquid are getting pushed so close on a map that they're 4-0 at, and Yitsu was talking on the desk about how Team Liquid look like the best team in EMEA on Abyss. Well, there's only one round in it right now, and we're in the final round of regulation. We might be going OT, and Sen have a chance to 2-0 this.
Most important one to play for. 12-11. There is that frustration.
It's a tactical timeout for Sentinels. I think you've got to anticipate some kind of mid-play and a split again, because it worked so well in round 23. You're telling me Nats goes back to just running a B-pop or an A-pop with no defaulting and no information? I can't see it. I feel like if you're Kaplan in this moment and you're thinking about a strat, it's got to be to do with either holding mid with, you know, Zekken taking a deep line, trying to do a walk down mid, do some kind of collapse onto Nats.
А где почтительно?
That's where my head would be going for a defensive game plan to drag things into overtime. Because Zelsis has also got the null command for the retake, so you're not as worried about trying to you know, find it difficult to get back through the post plant. They're going to have no util.
Team Liquid, they should be set up, primed and ready for potential map 3 to bring it all the way as well. A chance for that second lease of life into the tournament.
Не забывайте, ребят, если кому-то надо пополнить баланс на Steam дешево или купить Valorant Point, ссылка в чате. На время этого турнира Valorant Point дешевле, чем в самой игре стоит. Через сайт. Если кто-то хочет коллекцию прикупить. Или просто Valorant Point купить, чтобы не валялись. Ссылка в чате. Регайтесь.
Knife out, sliders to jiggles. Be seeing and hearing the drone, knife, sweeping forward. It's going to be
Ну понимаешь, что там первый армор, походу. Хотя ну только один первый армор.
I didn't quite see, but I got to assume that Team Liquid also have rifles that they can go back to here, right? It was just the start of the round. Have they got? Yeah, here they are. Okay. So there is a hidden arsenal back here that allows them to play with some better weaponry.
Видите, свапнули. Нормально тем попробовать центр найти и потом свапнуть. Ой, бля, они в стак идут. О, нормально. Спасибо за это, да. Ага. Лучше бы ликвид не спали, блядь. Да, блядь, ну как бездарно, ну пацаны. Там не трап, нихуя, идите на Б лучше. Какое А, блядь, ебаное. Как они хуёво выходят, я не знаю. Они как будто на Б все раунды взяли, а на А нихуя.
The execute heavy style here today has not worked, and the deeper we go into overtime, the more I'm feeling like Sentinels are going to get into the groove. Narrate has nearly dropped 30 kills. Still outperforming the Omen on the other side when Kiko's putting up a great performance of his own and has been all year.
This is all in by Sentinels. It looks like it, and Team Liquid are going to be stacking this with 3 bodies of their own. Ready to receive salvos. Primed. Contact most of the way. Paddy's going to be holding on to that knife now. The salvo's clearing the way, at least to a degree. That's going to be suppression, yeah, across the board. You've got to call for a cancel, surely if you're Sentinels. Been slowed down here. It's a play by Team Liquid. Couple of centers. You have no prior map control. Wasn't a slow default. You were all into the play, and once more you're going to go for the re-hit once now. The Cloudburst at your feet, Camo, perched up high and mighty! And a crossfire is elite!
Хорошо.
Bodies topple and fall. And John, not long for the world there.
Хорошо, радует, что, блядь, Sentinels так же
Team
выходит, как
Liquid, they
Liquid.
find themselves on the brink of getting to map 3.
We'll see whether they can convert their second attempt at a map point. The re-hit here from Sen, they got completely cancelled out. They were hoping that the rest of Team Liquid had spread out around the map, but there were still 3 players here.
Time for a break.
Nats had his Sentinel utility over towards A. They double cleared mid.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Zekans picked up the op here in what could be the last round of Abyss. He's hoping that he's going to be able to find Nats. He picked him through a smoke last time he brought the op over here. That's so unlucky.
Что это такое? Вы видели, как Киджа отскочила? Что это такое? Что за лягушка полетела по воде? Вы видели? Ну-ка еще раз повтор. Ну все, одно киё ебаное в девятке.
No hope in hell, he's trying to spray away, but running out of bullets, and Zeka now forced to play the retake with the op. Now listen, he's done damage with this into the pass, but...
Ну не пикай ты, уебище. Вот под флешку норм. Наконец-то что-то грамотное. Ну все, как будто ГГ.
They've dominated all the appropriate angles. Kiko falls though. taken out. Heaven still not dealt with. Player up top, Zekken. This is precise. Dashes forward to escape that Aya. Camo spamming away up on top of the ropes. He knows the damage has been done, but it's shorty, but time ticking, time ticking.
А что произошло? Что произошло? А, не успел. Что произошло? Я глаза прикрыл, думал, уже выиграли. Чё, я вот так сижу уже, челюсть, думаю, все, не проебать такое. Чего нахуй? Чего, блядь? Так, ну. 4-3. 4-2, ну. Чё, уебаны? Что?
John performing like a beast was one of the reasons that Sen ended up
Чё?
where they are right now. He had a tournament in kickoff on an individual level, even when the whole team dynamic of Sentinels was not quite working.
Да там не только дело в потере, они же были 4-2.
And now they're going to take a tactical timeout, reset, try to calm down the adrenaline that must have been rushing after that round. If you're Liquid in that spot, you think you've already won.
You're kicking yourself, man. You're kicking yourself.
And also, they're going to be thinking back to those kind of situations when they reared their head against EDG on Split, the missed Astra pull, a similar kind of situation around that you're supposed to close out deep in overtime, and you don't.
Those tiny mistakes can snowball to absolute disaster. Team Liquid pushed and pressured. I mean, both teams on their map picks, but honestly, it's a bit of a difference here because talking up Liquid like they should be heavy favorites when we headed over to Abyss. It's 13-13. It's almost like Senna playing with house money at this point.
Так я пересмотрю, пацаны. Я уже глаза закрыл, чились, но я вижу, что я... Когда, короче, убили с девятки, я понимаю, ну, типа, 4-2. Я думаю, ну все. Закрываю глаза, открываю, уже диффузит.
Salvers might have been used. I'm not too sure where they placed them, but
I mean, there's double trips over towards A as well, so.
Not like paranoia early anyway. This is putting the pressure. Potential squeeze, but it's cold.
I think this is a fake. They're faking the B split to try to trigger the same reaction out of Team Liquid, and they're going to end A.
Dekan, he's hunting, hoping. Can't quite pounce on the opportunity that was that kill in Kamek.
Пиздец, он их фанит, он всех стянул сюда.
Hold it down on top of it. It's a fake
как будто браткам на пизда.
Smoke, but supplementary util narrate is up in the face of a potential player, and that IGL up through into the smoke as well, and it's damage needs to be done. Still moving forwards here with Nats crumbling. Kamek off to the side, and the timings just so damn unfortunate. Sentinels complete control of the site, but Heaven needs to be watchful, and Zekken has got to put his crosshair onto it. Eyes watchful for it. Flash into the face, dodged by Kiko. Need a steady hand in moments like this. 3v4 for Liquid. Pushing forwards. Make it 3v3. Opportunities available for them. Flashes and utils going to be used to tap onto the plan as well. It's going to be forcing that reaction out, and the kills flying through.
Ебать ретейк, хорошо.
Once more. It's both of these teams, man.
Как же люди свои раунды заливают? Я смотрю на эти ретейки, и сейчас мне хуёво. Как будто будь грамотная команда на бомбе, она хуй такой отдаст. Вот реально грамотная команда хуй такой ретейк отдаст.
Ended up becoming a 3v3, and Narrate was positioned at default.
Если бы игру убиваю, ну, я бы вот так подошел, беру паузу, подхожу к компу и говорю, вставай, уёбище, типа дальше я поиграю. Все. И мы выигрываем.
And you got to see there in the coach camp, Lohan calling the tactical timeout. He's like, all right, we won, that's great.
Да тут люди валики не умеют, не большинство реализовывать, не на постплентах играть хорошо. После бомбы занимают говнопозиции. Бля, да чё говорить, вспомните раунд, где Зекин был с авиком, просто АФК стоит в КТ, на него сначала раз открывается чел сам, один в соло, ни под флешку, Ничего, просто как долбоеб. Потом открывается Кио, точно так же. Просто один вот так открывается. Но это же вообще хуйня. Хотя люди лево-право в перекрест могут стать хотя бы, уже лучше. Понимаете? И тут много таких долбоебов. Зачем мне рвать? Ну да, я и говорю, зачем они вообще распикивают? Когда если вы кроссфайр делаете, и челам уже хуёво, они не могут выйти просто так, им надо ломать ваш кроссфайр обилками или там раздергивать плечами. Короче, уже им тяжело. Тут люди тупые зачастую. Я говорю, смотришь в такие постпланты, ты понимаешь, насколько люди болваны ебаные. Вернитесь в МГ-лигу, реально. По базаре.
Doing a good job of it, but they got to convert here and now. It's a high-low setup. A lot of damage done here to Zekin, and now turning up the heat straight away forwards. The raid! Sky not willing to give up that space. Still, the trade is intact. Let's just spam straight through. Flash even.
А чё Бэнгу хуёво? Он на слеп просто слепым встал, даже прыгать не стал. Просто двигаться стал, говорит, ну все, проебали.
Maintaining control of all of this, and that has been cleaned up. Spotted out for a mid. Crosshair placement. It's perfection from Zekin.
He's just played a difficult situation so perfectly.
А команды только по 2 раунда у них есть, у Ликвидов и Сэндилс. Раша, Раш Б, все, блядь, одинаковый выход. Как будто я вот этот дэш от джетки вижу уже который раз в этом матче. А, мне хуёво.
That's masterfully done. He's on such low health. 9 HP the whole time, playing around this spot. Narrate also has been in every anchor position, playing a beautiful game. But the amount that Zekin was on an island once the other two fell makes it particularly impressive.
14.
Notice how Nats is actually taking super late timings if he is going through mid.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because he's worried about being cleared, as he has been in previous rounds. And then when he takes a super late time, and he's got to win the fight. And he just doesn't quite there. He really hasn't been the value on their attack side that I was expecting. As Sentinels pulled out a really beautiful mid-take into the B fake, into the A split. The last time we saw them on the attack in 2007. They just couldn't quite close it out.
Sound was again used by John. He's gonna break open the door.
But they didn't break the trip. I think they're trying to fake mid pressure currently, and Nats is just going to know that this is a lie.
Still. One eye train potentially. Did the door not break? Why is Kamek so hard committed onto this angle?
I mean, Nats is around heaven.
It just seems weird in case they do just contact up past it.
Затишье перед бурей.
Okay, here it is. Challenge. Kamek. Can stand this test, but okay, no, just backs himself away. It's a bit of a stalemate call from both of these teams, and players looking themselves up through B. It's a dash play, fast at that. Flashes to accompany. Camo wants to try and draw some blood out of some of these accompanying players. Now, Sen, they haven't sent a spike this way. I mean, there's 30 seconds left into the round. It's a mad scramble now to see if they can supplement this one, gain access to the side, but the knife is going to be tagging them, and where are the kills? They have to be found. The rate can't quite wrangle the rifle in time to hit the second one, but it's a trade intact now for Liquid and a plant online for Sentinels. Nothing pushing this one back. Drone. Slightest of pauses. Bated breath from Team Liquid. Now starting to make their moves, and Kiko.
Вот опять по одному, блядь, какие долбоёбы, не знаю. Не, мне сейчас на руку, ну, блядь, за чего он один распикивает? Бля, я не могу эту хуйню смотреть. Просто по одному люди играют. Вообще долбоёбы. Спасибо, Джейкин, за победу.
It was a smooth, controlled retake. And Sen were very late to get the spike over here. This brawl over towards the B connector, it had to come out with an effective player advantage.
Ну да, говорю, просто какие-то как будто скилловые миксы, блядь, все. Ну как скилловые?
I think your question is the perfect one. How many chances does Team Liquid need?
Yeah, nerves in the air.
One attack round is all it's going to take for Liquid. And they've just
Чё, блядь?
by the look of things, for the gamble A pop.
Only presence through A main is just that cam. The knife. Oh, that's a tag.
Чего опять на вонючая идут?
Does anyone try to rotate though? I mean, Bang wants to just keep holding mid in case Nats takes the timing. So these players on A, they are alone for a
Да,
while.
его раз угадывают.
Now
Только
here
два
it is.
чела.
See if they can find kills today.
А я чё не пойму, а как Сентинелс так встали, что у них два смокера на Б? Чего, блядь? Стой, а как Сентинелс так встали, что у них два смокера стоят на Б оба? И ни одного смокера на... Чего нахуй? Два смокера на Б, а на А 0. Что? Что, ебланы? 5 в 3.
The rate off to the side here. Still, it's a post plan that needs to be played by Liquid. A tap to try and force that reaction. Double faced up. Zekken can't quite land it. Smoke's finally online with a one way and will swing in.
Спасибо, Език. Боже нахуй.
He's the one to do it all in that spot.
Все равно, бро, когда стоишь даже на Астре, я тебе объясню, тебе даже в Астрале надо чуть подлететь туда. Тебе удобнее звезду кидать, когда ты в упоре. Тебе удобнее кидать соску самому на себя, блядь. Ну, типа, чем с другого планта не хуярить ее там. Понятное дело, что может там положить сразу все и все, им похуй. Какой там счет был? Скину.
Sky not willing to give up that space still to trade. I mean,
Job there on the retake. Job there on the retake.
On top end. Surely this is it.
Ну вот. Убили 9. Все, 4 в 2. Хули сейчас произойдет? У Кея еще есть молик на бомбу. Все, Кею вообще должен последним играть, спрятаться, вот тут где-нибудь встать. Потом на стрейфе просто молик кинуть в прыжке. Все. Смотрим, что будет. Все, как такое проебать? Все, Кама просто играет. Короче, я объясню, кто должен играть в каком порядке. Кама играет супер последним вообще. Оман там сова первые плечами играет. Да все, это не проебать. У них даже смока на бомбу нет, блядь. Так у них даже смока на бомбу ебаную нет, блядь. Ну все, Кама просто живет, все. Он может просто стену стрелять, постоянно фон создавать. Ему нельзя умирать ни в коем случае. Он просто должен жить, типа в стену стрелять и все. Ну ладно, бот отвалился, окей, он не стал уходить там с позиции. А зачем так открыто пикать, я не очень понимаю. Там бомбу же так. Чё? Нахуя он это делает? У тебя у братка молик еще есть, он вообще? Чё он делает? Бля, ты вообще идиот польский. Чё он делает реально? А нахуя он вот это сделал? Нахуя вот это делать? Чё бы тех сделал? Так он выжил, да, окей. Ну нахуя он вообще так сделал, пацаны? Бля, не, какие это вообще пиздец. Не, я видел, что тех в бок не убил. Карась, ну его, понимаешь, ты даешь сюда молик, все. Тебе даже не надо стреляться. Дай молик на стрифе вот так в прыжке. Все, тебе не надо даже стреляться. Все, там уже он бы никак не успел раздефать, все. Дай молик, все. Дай молик, смотри, вот я тебе колю раунд. Вот даже они остались 2 в 2 уже. Похуй, что на сове фрик ебаный тоже. Вот смотри, они остаются 2 в 2. Я тебе колю как надо сделать. Кею дает молик. Мы живем вдвоем, да? 9 и мейн. Как молик проходит, мы на раз-два пикаем. Все такое не проебать. Потому что будет стоять вот так. Один чел будет садиться дефать, возможно, он еще успевал. Но он так успевал впритык, что если он отпускает бомбу, они проебали. Получается, один чел прикрывает только. И если мы с тобой откроемся, ты с мейна, я с девятки, один из нас точно убьет того, кто дефает. Все, не проебать такое, блядь. Я 100 из 100 такой раунд с ножом выиграю. Я клянусь, я такой раунд с ножом выиграю. Просто дай мне вот молик на кино, я с ножом такой раунд выиграю. Ну, вот смотри, сколько не хватило. Просто дай молик, все, дайте молик, все. Просто 4 в 2. Почему чел на омни просто не съебет на тэпке вот так вот? Зачем он так стоит? Ну просто съеби. Почему чел на сове так нагло пикать? Зачем так нагло пикать? Зачем так нагло пикать? Ну у них же даже смока нет на бомбу, блядь. Ни один, все смокеры сдохли. Все, пачка, full open, под мейн, под 9, вообще ебланы. Бля, ну это фрик. А я с ваху сидел 100%. Вот зачем он это делает? Вот зачем вот это? Все, твоя задача в мейне на плечико прыгать. Все, не проебать, такой раунд не проебать. Не, ну такой раунд не проебать никак. Я вот клянусь. Дайте мне 3 челов, мы сажаем этот раунд выиграем. Даже, ну, не надо будет стрелять. Вот чтобы у нас вот так мы стояли лево-право мейн, 9. И у Кео у меня еще молик был. И у Савы 2 шоковых. Я с ножом такой раунд выиграю. Я 100 из 100 с ножом выиграю. Даже не надо будет стрелять вообще. Да-да, просто играют долбоебы с Майнкрафта, которые никогда в жизни нигде не играли, блядь. Кроме как Валик зашли, все. Ну, у них нет в башке нормально какого-то там... понимания игры вот так. Они просто бегают, блядь, крестик воют, все по моделькам. Все, я клянусь. Просто бегают и крестик воют, все. Челы овер тупые, блядь. Я бы вот так подошел, беру паузу, подхожу к компу и говорю, вставай, уебище. Типа дальше я поиграю. Все. И мы выигрываем. Я бы вот так подошел. Давай Ивана, блядь, не надо так про Язика, вообще охуенный кинтик. Не, реально, Язик охуенный кинтик. Ну как чел пизда точно. Да, играет хорошо. Жаль, ему и ты, блядь, не хотят нормально играть. Бля, вспомните, Аяс какой 1 в 3 взял, да? Вы вспомните, какой Аяс раунд взял. А если бы он не взял тут клатч, все, проебали? Пиздец, блядь. Ну и фрики, сука. Ну, а Язик 2 карты потеет, реально. Но его кинты что-то вообще пиздец. Дулик охуенно отыгрывает. Крыс, почему? Короче, я в ахуе, что люди так играют. Вот честно, вот, блядь, просто вот дайте мне такую ситуацию, я не пизжу, я 100 из 100 это выиграю. Вот дай мне 3 челов, я 100 из 100 это выиграю. Вот так, точно такую ситуацию. У меня молик, там времени уже мало, я 100 из 100 это выиграю. Бля, я вообще не помню, что я в КС какие-то такие клатчи проигрывал. Настолько тупые. Вот где клатч можно с ножом выиграть, блядь. Вот ты просто нож в руки берешь, все, ты выиграл. Не пикаешься, ничего не делаешь, просто ничего не делаешь, все. Это то же самое, как, помните, эти проебали, Нави проебали жмыху. Чел убегает на сейф, он говорит, все, я проебал раунд. И челы за ним бегут, он говорит, о, нихуя, пойду разэфу. Бля, ну фрики же ебаные, как так играть нахуй? Просто позор ебаный, блядь.
I have no idea what to expect from Sen, and this is definitely not a map that is like at the top of the map pool for Team Liquid either. So it could very well go either way, but I feel like in the chaos we've kind of lost the plot. But to reset the stakes, it's an elimination game here. Loser goes out in the first round. Sentinels was just a few rounds, 1 round away at multiple moments from being able to go into the playoffs cleanly. And now they're going into somewhat uncharted territory in Bind.
Yeah, and honestly, I know, Yinsu, you're not loving TL's chances on Bind, but the more I think about the way this series has gone, the more I kind of like them if you ignore the history of Bind as a map for them. Because if you think back to Lotus, I thought Team Liquid were playing fantastic macro, especially on their attacking side. I think Bind is a map where Nats can really slow slow things down, try to exploit on the lurks and make things happen. And also, it's a very brawl-heavy map when it comes to the execs, and Team Liquid, while it was a little bit back and forth, I felt like had the upper hand when it came to that last map on Abyss.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. And for Nats as well, obviously, this is a map he's always been incredibly personally comfortable on. His lurks are absolutely iconic on Bind.
Everyone knows what he does. It's getting to a point where I think you can even read into where he puts his walls, especially on the defense.
Is that you said the same thing about Abyss, and you were right about Abyss, but they still got away with a lot of the stuff. And
yeah, but it was a clean win for Liquid, that's why.
Of course. Don't get me wrong. I think I recall you telling me that Nats said that he does play the same way, but he doesn't need to change it.
Yeah,
it's still good, right?
It's not Nats that the issue for me here on Bind, at least. It's, you know, some of the ways that they play around the sky as well. The way that you can kind of read into what they want to do depends when and where Paddy flashes. They like to do the 1-4 a lot of the times, and also, like I said, on the defense, they like to play around that Viper wall. And a lot of the times, if you just watch their VOD, you do the prep the way the Kaplan should be doing, you can probably come up with a lot of really good antis, which we already saw on Abyss.
Let's see what we've got. So Team Liquid yeah, okay, so Sentinels, this is a comp change. Narrate had been playing the Gecko previously, and it's just switching over into a Sky.
Yeah, I don't think it's a massive change. If you're playing a solo flash initiator, there's not great Gecko-Teo synergy, so that makes a little bit more sense to me. Scouting Utah with the Sky, followed it up with the Teo. But gonna see Zekin back on that Raze, another exciting head-to-head against Camo. Very interesting to see Yoru from neither of those players the last two maps.
Yeah, because we'd been seeing like all the Jet and those types of things. So honestly, it comes to me again about the brawling of these two teams when it comes into the side hits. So actually really effective retakes from both teams on the last map. Bind notoriously hard to retake.
And I cannot believe it comes down to this map as well, because elimination is on the line. The winner will get a chance to make playoffs tomorrow one last time. Here is Bren and Sideshow.
This is it. It's going to be the last time we see one of these two teams here in Bangkok. Elimination. It's all on the line. And Team Liquid, listen, hard pressed, but they did manage to drag it to this third map of Bind. And there are some unknown Sentinels. It's a map they like to second stage ban, float occasionally, but who the hell knows here? In this Sentinels core, they've never known elimination in the group stage, preliminary stage, excuse me, of the global event.
Well, here, take a look at the pistol round from Team Liquid. They're going to stack 4 players over towards B, anticipating this. They've got the right read.
They certainly do.
Zen running a very familiar pistol round.
I'm going to fight us with flashes. Gecko flash over the top, Sky flash as well alongside it, but they are walked all the way up. They might just miss the timing here. Team Liquid flash up into the face. Yeah, Paddy, it's not long for this wall. Kamek swinging around to the wide. He needs to return that fire. Camo over the shoulder. Bit of stray bullets and spam as the smokes are just dropped down. Advantage here for Liquid, they found it.
I've got to assume that Paditek there got killed by a player that was full blind. Nat's going to pop the wall. He's playing the weak side of the map almost all the time for them on the defensive bind. He's got this orb up at default as well that makes it pretty difficult to get nice plants.
3 players up through heaven here. Team Liquid just trying to barge their way back into the side as well, and the fight is going their way. John, drop down to just 11 HP. Bang up and over. Clean shots necessary for Sentinels to stand a chance. They slow it down with the salvos, but everybody's positions accounted for. Team Liquid start off strong here on Bind. That pistol round win.
And what a lovely pistol strat it is too. You're going to see a lot of this from Liquid. Watch out for where Kamek and Paditek are playing. If they're playing on the same side of the map together, they're probably going to try to set up some kind of either trap play like this or a flash re-clear. I think Liquid currently, I'm actually a big fan of their bind. I've been watching a lot of it. I think they're probably the best team that isn't running a Vice on this map. Now the results have not necessarily borne that out. But here they've got a chance to pull out a win in a big moment.
Bringing the ankles ever so slightly here, but yeah. All good.
There. Judge from Kiko as well. Over towards Hookah. Very difficult.
А чё так тихо? Пистолет без шанса взяли?
All quiet for now. Bang has that showers control. The rest of his team, Sentinel's probably going to be calling for a B long take. No, they're changing their mind. Or they were going to be looking for TP options.
Бля, ну я в ахуе, пацаны. Который раз смотрю, реально.
Up. The fuel's going to be running short, surely, and yet wall's going to be dropped down. Faced out wide there with the rain. That's the salvos up towards the back. Camo is going to be forced to press forwards, and with Nats by his side, it's all good. No worries.
Просто понимаю, что у людей уровень понимания валики там это просто, блядь, уровень фрик называется. Да, они там, может, механически сильно стреляют, некоторые челы. Базару ноль, но, блядь. Чел, давайте вот так вот, чел, у которого чуть хуже АИМ, но который намного умнее, типа, именно игровой IQ. Он всегда выебет чела просто, который стреляет. Все. Особенно в VALORANT, особенно в VALORANT. В VALORANT это не КС, ты не можешь на одном аиме строго вывозить. Куча кнопок и так далее, надо раздуплять, блядь. А если тупица ебаная, то ну что? Тут еще надо решение намного быстрее принимать, чем в КС. Намного быстрее. КС более такая игра размеренная по темпу. Она более вязкая такая, по сравнению с валиком, где там ульт нажимается, тебе за секунду надо решение принять, куда уйти или что тебе надо сделать. За секунду, вот, все, сейчас улетайте на голову летит. Все, действуй. В КС, да, тебя могут отзонить с мачком, там это, ну, более так все медленно. А тут, ну и поэтому, соответственно, валить тебе надо башкой еще больше шевелить. А если, ну, чего тупые, блядь, ну. Я просто не понимаю, как такие раунды реально проебывать, ну как? Ебать, я язык жил. Зачем чел спонтан открывался, я не понял. Вот кто сдох? Камо. Вот, ну, на Камо вообще тупой чел. Который смотрю, это просто идиот, как будто играет. Просто у него игровая IQ, как будто, бля, я не знаю. Пробка ебаная от бутылки. Вот Аязик смартово играет, реально. Вот сколько заезда смотрю, он смартово играет. Да, молик достань. Блять. Почему-то Кейку всегда на этой карте ебет, я не знаю почему.
Kiko launches a projectile like he's using a snowball weapon. And then he hits him with a ghost headshot.
А что ты написал? А я это, мой что, а я что, крыса? По поводу чего?
Then he headbutts a molly. I want to see the final kill from Kiko. How is he so precise? Oh, he just tiny little sidestep. Maybe the molly did extra damage.
Yeah.
That's brutal though for Sentinels. Utterly brutal. They lost Narrate at the very beginning of the round and couldn't close things out there. The timing from Kamek, the right risk taken at the right time. Sen are taking a tactical timeout after losing the bonus.
Короче, план такой, мы сейчас досматриваем матч. Дальше часик перерыв, я пойду похаваю, зарегу нас на турик, зарегу там праки. И там решим, что делать. Скорее всего, ну, либо PUBG поиграем, либо Море воров. А вечером гоночки, я надеюсь, мы соберем. Но опять же, от меня зависит. Я-то ради.
You've heard your team's got like a bad mentality or a bad approach to things. Like something's gone skew with early. One reason
не, пока без ауков я поебал этих ауков. Ну, либо я буду аук такой делать нормально, там, не ниже 7 рейтинг, без русских фильмов, вот такой типа аук. Все, давно нахуй залу посмотреть. Просто тупеешь, блядь. Ну я в росте Паша. И вот либо Кири, либо Овер.
The B side looking to try and squeeze these players and see if they can listen, man. Team Liquid.
Ну видишь, блядь. Ну вы чё? Бля, ебать, никто по киллу даже не дал. Бля, Език, ты такой отец. Че это за ульта, блядь? Ты вообще фрик ебаный? А зачем по одному опять? А че это за ульта, он фрик? Че это за ульта, хуйди просто? Вообще ничего ему эта ульта не дает. Ничего ему эта ульта не дает. Он просто знает, что внутри планта не начала, все. Не, а че это за ульта? А, блядь, Джон Кьюти, блядь. Какая разница, он мог так ультануть, чел с КТ сразу вышел после этой ульты и все. Не, просто нахуя он ульту потратил в таком клатче, где она как бы не особо чем-то помогла. Фрик ульта какая-то, хуй знает. 5 на 5. Ну, бля, видишь, вы что-то, ну, хотите между собой этот матч сделать? Пах там тоже где-то шароебится просто.
This is a very rough beginning to a crucial elimination map for Sentinels.
Yeah. It's ringing at the back of my mind is that Sentinel squad, I mean, it's been essentially bespoke built for success and triple face down short, one way to deal with it.
Сол часто играть не бог.
Да
Да название поебать, блядь. Чё тут звание, пацаны? Вообще похуй.
Drone. Not broken in time, so Paddy's going to be spotted out there. Retreat back to a bit of safety, but he's going to try and hold this one down. It's a crash used in response. Detainment, I believe, potentially there.
You don't really want to fight it, though.
Okay. Coming up close. Might be where these guns thrive with the flash. Rapid fire as he approached from second, but he's isolated alone, and now just laid down earlier by Kamek. Instant TP.
Nats left the site
and taking the pivot. Yeah, Nats is not.
Ебать, я далеко ушел. Ну его вот жаль, что такой тайминг.
A lot of unknowns here.
They're not going to think about this, though, are they?
Sentinel, surely not thinking about it. Yeah, there's no
Или не будут.
up towards the top. Attempted to trade narrate. He's just spamming right clicks, jumping around.
Хорошая яз, бля.
They're swinging through their own Viper wall to try to fight him in the chaos.
And that just puts an end to any chances of Sentinels there in round 5.
Бля, на самом деле им повезло, что бомбу вот так ставили, а не на трипле. Я думал, они бомбу будут по дефу на трипле вот там ставить, поняли? Зачем они просто побежали, ну, бля, ебать, Сандилс тупые тоже. Вот они не знают, где Аяс, они не нашли его на... Вот они не нашли его на... То есть в теории, Аяс мог в лампах закрыть даже. Вот Аяс мог даже в лампах стоять или где-то там. Ну поставьте вот сюда бомбу на тройнухе, все. Поставь бомбу на тройнухе, все. Все матчи вообще мочи, блядь. Че отписал мейт, что-то крысы, не крысы? Бля, ну ультвайперчики это приятно. Не, пока самый охуительный матч, я вот реально кайфанул даже без ставки, это Vitality T1, который прям интересно было смотреть. Как люди, блядь, ну круто играют. Комбинят, стреляют. Да все вместе в матче круто было. Вот пока это топ-1 матч на турике. Реально. Vitality T1. Я, собственно, только поэтому на T1 и поставил, потому что они хорошо смотрелись. Ну вот согласитесь, там не было хуйни. Ну так, пару моментиков было, но это нормально. Пару моментиков это нормально. А в основном там было просто скиллуха от одних и от других, бля, лютый пот, да. Там один берет клатч 1 в 3, другой. Причем такие клатчи брались не то, что там кто-то ошибся, а там просто жестко поебало залетало. Ну там очень клевый матч, не знаю.
Yeah, with a pit in their face, there's no instant trade-off. Molly at the feed as well. It's going to be locking these Sen players out and wide. Sliders the gaps. They managed to get past it, but still they need the kills and they need them now. Trade inside.
Бля, вот Гека охуенно в таких моментах. Вот Гека охуенен в таких моментах. Пустил покемона и все дефуют его. Ну чё, какие-то приватные истории или чё?
Same position that Nats won the prior round from, by the way. And Sen did a great job of getting through these ults. A great coordinated play and a sick satchel outplay. from Zekken to completely bait the showstopper from Camo. But then a nightmare, like you talked about, the Viper's Pit almost gave them a bit more of an in.
Тут все свои, правильно, чат?
Lamps couldn't cover short. Zekken's head's on a swivel, the Pit doesn't cover his position, and he's timing essentially. He was looking at short only about 3 or 4 seconds earlier. Senna getting outclassed.
Second timeout by Sentinels. Outclass is the right word to describe it, man. 6 rounds in a row.
And even when they get part of the puzzle correct, even when they're able to navigate that really tricky ult setup from Nats and Camo, they fall at what should be, if anything, a bit more of a basic idea of just covering the flank retakes. You know that Team Liquid have been pushing out on defense, or at least trying to quite a bit, because that's how Nats ended up behind you in the previous round. Sentinels need a turnaround, and they need it now. It's going to be so tough, though. This is the issue with the bind ult cycles. Kamik's nearly got another wingman online. Kiko still has orbital strike. Paditek's about to get up to his seekers. There's no point here, really, until the end of the first half where Senna are going to have an ult advantage. And they're running the same strategy that they pulled out in the pistol. Teho drone over towards Hookah, and a bit more of a fight towards B long.
Deep flash, swing on top of it. Oh, wow, ADS up with a Bulldog. Listen, it's not great, even on the best of days. Sentinels made out on the better side of that engagement there. Now you're going to see the Seeker trying to pave the way. Kiko very much alone when he's trying to make this play here. Take that peak timing. Oh my god, oh my goodness! Hit a barrel. Poked through and get that timing. Slowed all the way down.
Я в ранге 10-10 чек в этот ящик.
Paddy and Nats, a lot to overcome. It's a TP pivot. They had no control of showers when they made this play here, Sen. There's danger. They could have got caught out, and I haven't used the drone now to clear out through short. Still,
you can't lose this to Nats. You can't lose this to Nats.
But he is definition of a ratty player. He defined it, man. Made it popular. No coverage inside.
Какой отец, блядь? Какой отец, блядь?
No access to the A site. No access.
А их, ладно, у меня один вопрос. А их не смутило, что флешка Скай слепила чела? И никто не прикрывает бомбу. Вот, вот. Вот, комментатор сейчас то же самое говорит на английском. Да, вот, он слово сказал то, что я сказал. То, что флешка ослепила Скай, а не знают, что тут чел есть. И чувак ставит бомбу, и его никто не прикрывает. Как это нахуй? Флешка летела направо, а челы лампу смотрят. Бля, какие ебланы. Так это же кринж, нет, пацаны? Ну, флешка, они даже флешку дали на инфу. Ну да, ты не знаешь, девятки он был или за понтом, да, но ты обязан в ту сторону смотреть. И вот когда видишь такое от Натса, да и, блядь, я говорю, если бы был Сангарион, самый сильный в VALORANT был, поверьте. Это самый сильный регион бы был. Мы бы всех трахли. 100%. У нас минимум, как минимум 3 состава было просто ёбари. 3 состава, мне кажется, можно таких собрать. И еще там тир 2 таких составов неплохих.
That's all respect a bit of that space as well as the smoke will be
Да
going down soon enough.
Поверь, мы бы трахали.
Going to be used with the orbital strike. They still have an opportunity to scorch the earth of B.
Sen going to be trying to cut this one up now. It's all about partitioning up the sites and winning the fights out, but how the hell the team like getting away with still orbital strike does the job, does it well. Kamik runs it up close.
Ебать, дочекали.
And Celsius had to be the playmaker. He was that case still. He's brought into that 2v2 and they're not.
Язик.
Danger yet.
You just gave Nats a smoke to play around.
Oh dear, 14 seconds. There's no clearance into
the
site. They're fighting demons at this point, and his name is Nats. Creeping round.
Язик в зоне.
And my God, he will not be denied.
It's a vintage performance from Nats. Kept in the cellar for a couple of years, but once you cork it, oh. Beautiful, an absolute beautiful Nats vintage, and he's home, isn't he? This is, if you think back to maps that you would associate with Nats in his prime. It's Bind. It's the Bind Viper. And like I said, he's back up there. He's creative. He's finding his timings. He's calling the team around his setups and becoming a superstar IGL Sentinel, the likes of which we have no comparison to at Bangkok.
And it's all tempo, it's all pace. Sentinels, my God, Nats!
Да все, нет. Все, не остановить. Там не остановить все уже. Все, закрывайте. Леха без поражений в прогнозах. Охуеть, чат. Вы чувствуете реально?
Team Liquid are sending Sen home, packing a goose egg on the side of Sentinels currently. They can't get anything to go right.
18 and 5, the scoreline for Nats. Double the next top fragger. Cower sitting at 9. There are 4 players in this match who were hoping, hunting for a chance of a second trophy lift.
Ебани, хуже не будет. Ебани, ёбстол. Хуже не будет, братишка, поверь.
John Zels is second. 1 on Liquid. Nats. 1 little Nats.
Как я тебе посоветую в КС? Я же даже не смотрю. Если сердцем сказать, то Фальконс. Но я нихуя не смотрел матчи, кто как там играет сейчас. Да нет, да ну нахуй.
Rounds on the board for Team Liquid. 20 kills in the bank for Nats. He's got a KPR of 2. Every single round he's given you 2.
Unbelievable.
And he's taking these fights, taking these timings. Lohan can't believe what he's seeing. What a gift to have a guy like this on the team. By the way, if you're an IGL, it means you don't really need to frag that heavy.
Подитек 1, Нац 20. Понимаю. И капитан при этом Нац еще. Подитек играет на флекс роли. Нац просто, да, порники. Понимаю.
No room to breathe at this point for Sentinels, honestly. I don't even want to talk about chances and ins for them to even come back into this series because
they haven't looked close.
No. The timings are getting missed. Trades are off. And they can't get a handle on Nats himself. As you mentioned earlier, I mean, it's looking like he's in prime form.
Да не хел, тут, блядь, нет.
Years to the Gambit times.
Team Liquid have realized that if they went for a push like that, it's exactly what Sentinels are waiting for, but at some point the clock is going to become an issue. And when the clock becomes an issue, that's when you don't clear corners, that's when you don't have the time to have people backing you up. The
reclear,
almost there for Zekken. Nats again with an opportunity.
Camo's here to play spoiler. Oh, the rocket tonight!
Да.
Beautiful draw.
Хорош, Камо.
Suppression off, but it's a quick reaction! Lining them up.
А вот уже и 2, Хейл, уже 2% как просил.
They finally shut down Nats. Popped his pit, got run down. They threw bodies at the problem. Kiko, I beg you don't win this.
I mean, surely, Sen, there's got to be no gaps here. There's got to be no gaps, and the swing comes through off of the sound cues, but Josh, I ain't gonna sell you a distant dream, mate.
No. I mean, the most huffed up Sentinel scope in the world.
Бля, вы понимаете, я еще ни одного хуевого прогноза не дал, даже по картам, когда я говорил по пикам. Ну, когда мы, например, я говорил, что там выиграют, там, условно, вот как сейчас Liquid, а потом по картам мы еще раскидывали из-за пиков. Охуеть, я гений.
Zelsis, you saw in the replay, he's trying to be that emotional anchor for the team, but
Сента не камбэкнул.
Dire Straits.
Да не камбэкается такое.
Ну
тут конфиденс, понимаешь, тут конфиденс ёбнуть челов уже. Все, такое уже не камбэкается.
As you said, they've left Nats alone. He's practically a one-man army at this point.
Team Liquid still getting really active. No way. Really aggressive. They thought about going for a side push in the previous round and decided, That's exactly what Sentinels were waiting for. But Kiko, posted up here, is giving them full information. Do they clear this?
Вам всему чату отсосусь тут камбэк.
Ай-яй-яй,
достаем хуи.
Well, now, as soon as there's a player pushed up like that, you expect the rest of B to be free. Nats does his fast TP play.
Brady just can't win out the duel there, facing too many players. Tango with Plant. Has to go down here by John. No contestation, but it's a rapid play at that. Look at it, footsteps maneuvering. Team Liquid, they want to get straight back into the fight in the fray in second. Is eager. Drawing blood earlier to set the tone of this round at least. Round 12. Okay, Nats should not be favored there. Hopping up, and the playmaker himself, listen, backs to all sorts of these players. Senna just not ready for it right now. Wingman scatters forwards, and look at the squeeze they put on him.
Что там по камбэку?
Nats again. 2 big kills in that spot. Kamek also controlling the flank. Team Liquid have every angle shut down, every moment. Liquid with Nats at the helm, dropping 22. I've just put on.
Ну, Аяза Full HD стоит, правильно? Вот сейчас от первого лица у Аяза Full HD стоит. Вот сейчас его от первого лица, пока это Full HD у него 100%. Вот, у него показывали от первого лица. Чего? Это Full HD стоит? Давай, хочешь, примотаем. Ну, так это Full HD 100%. Ну, по худаку даже видно, нет? Это 4:3 разве? Да вот, даже на модельку посмотрите. Ну тогда какой-то рез высокий у него стоит. У кого-то раньше просто, ну, либо у него... А тут графику тоже их показывают, как выкручен? Ну да. Как будто он графику выкрутил нормально. Ну, то есть у него не такое мыло, как обычно. Ты смотришь, у чего вообще, блин, минус глаза там, да.
It's 11-1. Elimination on the line here for Sentinels. Team Liquid are the ones who are delivering it. I misspoke, actually.
Не, сам нормальный аргумент, да, что радар на худ залазит, да.
Yeah, 22 kills in the first half. It's got to be one of the best performances I've ever seen in a single half.
Yeah.
Utterly dominant. And Sentinels, they're on the verge, on the very tipping point, the edge of the abyss. And they are 99.9% going home here.
Бля, я просто к Аязу, помню, заходил, он траил Full HD, я точно, еще очень давно. Я знаю, что он всю жизнь 4:3 играл. Я же не спрашивал, нахуй ты играешь 4:3. Он сказал, потому что он так КС играл, он привычный. Хотя я то же самое, в КС всю жизнь 4:3 играл, но я перешел в Алик, Full HD начал играть. Ну, типа, лучше себя переучить и нормально, чтобы, блядь, ну. Валик не создан для 4:3.
There's a bit of pace behind this with Liquid. They will be going into a variety of players.
Бля, стойте, я же сам пробовал 4:3 играть. Помните? Я чуть-чуть поиграл чисто для теста.
Beautiful setup. Sentinels not ready. They looked like they had some kind of idea that there was going to be a short push going on. But they couldn't stop the double flash play.
2 versus 4. But John just can't quite whip the ghost.
Let's go, Liquid.
On the verge. Absolutely unreal stuff. Zelsis, time is ticking, son. The hourglass running dry. It is do or die.
That's the case of the entire match today. Elimination games, do or die. And it's not with a bang, but with, I don't even want to say a whimper, a flattening that Sentinels are exiting here. Liquid look immaculate on bind. Every idea that they've had, every timing they've taken has worked to perfection.
Так, тут фришка на Liquid была.
Senna gonna force. What else can you do in a spot like this? But Liquid are gonna be aware of it.
Absolutely have to.
Я еще ни с одной ставкой не ошибся за этот турнир.
Allowing them to go for double swings and take the fight with a flash. They're so aware.
Putting the wall up as well, just spotting these players out, tucked to the corner. Instantaneous smoke.
2 с хуем на Liquid было при матче.
Set their sights over to a different direction.
Не, Liquid чуть аутсайдеры были, чуть-чуть. 2 с хуем на них было.
Jump spotting doesn't see anything, and the walking from Team Liquid might be finding the weaker side.
We know that Team Liquid love to contact.
Надо было лестнику из 10к, ну я же такие ёбнутые кафики пробивал.
Beautiful.
Not long for the world. And this might be it, the impetus.
Ну, знаете, я так скажу, что я закинул 4к, а сейчас у меня уже...
Wingman sent in Salvos to deny this one, but the plan will go off without a hitch anyway. Kiko follows through. Star player removed. Team Liquid.
А сейчас у меня уже 20 тысяч.
City home. Narrate swinging wide, but it's just one man.
Легко.
And it's all nuts. Leading Team Liquid forwards.
What a beast of a performance, an all-timer. Classic Nats delivering on bind with the rest of Team Liquid to support. 455 ACS from the Sentinel IGL. He is back.
Бля, скоро же я могу где хочу ставить, да?
He wanted to show that he can still be the master.
Жеребьевка, один посмотреть.
Go on, son. Have a chance here for Sentinels. We will be saying goodbye.
Потом пойду отдохну часик и запущу снова. Сделаю все вот это с PUBG.
With a win like that, they put out a statement.
They certainly do. I think teams are going to be scared of them on bind. Only other teams that are super strong in that.
Что запущу? Вот да я в раздумьях. Сейчас посмотрим, что там по народу. Для начала надо с PUBG вопрос порешать.
But Liquid showcasing depth to the map pool. Yeah, definitely. Because even the Lotus and Pearl that are at the absolute bottom of the map pool, they've stolen some good compositions, and at least in one half on each of the maps, they've been competent. The more work they put in, the more time they have, the better and better this squad gets. A reminder that this is the 10th match of this year for Team Liquid. They played the maximum possible amount of matches during kickoff. And here they're going to play the maximum amount again because they've won and then they've lost.
I've heard that storyline before.
But Sentinels on the other side.
Хуй знает, что здесь делать.
Maybe the narrative was just...
Не, может этот чел нахуй идти. Я его ни один фильм больше в жизни не посмотрю, блядь, просто, блядь, придурок. Просто фрик ебаный, реально. В Авгике диплом купил, блядь.
But Liquid don't remind me of Sentinels from last year because they don't have the big names necessarily. Obviously, Nats is the outlier. They remind me of Heretics.
Yeah. A couple of unknowns thrown into the mix with this team, but they have kind of their own identity, I think, as well so far. In terms of styles, there's no team that does it like that.
No. The contact in plays, the pushes on defense, the timing.
Все враги нас будут показывать.
There's no map where you get better calling around Nat setups than here on bind. They put full faith in him, full trust, and he's delivered. Delivered a masterclass.
25 kills at the end of that. 13-1. Not going to see dominance like that every time. But my God.
And Lohan might be right. He might be the best. We're going to be having a look at other players who went up against him.
Осуждаем, блядь.
But what a day for Liquid.
Дебил.
Certainly is. It's such an unknown who they'll end up facing next.
That's what we'll be finding out as well, I think, soon enough as well. We're getting the Verizon post-match interview ready and waiting. Not quite yet. Got some signing to do. They've got to meet some fans, kiss some babies.
It's a great venue. If you're not able to make it, it's a wonderful venue here for the fans to be able to interact with the players. They're so close compared to some of our previous events. The fans very much feeling like they're a part of the show out here. And Liquid, these players can't have thought at the beginning of the year that they had a great chance of being able to make it to these events and put on such a show.
Considering the start at kickoff that they displayed.
Yeah.
Probably not, but they had that turn.
Кого-то они даже без улыбок к фану как подходят. Как еще фанится? А это кого-то ходит на пол, вот этот чел.
When was it going to run out?
Просто каменный вибол ходит.
There is no old Liquid anymore.
No, I think at this point, if you don't believe that Liquid have made some serious permanent improvements and developments, you're just coping and seething. You are just coping and seething. This team is genuinely good. Yes, a lot of what they're doing is based on form, because it has to be when you play Contacty. Yes, a lot of it has to do with pushes on defense.
Well, let's send it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview.
Wow, look at the crowd กลับมาแล้วนะครับผมก็มาอยู่กับผมเหมือนเดิมและคีโก้ของเราจากทีม Liquid บอกเลยนะว่าเมื่อกี้นี่คือสุดๆแล้วจริงๆนะครับผมของ VALORANT Masters Bangkok นะตอนนี้ซึ่งคำถามแรกที่ผมอยากถามอยากรู้มากๆเลยว่าเกม2เนี่ยเขากลับมาได้ไงเพราะการที่เขาสามารถชนะได้ต่อชีวิตทีม Liquid ในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้เลยก็ว่าได้ครับผม First of all Kiko congratulations on your win that was an amazing performance by you everybody here is really impressed by it I really want to know because your performance in game 2 map 2 really extended the life of team Liquid in this tournament so I would just love to know what game plan did you had and what key decisions were there during the intense overtime leading to game 3?
The game plan that we had was just to play our own game. We knew our Abyss is one of our strongest map picks, so we didn't really do too much anti, and with the overtime, it was more to do with hands, amazing eye gelling. Eyes had a really good read on the game. We just threw so many like clutches and so many post plants that I mean, it was a bit hard, but we pulled through.
Got it. Great answer. สำหรับคำตอบนะครับบอกว่าก็ต้องบอกเลยนะว่าตอนโอเวอร์ไทม์เนี่ยขึ้นอยู่กับ Nats กับโลฮานเป็นหลักด้วยความที่เขาอ่านเกมกันออกแล้วช่วยกันทำให้เรามีคลัตช์ได้เยอะมากๆนะครับผมทำให้เรากลับมาได้เท่านั้นเองก็บอกเลยนะว่าได้กำลังใจไปเยอะมากๆเลยจริงๆสำหรับตัวของคิโก้เองและตัวทั้งของทีม Liquid ซึ่งมาคำถามต่อมาซึ่งผมเองเนี่ยก็มองว่าแฟนๆชาวไทยหลายๆคนน่าจะชอบนะครับผมก็คือว่าเขาก็เป็นลูกครึ่งไทยอยากรู้ว่าเล่นรายการ Masters ที่ประเทศไทยเนี่ยส่งผลยังไงต่อเขาบ้าง and next question we all know that you are half Thai right? There are so many Thai fans supporting you
Бля, ну еще вот такое
look at all of them look at that can you hear that
Сначала наушники завелся, на следующий живых.
Does this have any impact on you being able to compete in an international stage for Valorant?
Ну, в игре, конечно, в Тайпе.
It honestly feels amazing. To be honest, to hear the crowd cheering after every winner of the round, and a lot of energy from the crowd. So it's amazing to be here. To be honest, I love it.
ก็บอกว่าเหมือนจะไม่ต้องแปลเลยนะครับผมแต่ตัวเองนะก็บอกว่าคือชอบ energy มากของทุกคนนะครับพลังงานที่ส่งมาให้ระหว่างชนะได้ทุกเกมขอบคุณมากๆแล้วรู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากที่มาเล่นที่นี่โอ้โหก็บอกเลยนะว่าสุดยอดจริงๆสำหรับเกมเมื่อกี้นี้นะครับผม and Kiko of course as you can see all the fans are supporting you but I think that will be it I will leave you to the fans I see all of them are taking off their cameras and they're so ready to just congratulate you as well but this will be it for now congratulations again best of luck in the next round I will leave you to your fans
thank you so much
but we are still not done let's hope I don't trip over this แต่สำหรับตอนนี้นะครับเรายังมี draw show อยู่ด้วยนะครับนั่นก็คือการจับสายต่อนั่นเองเนื่องจากว่าเราสามารถหาทีมเนี่ยที่ไปในรอบต่อไปได้แล้ว so please let me introduce you again Victoria all right Victoria please take it
Yeah, we have the round 3 of Swiss. This is the last round of Swiss before we hit playoffs. Vitality and EDG already through. We'll see them whenever we come back from Dark Days. We have 4 teams. It's super simple. Regional matchups are allowed, so we can see DRX T1. There's technically no Swiss rematches, but none of them played each other, so it's fair game.
Amazing สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับผมกฎกติกาจะมีเปลี่ยนไปนิดนึงนะแต่ในเมื่อตรงเนี้ยเราค่อนข้างที่จะจับทางได้แล้วว่าใครเคยเจอใครมาบ้างเพราะในรอบต่อไปไม่มีใครเคยเจอกันมาก่อนเลยในการแข่งนี้นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยจับตาดูได้และที่สำคัญนะครับผม T1 ยังสามารถจะเจอกับ DRX ได้ด้วยเช่นเดียวกันนะครับไม่มีการจำกัดไม่มีการจำกัดเรื่อง region นะเพราะฉะนั้นเรามาดูกันครับผม Victoria thank you very much please proceed on to the draws
All right, I will draw the first teams for each match first and then their opponents. So the first one
สำหรับทีมแรกนะครับ
T1.
Бля, ну T1 там самые отцы из этих всех команд остались. Вообще не T1 самые отцы. Кто на них попадет, не повезло.
อันนี้จะจับอีกคู่หนึ่งนะครับอีกคู่หนึ่ง
G2.
Ебать матч ёбнутый.
All right. T1's opponent.
สำหรับคู่ต่อสู้ของ T1 ครับใครดี
Да, она вниз, да. А почему они не могут играть?
Victoria, I think you jinxed it.
I know, I did. All right, so last but not least.
Я нихуя не понял.
G2 TL.
G2 ทีม Liquid นะครับสำหรับรอบต่อไปใน Swiss Stage นั่นเองนะฮะโอ้โหบอกเลยว่าเดือดแน่นอน Thank you so much Victoria for this super exciting matchups and of course the fans will be super excited as well but again guys this will be it from the stage and I'll pass it back to all of you
It is yeah absolutely and we'll see TL in the second match tomorrow because they played second today
Я тоже нихуя не понял, блядь.
Okay สำหรับตรงนี้ก็เป็นตารางนะครับผมก็เดี๋ยวเราส่งกลับไปทางนักพากย์นะครับผม and again
Я вроде сначала понял, потом нихуя не понял.
all of you bye bye
We were definitely not screaming our lungs out hoping for this draw. This is what we wanted.
Так я думал, она сначала оппонентов достает. Типа вот она достает первый матч. Ну, а я думал, а почему G2 вниз улетели? Я думал, она сначала первый матч фулл делает, блядь. Почему не T1 G2? Я нихуя не понял. Ну, блядь. Ну, тут, кстати, хз. Да не, ну как будто G2 выиграют. Как будто G2 выиграют. Какие правила? Не знаю, по-тупому как-то. Что вот так люди с одного региона играют. Это же вообще хуйня, не? У кого T1 их выебут, не знаю. Там один этот хуемин играл. Мак иногда перс флешбэк, какой-то фрик. Не знаю, они, конечно, их ни разу не выиграли, но им все равно T1 больше понравились. Ну, как матч с одного региона, я ебал ставить на это. И чё, потому что Виталити просто сильнее всех тут на этом турике. Oh.
2-0 today. That's the craziest part. If a few rounds in OT go their way, maybe if they don't double fall off the map, but no one's going to remember that. All anyone's going to remember is the shellacking that happened on map 3.
Yeah, and of course this was a team that won in Madrid as well. So for me, this is a very big shock.
Короче, пойду я почилюсь. Через часик приходим, ребят. Через часик плюс-минус запущу стрим и подумаю. Типа, ну, надеюсь, вечером гоночки соберем. Вот, а так поиграем либо в PUBG, либо в Море воров. Сейчас подумаем. Через часик, короче, приходите. Пойду покушаю, там все сделаю, эту хуйню.